What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by Cubby on tonight's broadcast as we visit Group Nirvana to start off the night, where Ultra Prime are taking on OMG. Cubby, how are you doing tonight?
Good. You know, I was on the last one when it came to this series, so glad to be back for the rematch, I guess. This is what happens when, you go to the scheduling, and I try to keep at least a little bit of a human schedule. I'm trying to be better about that this year. I have it scheduled so that I request the early series and hopefully don't get any late series. So that means I get a lot of Group Nirvana, which is, it's been interesting, Gordo. It definitely leads to, I would not say the greatest of gameplay, but at least today, we have a pretty high-stakes matchup, as I think both teams playing for a chance to escape the group that pretty much goes away if they lose tonight.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat there, Cubby, and I've been paying plenty of visits to both this group and Group Perseverance over the last couple of weeks. But taking a look at Nirvana right now, LNG already locking in a very likely top 2, very likely top 1 seed out of this group. But these two teams down at the bottom with 2 series left to play, Ultra Prime and OMG find themselves in a similar position where they need a lot to go their way, and especially tonight's series to go their way if they want to hope to challenge LGD and get themselves that second spot out of Group Nirvana and get themselves an actual postseason here for the winter split. Currently, Ultra Prime, they've gotten 2-0'd by LGD already, but they have been able to keep up their performances against OMG, which OMG cannot say. OMG, or which LGD cannot say, rather. And OMG, of course, having already taken that series off LGD, they can come in here. If they can upset Ultra Prime, then take down LGD again, they can steal that spot right away.
Could be big for tiebreakers, could overcome that game deficit, too, if they are able to get the tie at the end when it comes to the standings, as it does go for series record, and then plus-minus in terms of games as the secondary tiebreaker with the head-to-head next. But, yeah, it kind of wild. I mean, we have one more week left of the regular season for Split 1, and I'd say the last time these two teams met, I was a bit uninspired by OMG's performance. It was highlighted with a lot of split team fights. I think some poor decision-making, and there's no other way to really get around it or go about it. Juhan has really struggled this year with OMG. I think he is a candidate for the weakest player we have in the league so far.
I can't challenge you on that one, Cubby.
Yeah.
I think the stats reflect it. I think the gameplay has reflected it. Just some real uninspiring performances there. And, yeah, I mean, the last time these teams faced off, it really did some weird things to our perspectives on both of these teams, right? I think it really solidified OMG as being one of the weaker teams, if not the weakest team here in Group Nirvana in my mind, and it bumped up Ultra Prime in my own kind of evaluations. But then, they go out here, they've lost both of their series to LGD already, which is going to start to, weaken their ability to even potentially make it out of this group. And then OMG goes out and they win the equivalent of that same series. So it's going to be very, I think, eye-opening to see these two teams face off a second time and see if it ends up as the same result.
Yeah, and for me, like, obviously OMG was a disappointing outing going up against Ultra Prime round 1, but also Ultra Prime, I thought that coming out of this series, I could draw some real positives when it came to this team. I thought Liangshan had a good series. Ultra Prime looked a lot more synced up. I know going into this series, we were talking about how the captain and Saber, they were 0-1 at the start. He was talking about communication, playing more as a succinct unit. I really felt that out of Ultra Prime in this series, and they weren't able to carry it versus the other opponents in Group Nirvana. So maybe a chance to go back to the well, beat OMG, get some confidence, and again, give themselves a chance to escape Group Nirvana. Because if you are not a top 2 team, with LNG already securing the 1 spot out, you are done when it comes to Split 1. So 2 more best of series for either of these teams to really prove their mettle and at least have a chance to fight the bottom 2 or Group Ascension when it comes to the play-in bracket coming in.
Yeah, certainly, and looking forward to getting to, start to shadow box those matchups a little bit more, as we do get to have a clear idea of who's actually going to get those matchups. As odds will have it, it's pretty much impossible for it to be both of these teams. So tonight's performance
this matters a lot.
Yeah, it's real critical for both of these teams. Maybe neither of them make it, which, obviously neither of them are hoping for, but it's certainly not going to be both. And this is going to be a critical matchup to determine who's even still in the running after tonight is over. Once you drop down to 1-4, I think you can pretty much kiss the winter split goodbye.
Yeah, they're out. And in terms of the bracket, too, I mean, keep in mind that the Nirvana teams, they have to win back-to-back series to qualify for the playoffs formal stage. So they would have to Seed 1 Nirvana is already going up against Thundertalk. So that's penciled in. LNG versus Thundertalk for the series. This is likely to face Seed 3 from Group Perseverance, which, man, looking at the standings right now, no guarantee who that's going to be quite yet. But I got to say that, like, regardless of if it is EDG or NIP, I think both teams you can look at and say that they are beatable. So I really feel like a win could be a real confidence booster and a momentum. And of course, if you escape the play-in stage, you escape Group Nirvana as well when it comes to Split 2. So I think this is a very important series. Again, not between two of the best teams that we have in the LPL, but if you look at trajectory as an org for this year, escaping Group Nirvana should be the goal for everyone. And if you drop the series today, your chances of that for Split 2, they go to the wayside. So I think a big series and a lot of pressure on both teams as we enter today.
Yeah, definitely. So let's get into the starting lineups, starting off with Ultra Prime, who are going to have first selection on the day. They are coming on in with the lineup of Liangshen, Grizzly, Saber, Henna, and Xiaoxia from top to bottom. And out of this roster, I mean, I really want to highlight Saber and what he was able to do in that first series up against OMG, as well as what he's been able to do for this team throughout the whole season. I mean, this guy, currently #1 in the league in kill participation, damage percent, gold percent, basically everything you can come up with for a mid laner. And in every game that Ultra Prime has won so far, it's been a player of the game going over the way of Saber. He's just been the clear contributor who makes the difference as to whether or not Ultra Prime is going to have a good day or not. And last time against OMG, he certainly was able to show up and do exactly that.
Yeah, it really felt like the duo of Grizzly and Saber got the best of Juhan and Haichao, which was a big determining factor in that first series. So, gonna have to see if that can continue for Saber. I don't know if Saber... I think part of me wants to say that Saber has been the strongest performer for Ultra Prime. That just has been in the wins. I think in the losses, we have seen some downs for Saber too. But
for sure.
Going up against Haichao, Haichao has also struggled this split. I think that for me, looking at the duo of Juhan and Haichao, Juhan's been the bigger issue. But going up against Haichao today, we'll see if Saber and Grizzly can again rinse and repeat what they were able to do the first time these two teams met.
Yeah, I mean, something else I noticed about Saber too is it just feels like all of his fanciest plays are happening just off camera. Like right on this one, he does a sick outplay on Tangyuan here where he's dodging out on Zero ultimate and being able to go in and get the execution, but it's just not been the focus. I think if you blink, you can miss a lot of what Saber's been able to do in a lot of these games. Another clip in here that we already saw, he's flashing forward to be able to get the lockdown on towards the carry in just the right moment. I think he's been clutching up for this team quite well when they do end up winning. I don't want to say when they need him to, because they could have used some more wins along the way. But when they do manage to pull it all together, it's almost always because Saber and Grizzly, like you said, have been able to sync up, have been able to find the advantages, and have been able to execute in the team fights. And he's been able to do that on a pretty wide variety of champions, Saber in particular. So he's the player to watch here facing off against Haichao to see if he could replicate that player of the series performance that he put up the last time these teams met.
And mid-jungle duo was a real big determining factor in terms of who won the last meetup. So we'll see if that's the case again today. I will say in terms of Ultra Prime, I think honorable mention to Xiaoxia. I've actually seen have some decent moments in both wins and losses. I think sometimes hard to be a support on the losing team. Curious to see if Xiaoxia can, again, get the best of OMG and Moham today, who OMG is a team, they've struggled.
Yeah, definitely have. There's a lot to be looking for from OMG as we can take a look at their lineup to start off. First of all, it's going to be Harry, Juhan, Haichao, Starry, and Moham. And yeah, like you said, it's been a rough season for them here so far. They're 1-3 in series, 2-7 in game record. There are 2 wins coming, and a little bit of a surprise upset against LGD, where they did end up taking that series 2-1. And outside of that series, it's just been unimpressive all across the board. They have dropped to LNG twice already. They already dropped to Ultra Prime once. They need to be able to equalize that series record to stay alive here in Group Nirvana.
And it's all been 0-2s, right? They haven't been able to find wins. And really feels like, you know, that series against LNG, there was a standout game from Haichao and Asilas. Did really help get them over the edge. And we'll see if, really, who's going to step up on OMG. Because when looking at this team, I feel like Juhan's been the weakest player in the league. Also think that just across the board in terms of roles, the only player that, like, we have any ounce of excitement for has really been Starry. And he also has struggled in some of the recent games for OMG. So feels like this ship needs to be turned around as a whole. And not really sure who's going to really helm or be at the helm for that turnaround when it comes to OMG.
A player to look at here has been going to be Hai Chao. Hai Chao put up some really solid performances last year. Cubby, I know you guys have a long and strained relationship, you and Hai Chao. There's been ups, there's been downs, and it's been a little bit more disappointing this split than last. I don't know how you are able to kind of keep yourself together watching your boy struggle like this.
I don't know about my boy, Gordo. I have a complicated relationship with Hai Chao because this is a player where historically I've actually watched him lane all right. But then outside of lane, it's a real struggle in terms of team fights. And for me, as a dev caster specialist, that's not the exact archetype that you look for when it comes to a player. So when it comes to Hai Chao, sadly, it's been more low chows and side chows. And it really gets me thinking sometimes that, you know, this is how I feel at times watching Hai Chao. I don't really know what to say sometimes because this guy struggles. I get anxious. I get on my nerves. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the coach is going to do. It hasn't gotten any better, and it's just driving us insane up here in the broadcast. And I keep on getting put on the OMG games because everyone likes to watch me watch Hai Chao and struggle. I don't know why. So at this point, I don't really know what to do. We got fan art made, and shout out to Zariel doing something real nice for us and making me lose my cool again on the broadcast. And we're going to have to see if Hai Chao, you know, can take a few lessons, you know, maybe have a little bit of a better game. Play a little bit closer to par for what we expect when it comes to our LPL players.
With hope, you know, you're going to be able to hold it together here tonight, Cubby. But it really comes down to Hai Chao. It's not something that's going to be in your control. It's not something that's going to be in mine.
It stresses me out, man.
I got the anxiety raising up inside me too, man, because you know what? You talk about those better laning performances from last year. I'm newer in these parts. I've just gotten to join up this year. I haven't even gotten to see those, right? Some of the players in the group Nirvana who have been playing up against this guy have ended up with some of the best stats, the best individual games in the league, because Hai Chao's just been giving it over to him. So
yeah, saber double fog, you know.
We need to see him step up, man.
It's just team fights. It feels like he gets lost. And again, like as someone that I spent most of my time working with dev players, and I really feel like laning, it's drillable, it's coachable. You can make improvements there. How you see the game, like the snap reactions. I mean, think of marksman and the scouting there, and how figured out that role almost is for the skill set you're looking for. It feels like Hai Chao, like, I've seen this guy have good lanes, and the sad part is that he's not laning well this split. I know all of last year, he was on a bad team, and he was averaging being up 71 gold to 15. That's actually, like, there was one split where he was leading gold diff in mid, I believe in split 2, but then I just watch him enter fights or play fights, and he just finds ways to be invisible. And then when it comes to this year, at the moment, in Group Nirvana, he's down 441 gold on average at 15. And I know that he's playing with someone who's really struggling in Juhan. And again, I do want to emphasize that I feel like if I had to pick a bigger issue between Juhan and Hai Chao, it has been Juhan in terms of that duo. I think that Juhan has hands down been the weakest player in the league. But Hai Chao, if he's not able to lane, I'm still watching him disappear in these team fights. And that doesn't make for an appealing player, especially in terms of development. It feels like Hai Chao has, you know, that LNG team that he was on last year, it was just kind of weighing down Zika. And this time around, it feels like all of OMG is just weighed down by the weight of what the org used to be and the ghost of what has been the past. Because, I mean, the logo changed. It looks like the Suning logo, and they aren't playing like either team that has qualified to make a world championship or, you know, top 8s at Worlds in the past. This is a team that's looking like, after today, we're not going to really, we're going to see him once more, then we're not going to see him until split 2. So I don't really know what the crux is that needs to change for OMG other than everyone needs to step up. And this is a high-stakes matchup. I mean, we could really be changing the narrative for OMG if they do manage to find a win today. But they have really not convinced us of their ability to do so.
Yeah, I can't really agree with you any more than that. It's really been a rough split so far for this OMG squad. And it's been a rough split for Ultra Prime as well. So both teams coming in here as a must-win series. It's going to be pretty rough on the mental to not be able to come away with the win here tonight, regardless of what team it is going to be. And that's going to do it for the winter split, right? You're going to show up for one more series, but by then you're likely going to be in a mathematically eliminated state. The other squad's still going to have a lot to fight for to try to get themselves into that top 2 in Nirvana, but at the very least, you're going to have the hope still alive, and you can cross your fingers and, you know, make some and prayers for some of the other series that are going to be played out that aren't involving you at that time. It's really going to need to start with a win right here, though, and if you can find that, then you can still look towards the playoffs and their chances of making them.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like all of Split 1 comes down to this best of between these two teams, and I know for you guys at home, if you're tuning into this, we're not going to see the best League of Legends across the planet today, Gordo, but this is a high-stakes, high-pressure game, and at times, I mean, this is when players can really prove their worth, prove their mettle. This is for Split 1, for your chances to keep on fighting, to not only make it in the play-in stage for the playoffs, but to escape Group Nirvana. If you can find 2 best-of-5 wins, getting out of that group, I mean, I know that you weren't with us last year, Gordo. It's been great to have you so far, but man, one of the biggest stories for us last year was watching Team WE, Team FPX play in Group Ascension as the 2 teams that were clearly the weakest, and they found themselves in the middle of the pack in Split 2. We saw Shadow get promoted. We were hyping up Monkey like there was no tomorrow when it came to Team WE. It really felt like being in that pool, being in that scrim circle, having that stage practice was a huge benefit for those teams, because I think that when it comes to this game, you're only as good as the iron that you're sharpening yourself against. If you're in Group Nirvana, you're not getting the best stage games. You're probably not getting the best scrims. And if you can qualify for Group Ascension, even if it's on a whim, man, you have one good stage series against teams like that. You can get better scrims across the league, and that's going to help you improve. I think that's so important when it comes to the process of really getting better behind the scenes when it comes to this game. So I really feel like this is an important series for the trajectory of both of these orgs for the year when it comes to LPL.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're not aware at home, it is going to be back to a 2-group structure for the spring split. So a lot to play for to make sure that you are going to be part of that, those 8 teams up in Ascension rather than the remaining 6 down in Nirvana. And that means you're going to have to be able to outperform at least 6 other teams. Currently sitting at the bottom of the table across the entire league are Ultra Prime and OMG. Obviously, you know, you could look over towards Thunder Talk and wonder if they should be down here in Group Nirvana as well. So maybe you could cross your fingers and take that one too, but that's still only halfway there. You got to beat 3 other teams beyond these 3, or 4 other teams beyond these 2 if you are one of the 3. Going to have to start with a win here and going to have to just continue to see that improvement. OMG getting the selection of first pick here. Ultra Prime choosing blue side with their first selection. So
it was actually Ultra Prime. They've been one of the only teams doing this. Shout out to both Elk and Kai. We've got Kai, producer Kai, with us today. They've been helping us with the first selections. Ultra Prime, they chose counterpick. So it was OMG that chose red side, which is quite interesting. And right now, the highest win rate across the 4 combinations you can get with first selection globally has actually been red side counterpick, as red side has a higher win rate so far, which has been a little bit of a surprise for me, because I've been talking a lot about how blue side has bias, just how the camera is, the trapezoid, and where the HUD's located. I feel like there's a lot of bias in terms of blue side. And
yeah, it's...
Oh, it is?
I do believe it's so yeah, the OMG has the 4 characters. So OMG chose pick order. So they chose first pick, which means... And Ultra Prime had first selection, so they chose blue side.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe
so they're just breaking all the rules. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's completely contrary to what the stats say. But
well, that said, I've been too stuck. We're behind on draft, Gordo. Where are we at right now?
Yeah. Well, we find ourselves with Haichao in mid on the rise. So he is going back to the well in regards to a pick that he has been able to put up, I guess, some of his better performance on historically. No mid laner selected for Saber yet. That's still our matchup to keep an eye on. Oh, Rio's in the lineup. How about that? We're learning all sorts of things in game number 1 as we kick off, Cubby.
Well, Juhan has not been a strong point for OMG, so I guess trying to throw a little bit of purple
that's
in the
for
mix.
Sure.
Yeah, we have. As we get through this draft, I will say I have a lot of bias right now when it comes to Cassante versus Rumble. And Liangshan had a fantastic Cassante performance the first time these 2 teams met. So happy to see him have his hands on this matchup. Do think that with the rise, onus is kind of on you to play fast. And curious how Ultra Prime can try to answer that. I don't know if they have enough crowd control at the moment to really support a Yunara. Aurora brings the deeps, doesn't exactly bring the CC. That's going to be a lot of damage for Saber, who of course has been the player of the game in all of Ultra Prime's wins, as you highlighted earlier, Gordo.
Yeah, and eyes on Xiaoxia then, who has been playing Rel more than anything else so far this season, would certainly give you a little bit of that additional crowd control that you're looking for from this stage of the draft. Does look like they're going to find out their bot lane opponents here. Starry going to snap up that Corki for a little bit of lane pressure up against the Yunara. It's been a matchup that plenty of bot lanes across the league and across the world have been prioritizing, and Moham on the lookout for this Bard. Just try to give them some additional playmaking around the map, roaming alongside the Rise. He's going to snap it up.
We'll say the Lulu ban away makes a little bit more sense, just given the pairing of Yunara. I think that really disincentivized an Alistar coming in here, which could be a very strong last pick, as Xiaoxia is going to get his hands on the Nautilus and that point-and-click Feb charge. We'll see if he's able to find the reach in the back line. I think right now for Ultra Prime, scaling is going to be the name of the game. Trundle scales really nicely into the Xin Zhao matchup. I think Pillar to try and impact mid, sending 3 mid to attack Haichao on the Rise, something that I'm looking for Ultra Prime to do in game plan early in the game, and try and draw attention away from top, where Liang Chen in isolation should be able to play this Cassante to scale into the game and beat Rumble later on. OMG, I think early grub is going to be really important for them, and early laning. Both side lanes for me early on have the potential to push, could be winning. I think that Yunara versus the Corki Bard could see that potentially be a 3-wave crash in favor of Yunara into the bounce back, but early objectives I think very important for OMG this game, and they did choose red side first, which usually we've seen teams taking first pick or counter pick. Red side gives you better access to the dragon. Curious to see if OMG can use that to stack some of those early dragons, as they have taken a lot of early priority for themselves. And for me, OMG, we've seen them really fail to get that engine started or going. So with Rio now in the lineup for that first ever start and no Juhan, we're going to have to see if he can really step up and do something with that.
Yeah, definitely. So, new jungler in for OMG. I mean, we got to see Rio a little bit in Demacia Cup, but he was pretty quickly benched for Juhan. So, kind of swapping back and forth here, trying to make something work, but you know what? With your season up against the line, with the split very close to over, if you aren't able to turn things around, they're going to call in their rookie, the call-up from OMG Academy, in his first LPL game.
Yeah, good stuff, Gordo. I was just pinging Dimitri off battery behind the scenes. Can you get me anything on Rio? You're more prepped than me for this, so appreciate that.
I remember I cast a game of him on OMG back in Demacia Cup. It wasn't awe-inspired. Listen, it was... if you were an OMG fan, you were happy when Juhan came in. The team looked better with Juhan.
I think if you're an OMG fan, you're also happy to see Juhan hop out now, which sadly has been the curse of Juhan. I feel like going back to even my time when I was on the LCK, TV space, very lucky to have that opportunity. I was watching the DRX team swap between Pioshik and Juhan, and Juhan was the one that actually got them to Worlds, which I think is a part of the story that a lot of people forget about or don't remember when it comes to that DRX squad. So, sadly for Juhan, it really feels like he struggled to always keep that starting spot. Sadly continued here. But hey, great opportunity for Rayo. Again, talked about how much of a high-stakes matchup this is for both teams, trajectory of the orgs moving forward, and really the power of escaping Group Nirvana and trying to get better competition, better scrim pool. That is what both teams are playing for today. So, curious to see, with the stakes a little bit higher, who steps up to the plate.
Absolutely are. Just for now, it is going to be a top-to-bottom clear for both of the junglers. All right, let's see if Rio can get a little bit more creative here to try to make something happen in the early game on this Xin Zhao. Was spotted on that vision by the birds, so they're well aware of his current presence. Checking out this laning phase. Already out of mana here is Haichao, who will be looking to get himself a recall before too long to pick up that Tear Goddess.
You can see Hannah with Yunara really keeping the pressure on. Bard does need a little bit of time to scale into this matchup. Should hopefully help Grizzly secure this bot crab, as we do have match clears from each of our junglers here at Gordo. And with Bard in base, numbers advantage over to Ultra Prime on this bot side early.
Yeah, so getting the wave shoved on in here. This is not too bad, facing off against the double range bot lane. Starry out here alone for the time being, so he has to have his wits about him somewhat. Pairing up with Grizzly now is Xiaoxia. They should have no problem getting themselves this Scuttler, and see if Rio is going to be able to get back over to the top one in time. Looks like he is well aware of the situation that he finds himself in. We'll just path up towards top. handshake those scuttle crabs, and both parties will be heading back to Retall and spend off of that first clear. All in all, too crazy here so far, as are on the lookout somewhat to see if Starry and Moham can try to get this push back for themselves. Of course, their recall's now desynced, means that Starry got to get back to the base. Henna coming back off of his recall already.
Yeah, actually curious in terms of the tech for Harry, going for the first strike rumble. Yeah, this does take a little bit of power away from your early laning, but the inspiration tree for Rumble is so nice between the potential to go cash back, potential to take the elixirs. It can be a lot of really nice utility for Rumble. Curious if he actually ended up going for the lower flash timer, as he did just have his flash burned by a nice quick visit with Grizzly. 1 pillar, 1 flash down.
Good start for Grizzly here. See if he's going to be able to revisit and take the fight to Harry a little bit. Harry has liked to play a lot of these early top lanes pretty aggressively. He's been one of those really just trying to get an advantage early on, so a little bit of a departure in terms of this first strike. He's also been one of the players that's kind of leaned into stuff like the Zahen a little bit more, so he's kind of amped up his damage numbers that way. But for right now, of course, going back to the old trusty Rumble, one of the highest priority picks in the top lane right now, and does successfully evade a gank and has got himself the faintest of gold leads, but nothing that's going to take you across the finish line.
Pause here. I think a lot of the jungle meta right now has been about really fighting for the third crab spawn, as we are going to see the bot crab be the first one to spawn. This has pretty much been the meta. There's attack, a little bit of attack. I want to credit Jumada, who co-streams LPL, sometimes watches our broadcast too. Not sure if he's live tonight, as this isn't exactly a marquee matchup, even if the stakes are pretty high, but there is some tech where if you base before you take your final camp on the second clear, you can actually upgrade your smite, just given the time burned early. So we do see Grizzly, because you're trying to get that stack. You can see he's at 21 right now. If you get 20, you can upgrade your smite, which is a big deal in terms of taking this crab. If it ends up being contested, at the moment looks like it is not going to be contested. I say that, but I just saw Rio dip his way down to this bot side, and we got a little bit of contention going on. So I think Grizzly's going to give this.
Wow.
Try and take the recall. I think this means a potential quick revisit up towards the top side. Of course, Harry down flashed. The Yongshan does have 6. I think that's a very easy target. And Harry even taking their early Swifties to try and play defense against this, as he understands that Trump will likely heading up towards his side again. As Rhea just going to take this bot crab. That's 6. Is that third crab part of the reason it's so contested? It does grant you 6 after the 2 full clears. It'll be a dragon start for him. I think Grizzly calling the bluff, going to beat him to the top side, try and take the red buff away. Gives you a lot more power for grubs, and will help Trundle get ahead. So red side being selected again by OMG instead of first pick or counter pick. Going to use that and just clearing down on the map. Strength Zins out early to make sure they lock down that first dragon for themselves.
Yeah, bringing over Xiaosha to try to get some mid push here, just to be able to support them on these efforts. Grizzly going to be able to take the red buff before Moham figures out what he's up to. So they had a pretty good guess going for themselves. Will be able to get their own chickens. Doesn't tick level 6, so Grizzly gonna have to pay that respect and back on away as he goes towards his own side camps. But like you said, Harry gotta be on the lookout. Does have his ult coming back up in a couple of seconds, but that flash you cannot say the same for. Moham arriving towards the bottom side off of the Spellbook teleport, just to come and support Starry in the laning phase. As nobody pulling ahead too far here, but again, that slightly more aggressive bottom lane, not keeping Henna down by any means. See if that Yunara skirmishing power does really rear its head here in future dragon takes, as OMG did, of course, claim the first objective.
Look, oh, that's a nice hook there from Xiaoshu. West connected early. Henna gonna pop the ult. They're going, but Flash is burned bot.
Yeah, they get themselves the barrier off of Starry as well. So yeah, that flash down for Starry may end up making a pretty significant difference. He did take level 6 right before that fight started, so Henna not able to take advantage of that XP lead.
We'll say, given the trade, and given the TP being locked down by Xiaoshu with the Spellbook, they're going to try and beat him to the grubs up here, but you can see Rayo already ready, and Grizzly skipped over his red buff, still has Rayo's red buff. That should come out pretty soon. as I think given the draft that OMG has, these grubs are a little bit scary for Ultra Prime. You don't love fighting against Rumble at this point of the game. Even if Harry did go for the early Swifties, that equalizer, if it's well placed, is going to be dire.
Yeah, Xiaoxia dangling the dredge line out there, doesn't end up finding its mark, but now steps up to the bush, going to have to Spider-Man his way out to safety as he loses about half his HP. Pretty significant health bar lead for OMG now after they get a solid trade up against Xiaoxia as they do look to continue to pressure onto these grubs. Going to start off with the Scuttle Crab first, and Grizzly not going to be able to get over there in time to contest it. Quick magical journey out to safety, and Grizzly going to start up the grubs anyway, speedrun or no.
This is a little scary. They got to wait for Mohan to connect. Offgoing.
Yeah, Hokan in the pressing guard, going to push them back away. Grizzly kind of cut off from the rest of his team, but Harry might be the focus. He's already overheated. Flash after from Liang Chen, looking to be able to dash through the team. Finds the first blood onto his lane opponent, but now there's 4 members of OMG right in front of him. Haichao claims that kill and makes it a 1-for-1.
I still believe Grizzly sniped away 2 grubs, and with Starry showing, yeah, a little bit of creativity needed here by OMG. Haichao's going to TP to the bot lane, make sure they clean up that wave, doesn't miss too much. Starry will plant himself mid. I actually thought the flash of the Grizzly ended up being kind of nice. As he gets himself out of the equalizer, away from some danger, he's going to be the focus. If he gets locked down there, dodged out of the Q from Moham, got away from a lot of the damage. It's set up nicely for Saber to hit a big ultimate himself. And at least got him off the grub, so I think a 1-for-1 trade, the fact that Starry showed that he get a TP out of Rise, that could matter when it comes to the upcoming Dragon in 90 seconds. I think a few tools taken away that can really look to be punished when looking at those topside flashes missing for OMG, and of course Starry still missing his flash from the initial play where it was Xiaoxia trading up as he traded his own flash for Starry. So I think this next Dragon, again, early game plan for OMG is to try and get ahead, try and stack these objectives. They're down a grub. That win did go over to Ultra Prime. I think revisiting the Dragon to try and get that second one for themselves might be a tough fight with all the tools that are missing now on their side.
First blood gold feels real good for Liang Chen as well. He does find himself a bit faint lead
Good shout.
and that pick up on the Koenig Rooker, and so
good shout.
He's gonna feel really strong in that one-on-one for at least until the next recall, and Leandri's likely going to end up coming on through, but completing the Koenig Rooker is huge for him.
Yeah, I will say that, like, I was kind of surprised when looking at LPL stats. I see Cassante at a 38% win rate right now. Because I think globally, when looking at this matchup, I have a lot of bias for Cassante against the Rumble. It just feels like you get away with a free laning phase, and I will say, something that I've been started the track when it comes to top lane experience is the fact that everyone has access to lore. I think sometimes matchups where you can get out of the bad breakpoints early on can be quite nice. This is one where levels matter a lot for Cassante when fighting the Rumble. And of course, the Koenig Rooker and early breakpoint is massive in terms of his ability to fight both of the solo laners for OMG. So see if he's able to make it to this one. He does have that teleport available. Harry does as well, as Rayo already using that Wind Becomes Lightning to yoink this trade.
Going to look to get themselves up 2-0 in that department. Xiaoxia going to find the dredge line on Rayo, though, who dashes forward, looking to take the fight to the support, and Haichao gets a second between worlds thrown on out by Saber, but the damage just isn't here for Ultra Prime. Saber, nice dodge there, but locked down by Haichao regardless. Pepper Fate didn't connect, though, so he will be able to get himself out. Liang Chen finds an angle onto Harry, looking to solo this man out, and maybe buy a little bit of something back for Ultra Prime. Harry making a mad dash back to his turret, and it looks like he will be able to find a space to be safe.
His conditions are bad, though. This is diveable maybe for Liang Chen if he wants to get fancy. Meanwhile, the Dragon fight, I don't really know what Xiaoxia was thinking on the take. This is not an Aftershock Nautilus. It's a Spellbook Nautilus. And, that was very clear with how paper that Nautilus was once he hopped in and was shredded by OMG. We'll say, I think that Rayo deserves a little bit of credit. This is a matchup early on where going into Trundle, Xin Zhao has some strength. Subjugate is the big Doomsday scenario for Xin. And of course, stealing AD away from Xin is quite good for the Trundle too. But I think Rayo's done a decent job of piloting around this one. Getting the 2 dragons for his team. Keep in mind, OMG, they didn't take first pick. They didn't take counter pick. They took red side. That is better access to Dragon, given how the map is designed. You get better access to that pit, whereas Blue side gets more access to the Baron. They have cashed it in with the first 2 dragons. And as a sub coming in, I think Rayo deserves a little bit of credit in his first LPL game for being able to execute this early game plan, one that I really feel like OMG were planning on based on their selection for first selection.
Absolutely solid position coming in for OMG, being able to pick up those objectives, start that dragon stacking nice and early. Next objective up is going to be that Rift Herald, and Ultra Prime already trying to set themselves up into a positive position. They move Saber up to the top side. Hai Chao going to be present there as well as they look to just maintain control over the river. Xiaosha and Grizzly doing just that. Right now is Moham going to get comboed a bit. Nice Cosmic Binding, going to stop them from advancing forward. But like the look from Grizzly and Xiaosha.
Hai Chao's actually in a decent spot, sitting at 2-0. The 6 iron I had earlier is far away at the moment, as Hai Chao, I think, really has the potential to do something.
I didn't want to ask you, but it's
I know.
good.
I gotta visit it. I'm trying to honor the game here. The rocket belt on Saber is a bit interesting to me. I'm not exactly used to seeing this one on Aurora. I'm a little bit biased towards Leandries, but this is a pretty squishy game. Obviously, Leandries gives you more damage against the tanks. I think Aurora, her mana costs are relatively reasonable, which sometimes enables you to crush that. But this game... Oh, hold on.
Pick on a Moham. Does flash and magical journey his way out. But a quick claim of the flash in trade for 2 ultimates from the likes of Ultra Prime and OMG.
I think that's Rift. I think that means OMG gets Rift. I don't know if Up can fight without those 2 ults. I actually think that's very worth it for Moham as he navigates his way out of there. Bard has some sustain. I'd be kind of surprised if Ultra Prime still decides to contest him. Frankly, I'd be more down to pressure bot side, try and pressure Harry out. I think matching here is a mistake because Grizzly's going to face check Rayo.
Yeah, Rayo gets on in there. Quick pillar thrown in between them to get him off of his back. Grizzly still looking to try to find a path in here, though. Ends up getting Cosmic Bound up against Xiaosha and has to flash out to safety. They're holding down Rayo, but the damage just isn't manifesting yet. TP
really?
For both top laners being channeled. They're getting up here for the full 5-on-5. Henna with the ultimate ticking. Throws out a little bit of a slow, but now going to get caught by that Tempered Fate. Going to have to back away as Harry layers on down the ultimate. Dashing forward, it's onto Liang Chen. He's tanking up to survive for a little bit, but the Crescent Guard going to keep Rayo standing. Attempting to burn down onto Henna. Cut off from the rest of the team. Flash from Starry, flash from Harry, but not enough damage to finish off the Yunara. No bodies hit the floor, but OMG with the health bar lead.
I really do not like that take from Ultra Prime. I just thought that with the 2 ultimates being down, that's a Rift Herald done and dusted. And the trades that we have there, I don't think Ultra Prime trades up. I mean, a lot of flashes are burned and used, but Henna being down flash is going to be a real significant one. And I think the next place that OMG, you got to figure they're going to look. As that Rift Herald falls, and we're a $120 away from the Dragon. Given what Ultra Prime, like, they decided to contest, there was no trade elsewhere. I really feel like attacking Harry once you're down those 2 ultimates or trading power on sides of the map matters. We're going to see a replay of a whole lot of nothing, but think of the opportunity cost that we're fighting here for Ultra Prime. And this is a comp that wants to scale. If you're down 2 Dragons, you give away this Rift Herald. Like, yes, that can be used to help you set up the Dragons, but you're down 2 very important ultimates early on. We're looking at Aurora's Between Worlds in the Depth Guard Nautilus. Like, go bot side, go set up vision, go make it tough for OMG to get that 3rd Dragon instead of fighting, I think, outside your power window that you drafted for your comp. And fighting at its advantage being down ults, like, outside of comp, even before that. So, I know there's no blood, but I feel like the opportunity cost that Ultra Prime missed of potentially an easy dive on Rumble. Look at this, OMG, they're able to reset after the Rift Herald, use the Empowered Recalls, and get control. And Up didn't use that time to do this when I think their fight was looking quite bad, missing those 2 ultimates. I really feel like Ultra Prime could have owned some of this real estate and made the 3rd Dragon much harder for OMG than what it's going to be, and what I view is a very OMG-favored fight coming up.
Yeah, and without any flashes on pretty much either side here, it's just so dangerous to be up in the river and trying to contest for it if you aren't the ones who get the initial control. As I say that, Ultra Prime find themselves a window after crashing up in the mid lane to be able to get over here and try to take some control for themselves. Xiaosha's dredge line goes wide, but Moham takes a rough chunk from Saber regardless, and now OMG have to try to push their way in here. Mario going to lead the charge, dives in, throws out the equalizer from Harry, and Henna just gets burned right down. That flashless Yunara, nowhere to go, nothing to do. 2 members of Ultra Prime fall, OMG on Soul Point. And this is a clean game from OMG so far, dare I say, Cubby.
I mean, Rhea stepping in like this is massive. I really feel like as a sub sometimes you get that sixth-man POV bird's eye view and be helpful. The youngsters making good use of it. I'm still mad at Ultra Prime. I do not understand that Rift Herald fight whatsoever because I really feel like that made the setup for the Dragon hard, and then what's their answer to that? They try and rush the Dragon when Herald is dropped, and look at how disconnected they are. Harry was able to walk in bot for free. There's no wards around him. He's not even spotted. Head is splashless. Where's the help for the Yunara? Where's the Kasante in front? I mean, I would say for the Nautilus of the Aurora is, but they're going golden as Moham hits a very nice tempered fate. But this setup for up, I really feel like they could have had one if they dropped the Herald and they actually play for this terrain. Instead, they try and fight all of the above and just straight lose because they're not trying to trade on the map. They're trying to match everything when they are just the weaker team in terms of draft and where we're at in the game. And that has snowballed the game further out of control than where I really feel like things should be for Ultra Prime.
I mean, a little bit of new life injected into OMG here. 19 minutes into game number 1 with the new rookie jungler, and yeah, Rayo just doing his job, right? Throws himself into the fray, knows that they have favorable fight conditions, and oh boy, do they. Penna can't even play the game. And now they find themselves with a 3.5k gold lead, 1 dragon away from Soul. It's a really dominant position for OMG here in game number 1. And Ultra Prime's odds of being able to repeat the quick 2-0 that they showed just a couple of weeks ago feel pretty low.
Dude, if Hai Chao sees the segment we did in the pre-show, man, he deserves to type jungle diff. I feel like that's the only solution, yeah?
Yeah.
It is, put Rayo in there and be like, look at me now.
Well, thank goodness we talked about your relationship with Hai Chao rather than just dumping on Juhan for the entire pre-show because he's not even
true.
here.
I wasn't going to mention the 0.9 KDA, but I feel like, we really have to drive the stake in now to what, might have been the skill vampire for OMG. That might have been too far. Anyway, it has been a struggle for Juhan, and we got to give credit to Rayo as this is his first formal LPL start outside of LPL coming from that OMG Academy squad. And I really feel like with Red Side, you were going to take Red Side instead of first or counter pick because you want access to the Dragon. That is your priority if you were taking Red Side instead of first or counter pick. The rookie in his first ever LPL game has ensured that they have 3 dragons on time and a sound lead so far. Grubs have been the only neutral objective that had dropped, and he got counter picked. This is a Trundle and a Xin Zhao, so I think Rayo deserves some serious kudos as they played that one a little bit too fast between worlds. Does get Saber out. Got a Loon become lightning out of that. Oh, that's subjugate.
Yeah, some pretty fair damage here, trying to slow on up onto Ryu.
Gonna get through his own pillar.
Yeah, it's a little bit of terrain action getting in the way of Ultra Prime and what they want to accomplish, but no harm and no foul, I guess, for now. The follow-up fight doesn't really transpire in either direction. Nobody's going to hit the floor this time around. It's already getting to be close towards that potential Soul Dragon. OMG have done such a good job of controlling these so far. Ultra Prime, they better get whatever spikes they can and try to roll up to this fight with the ability to execute. They need to be able to find some kind of good engage angle for themselves. They need to be able to keep Henna safe, and they can't let this 3.5k gold lead stop them from being able to get into this river and stop the Soul from going over, or this game might be done and dusted.
It's feeling closer and closer. I will say, I think Ocean Soul is more of a state of mind. This is probably the worst role for OMG. They want to play burstier fights with the Rumble. And there's not a lot of poke. The Ocean Soul gets a lot of value against going up against Ultra Prime, so I do think that this is the worst role for him in terms of the Dragons. I always subscribe to the old point that I think I always associate Monte Cristo. I really wonder that the Dragon Soul should show in terms of drafting. I think that'd be kind of fun.
Oh, yeah. I'm so on that train. Absolutely.
I am on that train, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think that OMG, like, their draft doesn't really utilize what could be the Ocean Soul. And Ocean Soul, for me, is the worst one. I like to refer to it as a state of mind with the Zen.
I'm on board for that, and I'm on board for... Like, it also doesn't really make sense that the first 2 dragons are, like, random other elemental drakes. That's, like, a leftover mechanic from when there wasn't really a traditional Soul mechanic.
True.
Yeah, but... I guess it's just part of the game now. Maybe someday. Someday we'll get another
it's like
Dragon rework off season.
It's like the river and the turn before the flop, where you find out what the Soul actually is.
Yeah.
What was scary and quite stressful was actually the darkness.
Nice dodge from Saber. They're able to flash away from the Tempered Fate. Lower and lower. There's a between worlds across about 4 members. Already Ryu going to be the first one down. Harry going to join him as Henna is able to find a safe space to fire away from 2-for-1 team fight. Ultra Prime going to claim the dragon, and this game isn't over quite yet, Cody.
That was a very weird sequence for me because the observers were toggling all the darkness that Ultra Prime had to get through. And they just kind of walked in there and forced their way in, and OMG gave it all. And Saber, who has been the pog in all of Ultra Prime's wins, hit a massive between worlds that is going to keep Ultra Prime in this game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they were walking into the darkness. The thing about the darkness is you don't know what's in it. Sometimes there's enemies waiting for you. Sometimes there's nothing, though. And in this case, yeah, it's not an actual barrier. It's mental, right? You can just kind of walk into the fog, and if nobody's there to punish you, then you don't get punished. Saber, great flash at the start of this.
I mean, my old boy Hai Chao went for the flank, didn't cast the Realm Warp, and is waiting,
There's a Q.
and kills Nautilus. And that's not exactly what you're looking for when it comes to Rise impact. So I think the lack of Realm Warp is going to make me reach for my 6 iron a little bit more. Yeah.
It's
I'm
a
telling you,
tilter,
man.
perhaps. Listen, he's 4-0-1, man. You can't get upset yet.
No, I can. He finds ways to be invisible in fights. It tilts me because like he does good in lane. He has good elements of his gameplay, but if you can't fight, you can't be relevant in the bang moments where the games are decided around these objectives. You can never make it as an elite player. And yeah, that's been my struggle, my battle with Hai Chao. But you know what? Actualizer Rise might actually make me believe he's able to have a big fight. And Hai Chao can carry this game, so we'll see if he has it in himself. Because he is very far ahead. He is the big benefactor off this early game for OMG. But a little bit of an oopsie from them, or him there, and a good execute. As the flank that he was going for didn't really come through, and there was no attempt at a Realm Warp or anything created. So I'm a little sad. It was a good game for Hai Chao until then, Gordo, and I had to be reminded.
Yeah, you did, but Actualizer's a hell of a drug, like you said. It is so strong on the rise, and it can absolutely turn around some of these fights. We've seen it turn around multiple games in the LPL already this season. Baron up for the taking, has been for a while. Probably a bit of a bold call for either of these compositions to start off at this point, but fighting over the river, we are never above that. Neither team going towards the bottom wave for now. Finally, Harry going to go and reset that one. See if Ultra Prime are going to try to force something here, because Liang Chen's here with the rest of the squad. Nobody's answering Harry right now.
They always force Starry out. Again, so I think top laners at home can really take note of what Liang Chen's doing right now. You're right, no one's answering Harry, but this is a timer where you can see the Kasante drop that. Did enable up to get a little bit of control. Now he's going to be forced back. Harry's TPing.
Little Rune Prison in the Tempered Fate combo. Xiaoshu and Grizzly getting focused down. Rio dumps forward, going to be able to throw down the pressing card, trying to knock folks back. A nice Tempered Fate, or rather a nice equalizer comes down across the rest of the team, finding some of that damage.
Okay.
Hai Chao gets on towards the carry, finds Henna, and takes him down. 1 kill for OMG, and that might be all it takes to get out of the Baron.
I was tilted. He was going after Nautilus again. You know what? It ended up being good. The Actualizer, it was down, but he does find the Unara. That is the priority target.
Oh, they're not done.
They're
not done. Liang Chen stepping forward, still plenty tanky, and the Baron shredding them so much. Rio, cut off from the rest of the team, takes a different path than the rest of OMG, but they do get out. No Baron for Henna's death.
Mid turret, maybe. Hai Chao TP's back. It's going to keep some priority over mid. I want to see who can get control. I don't really want to replay that last fight, if I'm being selfish. Okay, I wanted to see the setup for the
you
soul.
shall receive.
So, I need to keep my eyes on Henna. I think that this exhaust was kind of wasted by Xiaoshu, because Hai Chao already pumped out his first combo. And this is a really nice equalizer coming out from Harry.
Yeah.
And that's, I thought Hai Chao was kind of like, I was questioning why he was chasing the Nautilus, and then Henna made sure that it was a good chase. That kind of looked like when I first started playing Marksman, you know, back in Season 3 before I A-clicked, and I would accidentally right-click the terrain and, you know, walk instead of auto-attacking somewhere. It kind of looked like Henna accidentally did that, though, with the Rise.
Yeah, feels like a bad click for sure.
Yeah.
Just step on up into that cavern, and it does end up costing him quite a bit. And Henna, you know, just needs to be able to clean that up here. I feel like we've seen quite a bit of that from Ultra Prime games. Henna just up a bit too far. He's been like a magnet for Tempered Fates this season, and that's happened already in this game as well. See if he can turn that around as Rio finds an angle on Xiaosha, dives forward. There's the equalizer across the team. There's the Tempered Fate onto 3, and Xiaosha is cooked. But Liang Chen up in the front line, trying to kite back away down to half HP. Flashes forward, finds 2. Here's between worlds across the team, but the damage is just not manifesting. Realm War bout to safety. Starry takes a little bit of harassment, but the carries are just forced out entirely. It's a 3-for-0 fight for OMG.
Massive find by Moham. I want to praise Rayo, though, on the back half, because the re-engage looked like it could have showed some promise for Ultra Prime. But that flash crescent guard from Rayo shut the door before it could open for Ultra Prime. Really good answer from the rookie in his first ever LPL game. That's going to be Soul, that's going to be Baron, and likely going to El Doom for up in this first game.
And they just couldn't put the pieces together for these team fights, and despite the Aurora Yunara DPS duo, they just don't have the damage to be able to win out these fights after they're already losing their front line way faster than they can deal with.
That was a really good setup by Haichao and Rayo. They kept out Xiaosha, but watch this answer, because this is a decent try from Function, honestly. He gets 2, but the counter from Rayo, it gets both Saber and Henna right on out of there, so they can't follow up with any damage. That is beautifully played by the rookie in his first LPL game. Really, really well played by Rayo.
Great call, pushes back away the carries, stops the damage from coming through. Now it's Dragon Soul, Baron, and a 6K lead. OMG gonna have to really try to not be able to close this one out.
Yeah, I'm
kind of 6-0-3
man.
Haichao, man, he's doing it.
He's
mean, got a match eyes.
I really feel like the story of the first meetup between both these teams, it was the mid-jungle duo, Grizzly and Saber, outperformed. Because Juhan had a really tough series. And Ayo, man, stepping up, stepping in. We gotta follow Xiaosha.
It's Xiaosha deep behind enemy lines. Looks for Haichao, doesn't find him. Haichao tries to channel the Realm Orb, doesn't come through, but he's able to just walk his way back towards the rest of the team. Henna's cut up against the wall. Liang Chen just desperately searching for something, but nothing is there. OMG, slam the door shut. A quick, clean ace, no members fall, and the base is soon to follow.
I don't know if he's going to get it, but I'd love to give Rayo the pog for this first ever game, man. I really felt like this was an outstanding Xin Zhao performance. Just watching these crescent guards and how he's playing in the middle of these fights. Keep in mind, guys, this is the season. This is the split, I should say, for both of these teams. A win here keeps your hopes alive to move into the play-ins, to try and get out of Group Nirvana. If you lose, you're pretty much done for split 1 after the next series. Big win for OMG. They lost the first bout, but subbing in Rayo, huge difference. Very sound first game from them.
And to take it even further than that, Cubby, I would say between these two teams, OMG have the better chance to really turn their season around too. LNG looks so good in this group, but they've already beaten LGD once. Ultra Prime have already been 2-0'd by LGD in series score. OMG already beat them once and still have another chance on the schedule. I mean, OMG have a real shot at being able to 2-0 LGD and steal away second in this group. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the tiebreaker is the game score. So at this point, I mean, OMG, they're going to need to find both series wins. They pretty much just need to hope that beating LGD, as it would be a 3-3 versus a potential 2-3 or 3-4. I think OMG is still pretty far behind of the game score, as that is the tiebreaker. But I want to throw all that out the window, man. What a great start for Rayo, man. Like, congrats to him stepping in for Juhan, who we were saying in the pre-show when we were unaware that the sub was going to happen, that we felt like Juhan was the weakest player we had in the LPL. Well, Rayo steps in from the academy team, puts together a great Xin Zhao game, man. Again, the direction from OMG to take red side, where the terrain does help you get to the dragon, get in the pit, the stacking up of the first 3 Drakes, and how he played some of those late game fights to shut the door on any hope that Ultra Prime had. That's a great debut game, as Rayo did his job and more in that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, what a great performance on the Xin Zhao. It's a staple of the meta. It's exactly the kind of gameplay you want to be able to see when you do get your hands on a pick like this. And it's exactly the kind of kick that OMG needed to be able to actually feel like they get their season rolling here. They certainly have had so many games this split already that just felt unplayable, and they were not able to get involved jungle-wise. They weren't able to find any of those early plays. They weren't able to find the early objectives. They fall behind in these massive deficits before 15 minutes before they're really able to get together and try to have any kind of team fight. That was not a problem for them this game, and it allows them to come on up with the win. Haichao performing very well here as well, getting a little bit of support from that Xin Zhao in the jungle and putting up a really solid Rise game in his first pick of it for 2026.
Yeah, was a good champion for Haichao last year, and some of the looks, I think it was one where he was, again, able to win lane. And that was a very well-played lane and a very well-played game from them. Again, I think the idea of the Rise and the Xin Zhao, it is, you got to dictate the early game against the Trundle, because the scaling of Ultra Prime could have kicked in, could have been real, but just given how quickly they were able to stack those dragons, the objective control was sound. I really feel like Ultra Prime dug their own grave around that Rift Herald. I still want to visit that point as, I think, the decider for this game, or the most important mistake from Ultra Prime, because I think contesting that after burning the 2 ultimates was a huge mistake, and we really saw that lack of control collapsing into the 3rd dragon here on your screens, where they weren't able to set up, they weren't able to get any sort of advantage. They allowed Harry to walk in for free as they were super disconnected and discombobulated, frankly, trying to answer the Rift, trying to play the dragon, trying to do too many things at once. OMG able to find an easy fight, get that 3rd Drake for themselves, and this fight was really the only good look, because Haichao was missing, was going for a flank, never cast the Realm Warp, never really got involved in this fight. Did allow for Saber to hit for a huge 4-man ultimate and do the damage necessary to turn things in Ultra Prime's favor. But outside of that, man, Rayo was fantastic in this game. I think this might have been Moham's best game of the split as well. Juhan, for me, was a very clear issue within this team. And this guy had a .9 KDA. That's not very good in Pro League of Legends, right? You're going to be sub-1. Taking the kills and assists. It means you're having a negative impact on the game, on your team. Rayo was anything but that in this game. He was fantastic, and I think the team responded really well to him being in the lineup. I mean, look at how well he plays this fight again when the Yongchen goes in. I know Moham has the big Tempered Fate. That looks like the highlight of the fight. But for me, the highlight is really how Rayo answers this good attempt on a re-engage from the Yongchen. We didn't give him that. But look at how good this Flash Crescent Guard is, getting both of the carries out, completely dictating the terrain of the fight, putting the front line in to where his own carries can DPS for free, unthreatened. That is a beautiful fight played by Rayo, and a hell of a debut for him. Congrats on winning the first game. Now we're going to have to see if OMG can win that first series.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just blown away by this last fight, too. Like, just full sends everything onto Haichao, and he just walks away. I mean, he channels a Realm Warp that had no chance of working.
Yeah, he cooked Henna with that and finds Saber, too. It was a really impressive debut for Rayo. I was excited about that, because watching Juhan has not been very exciting so far for this year of LPL. Watching a rookie come in and play like that was exciting. So this series, I had it in Ultra Prime's hands. If Juhan was going to be in, Rayo steps in and is really changing the tape, changing the trajectory of what could be OMG Split 1.
Yeah, OMG, a team that needed something to give them a little bit of hope at this point in the season, and Rayo does just that in this game. Number 1 puts up a really solid performance, and looking like they now have a path laid out before them to actually be able to participate in the postseason, which is not something you would have thought coming on into the night. Deliberating over player of the game here. I'm with you. I'd love to see it go over to Rayo, and it does.
Let's go. He deserved it, man. He really did. I felt like the pace of the game was dictated through the rookie, and that's a great shout in his first ever game. So congrats to Rayo. That was, again, a really promising start, a really promising game for me. When it comes to him, that's his Xin Zhao. Curious to see what else he can do. I know, shout out to Dimitri Elk Battery behind the scenes, was giving us some Rayo stats. That's his most played so far. So curious to see what else he has up his sleeve. I hope he stays in for the series, Gordo. I think a swap at this point after he just got the Pog and played like that, probably not in the cards for OMG.
Absolutely, and excited to see game number 2. We're going to be back with that very shortly. First things first, if you'd like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee, link to the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. That new podcast that's been dropping on the LPL English channel. You can see the episodes early if you are in that premium kind of donator tier. you definitely want to be able to catch those nice and early with games being played each and every day. So check it out on Coffee if you've got the chance. That said, we're going to throw it to a quick break here, and we will be back with game number 2 before Law. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of Ultra Prime up against OMG, where OMG indeed, they come up with the surprise win and the surprise introduction of rookie jungler Rio for game number 1, winning player of the game off of an excellent Xin Zhao game. OMG, they might be back.
Yeah, shout out to LPL follower Tact, was commenting on my tweet of, the high shell graphic we ran in the pre-show saying that Rio looked really good mechanically for the debut, and I cannot do anything else but agree. I thought that he played that game fantastically. Just the pace of the game, they had to set the tone, they had to set the pace, something that OMG had really struggled with Juhan. Rio steps in, very first game in the LPL, played great start to finish. I think how he controlled objectives early on was a highlight. Then how he mechanically team fought on the Xin Zhao later on was also definitely a real highlight, as he showed that that is indeed his most played champion competitively so far in the day that we were able to gather. Look good in it, and we'll see what he can do in game 2. As I really hope that we don't have any subs coming in. I think that the Pog rookie should stick around, and I want to see what else this kid can do.
Oh my God, I don't know what we're gonna be able to say if we see another change coming back on in. Here's the other thing we can say. Hi Chow, he's back. He's here to impress, Cubby. You show up, and you know what? Sometimes even the most strained of relationships can be mended with a little bit of a good Rise game.
You know, I don't have any baseball bats out here in LA. I do have my set of golf clubs that I love very much. I think the next time I do this, I can at least put the 6-iron away. We might have to get a wedge, shrink down the size. I can't get as mad at Haicho after that one. I think he's proving, much to the likes of other teams, that we may or may not see later today, like BLG historically, that I guess jungle was just the problem, Maybe he's trying to emulate what Knight's done his entire career. Swap junglers, find the win, get Rayo in there.
All right, let's hold off on the K word for for a moment or two, perhaps. But I like it though. I like what we got out of game number 1. I'm not gonna diminish old Hai Chow, especially not after a performance like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least we're talking about Knight and not mentioning Ben at all, as I'm sure that the next batch of casters that we have tonight will have plenty to say about the Storm. I will remove the first word from the phrase that I want to use for that, but the Storm that hit Weibo and Twitter last night, as we saw Bin have a shorter vacation than what Dennis Rodman took in the last dance. Rodman's was at least 48 hours. Bin seemed to have like a 4-hour vacation, as he he left review, walked outside, and came back, and it was like, oh, we're playing top esports tomorrow. I'm going to start. We're not going to need to sub for that one.
That's that LPL optimization right there. All right, and if 4 hours is enough for you, we'll take it. I think everybody, or at least most of the BLG fans out there, are going to be happy to see Bin in the lineup, even if it looks a little bit silly from the outside.
I hope they interview him. That's my only wish.
I do too.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to have to walk away with here.
My headcanon, or my head lore for this, is that Coach Danny was like, you need to play more like the Shy back when I coached Weibo. And then he just crashed out. That's my headcanon.
That would make me crash out, man.
That's my
not.
Yeah.
Well, we can project whatever we want.
The Shy beat Ben out for All Pros last year in Split 3. It was the Shy, first team All Pro.
True. But yeah, I think that's a tough ask, even for Ben. He's his own guy. He's his own player. He's got his own pool that we're going to get to see later tonight up against Top Esports. He is back in the lineup. If you only caught half the news, that should be a little bit of relief or a disappointment,
I think it'd be a hell of a surprise. I thought Ben crashed out. He's back? What happened?
We thought it was going to be BLG debuting the rookie today, but it turns out OMG going to have to shoulder that mantle instead.
That's
plenty
a good
happy.
Pull. That's a good pull right there, Gordo. And I mean, frankly, we are plenty happy with what we saw in Arreo. I saw him sitting in the seat again. Excited to see him for game 2. That was, again, I think a really, really strong rookie debut for a high-stakes matchup as we focus back into this best of, because the loser of today's series is pretty much out of Group Nirvana. Bottom 2 teams, these are the bottom 2 teams of Group Nirvana, do not make it into the play-in stage. They do not pass go. We do not see them until Split 2. Winner of today still has a chance to fight LGD to try and make it into the play-ins for the playoffs. And you got to win 2 best-of-5s once you enter there as a Group Nirvana team. Try and make it into Group Ascension for Split 2. That's the big highlight that we've been driving home, because getting that better stage competition pool, we saw the impact it had on FPX and Team WE last year as they really leveled up just being a part of Group Ascension. And I really feel like these teams are fighting to get out of Group Nirvana, get out of the chance. You know, you say sayonara, we don't see it at the end of Split 2. Last year, if you finished bottom of Group Nirvana in Split 2, your year was done. That was the last we saw of RNG. So I really want to see if either of these teams, especially up after that Game 1, can step up and make this a series. As the gameplay, it might be the two bottom teams we have in the LPL, but the stakes are high.
Yeah, and if you're in our shoes, Cubby, and you're out here rooting for a competitive Group Nirvana, I think you feel better about OMG's path. Their remaining strength of schedule is just way more accessible. They've already played LGD twice, who look nigh unbeatable in this group, and they've already beaten the likes of LGD once. So they have a better chance of being able to move up and take LGD's spot. I'm gonna just keep saying different names. Whereas Ultra Prime has already played LGD twice, and they have lost both times. So OMG with the clearer path here if they are able to find it. First pick Jarvan coming through from Grizzly, who Ultra Prime need to look a little bit more like he's looked most of the season so far.
Grizzly, the Jarvan's the most played for him. He has 1-1 so far. This will be his third play as Ash locked in early here for Starry. Gotta say, we haven't seen a ton of Ash priority so far at Gordo, so a bit of a surprise for me to see Ash make an appearance here. I'm wondering if there are any picks they're trying to dissuade from Henna, potentially pulling out. Like maybe they don't want to see a Kaisa, which Ash can really attack in lane, but Lucian Nami, Ash being immobile later, that could be an issue. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this Ashe Seraphine lane on 26-2, it's the new hotness, I guess. Everybody loves to be picking this one up after the last round of minor changes to the bottom lane, and it would surprise me to not see this one picked up here. I think folks do not appear too keen on picking Ashe with other support duos, and I think up come in with the Lucian Nami knowing that the Seraphine is incoming and just saying, hey, you know what, we'll take a little bit more of an aggressive lane in here and see if we can pressure you early, especially with how squishy that Seraphine can be.
Yeah, we'll say Ashe Seraphine, of course, the synergy that slows from Ashe means that the E from Seraphine, you don't need to double cast it. A single cast, you can find the root. And Ashe getting an attack damage growth buff this patch is actually quite significant. Again, the way that Ashe works, her crits are guaranteed like, after you attack, so 80 growth and those guaranteed crits is actually quite nice on Ashe. And the game plan for OMG, pretty simple. Cease and assist from Vi. You throw a Seraphine Encore behind that. It chains off your allies, chains off the enemies as the Encore grows in popularity with the more people it hits. And this is a very sound engage they have so far, and a sound way to attack Lucian Nami that was showing quite early here from Ultra Prime. So bot lanes and junglers locked in, solo lane focus going to come on out. Jax and Renekton both being banned away. Curious if that ends up being a potential top laner picked up on 4 here at Gordo. We'll say that in terms of Liangchen, he did bust out the Dusk and Dawn Jax earlier on in this split. No, it's a champ that he's very ready and willing to play. But taking away that Renekton too, I'm just curious if they're setting up for something early here, as Zahen's going to be removed from the pool.
Okay, so it is the Zahen ban. I wonder if they were setting up for the Zahen. I wonder also if they're just looking for a last pick counter pick for Harry. Looks like probably not. Hovering this Ambessa, and they're going to snap it right up. They're going to say, hey, no Jax, no Renekton, no Zahen. We think we can win with this one.
That does make sense to me. As curious now what the Liangchen
It's kind of a
wants
sick
to
Silas
do.
pickup, I'm not going to lie.
Encore is really nice. I think Yorick is probably the best answer left. Ashe being immobile can be quite difficult later on going into Yorick. If you do connect with one of those E's, could be deadly. Would not be surprised if that ends up being the pick for Liangchen. I don't love Gnar here. I think Gnar's ability to be attacked in the side lane by a Vi and an Ashe could be deadly. I think that's the other option, but man, cease and assist, public execution, Encore over the top, and now likely a Silas from Haichao, which he is 1-0 on, and he's got some great ults to take as well. I feel like OMG got very much the better end of this draft coming out of it, Gordo.
Yeah, assuming Haichao is able to make it through the laning phase up against this Talia without getting too heavily punished. I mean, Gnar is just such a great ability to be able to steal away with Hijack, and it's just so easy to do, especially when there's a Gnar sitting on the other team. You're about to see a lot of folks Gnar'd into a lot of cataclysms. Even
Tidal Wave, too, or the Weaver's Wall, just to help answer plays that we're going to see from Ultra Prime. I don't like this draft from Ultra Prime. I think their ability to get attacked by Cease and Assist, Public Execution, Encore, quite deadly. Haichao has access to a couple of good ultimates. And for Ultra Prime, when they've been at their best, it's been when Saber's been able to have an impact. That last game, we really saw them take a losing mid-jungle duo matchup, and they lost. I think this game, the Jarvan-Taliyah, Jarvan is a pick that you can play into Taliyah. This is a bit of a deny. Like, Taliyah ideally would like to have the Vi, and Jarvan is playable into that. Instead, it was the Jarvan first pick. They saw the Vi. They took the Taliyah away and at the back half of the draft. And I'm kind of curious to see if Saber can pilot this one and have an impact. As you highlighted earlier, Gordo, Saber's been the Pog in every single one of Ultra Prime's wins. Got outperformed in Game 1. Going to have to step up for Game 2.
Yeah, I think the other thing to look out for here is can Starry and Moham, survive in this bottom lane. They get counterpicked, right? Having selected that Ashe nice and early. You know that Henna and Xiao were aware that the Seraphine was incoming when they snapped up that Lucian-Nami duo. And Jarvan, not too shabby of a jungler to have up against that immobile Ashe-Seraphine duo either. So a lot of opportunities for this bot lane to fall behind and stay behind for OMG if Grizzly is able to find a pathway to have some impact at the bottom lane. So I think the biggest lose condition for OMG would be that getting totally out of their control. Eyes on Starry and Moham to be able to play safe and secure enough to prevent that from happening.
You can see the Lucian-Nami, they're going to need a couple levels to really start having an impact on this bot lane matchup. So full advantage being taken early on. Hopefully, if you are Starry and Moham.
Oh, yeah.
As the slows from the Ashe setting up the Seraphine quite deadly early on. So Lucian-Nami again really needing levels to spike, and against Ashe Seraphine, that's gonna be pretty tough to do.
Yeah, a lot of range in that duo for certain, but not being taken off the wave here quite yet. I do think that taking level 2 first seems to be a priority though, and in fact they're even gonna crash wave number 1 here. So Henna doing his best to clear this one out.
That's not quite ideal, as the AI is saying that if this one slingshots back into the late game, Ultra Prime is favored. I disagree. I think the access that Sylas has to ultimates is going to be so deadly this game. I think the real hope is that you can get picks or just guarantee mid priority with Lucian-Nami, but this duo is going to be kept down by the Ashe Seraphine. As you can see, the volleys, the poke from Seraphine, very real early on here, and Henna and Xiao, who I think weren't able to drive home the advantage they were able to find in lane for the rest of the map. Pretty much given the Rift Herald play, which is where I really feel like Ultra Prime lost the game, lost the momentum in the game. They're going to have to do more in this one, and they're going to be up against the 8-ball against this Ashe Seraphine for sure.
Yep, all the more reason to be able to find yourself a little bit of a way to have some influence in that bottom lane on this Jarvan. Oh, Xiao steps on up, able to avoid the beat drop. That feels pretty good. Gets a nice little ebb and flow damage back on through, and Henna able to continue to farm up and rain through a bit of damage in there while he's at it. Doesn't look like the bot to top clear, though, for the first one for Grizzly. Instead, going to be keeping an eye up towards the top lane and making sure Liangshen's Gnar are not going to have too many difficulties. Should be able to avoid any kind of tussling with the Ashe Seraphine over the first scuttle as well.
Bro, can I say something nice about Haisha?
Yeah.
I like a Sylas. I think he's a good Sylas player. I'm kind of bummed that Saber didn't take this one for himself. I feel like Sylas, when you're going into Ashe, Seraphine, Vi, you already have access to a lot of good stuff. And a little bit of concern going into Ambessa, who does shred you later on. That's not a winning matchup for Sylas, but I really feel like the mid game could have been filthy strong if you're running Lucian-Nami with the Sylas from Ultra Prime, and giving that one away was also, I think, a big loss when you take the Gnar instead of the Yorick. Sylas really wants that Mega Gnar ultimate later on, as the AP ratio is sneaky good on that, and Sylas, with all the mobility he already has in his kit, can really, really abuse throwing people in the walls.
Yeah, Grizzly, just, on camera, smile, buddy, as OMG fully aware of where he is as he arrives towards this bottom side. He is just going to clear out his second spawn of camps, but that tracking always plenty valuable. So Rio looking to improve or consistently stay on a MVP performance from game number 1. He's doing much the same on the opposite. Nothing getting a really massive lead as of quite yet. Instead, the focus is going to continue to be on whether or not they're going to be able to set up for some of this early success of the Ultra Prime side in particular, where it does feel like they're going to be looking for a little bit more mid-game success. This Seraphine scales really, really well. Going to really be able to help you out, and having access to Silas with stuff like Gnar Ultimate is just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, also that tier rush for Mohan, likely leading into the Diadem, and that item, the way it synergizes with Seraphine and the Echoes, is a really strong combo. I know that I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to this game now. My old, you know, collegiate playing days are far gone, as you politely reminded me that I'm turning 30 this year, as we were between games, Gordo.
Hey man,
and
listen, I only reminded you because I thought I was older, all right? I'm not feeling young out here.
I was found out. I helped you feel younger, at least, you know. Shine Theory, in terms of casting, can help. Speaking of Shine Theory, Rayo going to continue to hopefully look good around this bot lane.
Yeah, nice bubble found early on, but before the turret aggro comes through, Moham picks up first blood and gets away there. Really nicely done by OMG, and they're off to the races.
Cashing in on the strength of this Ashe Seraphine. Really like how Rayo played that one. Burned the flash while he had the Bolt Breaker. Make sure he got over the Nami, and instead of creating some sushi, put Lucian to the grave. So that's going to be first blood and first dragon going over to the side of OMG, as again this red side priority and these strong bot lanes for you. Kind of a nice identity with the brand new rookie jungler in for OMG.
Absolutely is, and you know, we spend a lot of time on these casts often getting disappointed when supports pick up the kills. I actually don't mind it going over to an enchanter like the Seraphine, though, where all your items are going to end up just boosting Starry's damage in the first place. I think you actually don't care one bit. You're plenty happy to have Moham getting this bonus extra gold and just get onto that first legendary item ahead of schedule.
That's a good call. Someone watched the Worlds where it was Ardent meta, you know? Whoever got Ardent first kind of won the game.
We talked about how I'm old, Cubby. I saw that one.
I got my revenge. I had to remind you too, you know? But no, I think it's a good shout. I'm expecting it's likely to be an Echoes of Hylia or a Moonstone. I think Moham has a couple options there. You can also go Redemption on Seraphine, which of course team-wise the most utility, but that Diadem second, once you get the Diadem, and that's here by the time you finish it, it definitely is evolved. The strength that you get it's big. I know if you're at home and you're a noob support, put the brand, put the Swain away, play some Sona, build a tier, build the Diadem, and just profit. And the ability haste and the raw heals that you're able to get between the Echoes and the power of the Diadem, too. I think this new item definitely helped to bring some enchantments back into the meta, back into popularity, and it has been refreshing for me in this new season. I feel like that was a big win for Riot, kind of having an item that helps push these champions into the meta. Even in pro play, where historically engaged supports have really been the priority and have dominated pro play throughout the history of the game.
And definitely getting one of those windows back. We start to see a few more of the enchanters. Got to see a little bit of a, you know, Lulu with Yunaras as well. So the junglers are going to find each other here. Grizzly and Ryu. Wave hello. We're going to give a little bit of extra vision over the OMG side. And Henna's still level 5, while Starry's been sitting at 6 for a while. Wants to be able to clear out this wave. Grizzly is here to cover. And Rio is actually headed back towards his own side of the jungle. Let's, of course, not face up information, though.
Look at the controller OMG has over this bot side. I really, really like this. Just helping to enable your double range bot lane to be okay playing up, be okay doing what they do best, which is pepper the enemy bot lane. I really like. And I honestly think that sacking the Grubs here somewhat fine. Just keep that dragon focus going. As Grubs for me, I think the ability for Gnar to apply it as the game goes on, that's going to be real. You know, Gnar can be a threat in the side lane, but how much is it going to be as the game rolls around? I think giving this to maintain bot lane priority and force Lucian Nami out of the game and make it so that in the mid game they don't just guarantee mid lane priority is a big win. So I really like this. Great hover by Rayo, and even Haichao grabbing that Weaver's Wall away from Saber's Talia, providing some soft pressure and insurance that Starry and Moham can play up like this.
Yeah, I mean, opting into this matchup are Henna and Xiaoxia, having seen the Ashe face up early on in the draft, and you got to believe that they thought they would be able to get Jarvan down here to have some influence to try to, you know, to prevent them from building up this sort of lead. We saw multiple looks down here from Grizzly, but like you said, that vision really preventing them from being able to find any kind of opportunity there, and instead it's going to be the cross-map trade. Grubs feel good, especially when you have this Gnar who's going to be playing the side lane somewhat. Talia going to be in that same category, but yeah, figuring out how to get Henna and Xiaoxia into this game is going to become a challenge, as this level lead to OMG as well as the gold lead is going to put them in a strong position.
Post-Grub, Grizzly is taking the first step towards actually getting involved bot lane. I think it really speaks to the strength of Ashe Seraphine that we didn't see Jarvan try and make an impact down here earlier. But once 6 comes around, Tidal Wave, Cataclysm, and the Culling can really punish any duo that is flashless and immobile. Fortunately for OMG, they've done a good enough job down here with the help of Rayo and the way they played this out on their own that they have their flashes up. And frankly, I want a Grizzly to base after he just cleared out his Wolves. He's going to be late to get down there. He has flipped his pathing. It was bot to top after the Grubs. It's now top to bot. Just took the wraps. Maybe he has completed Sundered Sky, which is why he greeted for it. But I really feel like with the flip pathing, it's on him to get down here and have an impact, as he does have that Sundered Sky. And Rayo looking to have an impact mid.
Oh, flash over the wall into the cease and desist. Quick execution from OMG as they get their second one on the board.
Dude, why was Juhan playing this entire split? Let's be honest. I feel like this has been such a clear upgrade so far that it's gone from like praising OMG's staff to like questioning why this wasn't just what OMG was running earlier on. Rayo's been fantastic in both these games, man. I honestly cannot believe the impact this rookie's had so far. Get Starry off my screen. I want to talk about this jungler that was the Pog in game 1. He's had such a huge impact that the direction he's had in these games. It feels like I'm watching a seasoned jungler play.
Yeah, Grizzly forced a flash there. The threat of the beat drop from Moham too much. And OMG with control of the river now. Grizzly without that summoner spell, not going to be able to redirect the knockup, not going to be able to find a big Cataclysm on the backside. Recall does get completed by Haichao. Grizzly still brawling with the Dragon for funsies. And they will take a look at this bottom lane, but Starry and Moham have already created the space that they need. It's just another solid play from OMG.
Rayo might be looking for more. Saber does have access to Flash, but look at how Rayo tucked in here. He found him again. That's Flash.
He's found Saber. That's Summoner's down, baby. Grizzly showing up, but it's too little and it's too late. Yeah, Rayo been the first one of these plays over and over again. You know, that same time that you were calling out that Grizzly had a chance to try to path towards bot, that he had inverted his pathing, Rayo already on it, was showing up in the tri-brush to be able to cover that sort of play right before he goes over towards mid. And now going to be able to show up here and contest onto Dragon. Haichao stealing away the Cataclysm, trying to find a pathway on in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds its way onto the jungler. They're going to try to just one-shot him here, and they will do it. Smite goes the way of Rayo. Dragon to OMG, another kill to OMG, and this is looking just like game number 1.
Dude, who is this kid? Oh my god. Rayo is just styling on Grizzly in Ultra Prime. Styling on Saber too. Again, the guy that has been the Pog of all of Ultra Prime's wins. The attacking of the Talia is what really set up and enabled for that Dragon to be flipped into ease. And on the flip side, I don't know why Ultra Prime's hitting that objective. And if they are, where's the Weaver's Wall from Saber? Where's the setup? Where's the attempt to at least try and help Grizzly make that Dragon work? It feels like Ultra Prime has just been stun-locked, the fact they don't get to pick on Juhan and hope this guy ints into them to really win the series, which is what happened in the first bout between these two teams. Instead, Rayo has stepped in and stepped up massively. It's a nice arrow from Starry, but again, for me, this is such a grim scenario for Ultra Prime before we can even get into the objective. Like, yes, the kill and the Dragon goes over to OMG, but what hope do Ultra Prime have? Like, as that play kind of emerges as it's the 4v4, they can't afford to be on that objective without a Weaver's Wall to at least try and help set up or do anything for them. They just kind of waited to get styled on, or waited for the Encore, waited for the ECA to come in, and they only needed one tool. Starry threw out the arrow, free kill, free Dragon. OMG continue to cruise.
They do, and once again, Haichao reaping the rewards with the biggest individual lead in the game for the time being. Nearly 800 gold in the advantage. It is jungle diff somewhat, but got to give Haichao his stars where you get the opportunity to.
This is why it's so fun to have this mostly hate but somewhat love relationship with Haichao, because sometimes he surprises you, you know? And it's what makes the other moments where he just goes invis in these fights and like it's so frustrating for me, because the highs of this guy, he has actual highs. Like, I think Haichao has games where he carried. I mean, the one Silas game we saw of him this split, he carried, right? He found a surprise win with his team over LGD. He had massive in that game, picking up the quad.
He won that smite fight, now getting the lockdown here. It's Grizzly who will be the next one to meet his fate. 4 kills OMG now, and they're going to get an opportunity to get onto Liang Chen. Already used the cease and desist. Rio going to have that one jumped away from Haichao here for the backup. Liang Chen in a 1 versus 3, going to need to try to navigate his way out of this one. Going to choose to just advance forward into Harry, but he will be hunted down here before too long. Flashes away from the public execution, but I mean, he just dies to the turret shots. What was the flash for, Cubby?
I'm going to ignore that and choose to talk about Rayo more. How about that, Gordo?
Okay.
Even that show from Rayo, it's good. I mean, it forces the Gnar up. He just continues to make play after play. And I do want to credit OMG. I mean, we looked at this draft and definitely said it was OMG favored. I mean, how easy is it to make plays? I mean, you have cease and assist into Encore, man. I feel like the only challenge that these guys could have is doing the blindfolded, which, to be fair, I think they had plenty of practice playing with the blindfolded jungler with Juhan in the game. But Rayo's been fantastic. You know, I cannot heap more praise on this guy making his debut, his very first LPL series. This guy's been running the Rift both games against Grizzly, a guy that, you know, played in the LCK. Like, he played with Jovi, or Zeka, sorry, over at HLE. And yeah, he couldn't cut it, couldn't really find that starting spot in the LCK, but it wasn't exactly a pushover in the Challenge League, and Rayo's making this guy look like a straight pushover along with the rest of his team in the series today.
I don't know, just right place, right time, play after play for Rio here. He's been no longer at 100% KP. That's mostly just because of that little rundown we saw from Liang Chen a moment ago, but still doing a fantastic job.
Gordo. No one show BLG this game, okay? I just want to make that very clear. BLG cannot see this game.
BLG's got their own business to deal with right now. They're prepping for their own series.
They have issues in jungle.
So it's fine. I think we're good. We can breathe. We can breathe a little safe here. If anything, they're going to look over at Keshi on Thunderclock. I think that's been a very interesting group to stop later this split. But for right now, I think Rio's safe. I think his position on OMG is secure for the time being. And yeah, I mean, I think this guy's good for at least one more series. He keeps playing like this.
I want to see him play Split 2.
Sure, yeah.
Get this guy in there. He's been good. I mean, again, I'm very impressed. I think it's very fun when you have young players step up. For me, that's kind of been a challenge in some of these leagues. Like I was talking about Lucid versus Diablo over in LCK, and how I think it's a lot harder to cut it or crack it if you're a jungler in some of these pro leagues. I think that like what Taku did last year over in the LTA South was really impressive. It's a role where you really need experience. You need to figure out how to play with a team. I think it's one of the hardest roles to transition in. And Rayo's making it look really easy today. I think they've given him comps where he is enabled to make plays, he can have priority, and man, is he cashed in or what so far? As at the moment, Ultra Prime trying to cash in on a top lane turret. They do have Grub there to snag this one for themselves, Gordo. But the answer is the third Drake, another soul point for Rayo as he keeps his perfect Dragon score alive, and Haichao answers the bot out of turn himself too.
Absolutely. Ballooning that gold lead up to about 3K, maybe even going to get a little more here as they continue to work on the turret plating in mid. Now, look at Liang Chen. Hunting around for a bit of a flank here. Decently stocked up on the Rage Bar, but I mean, creating these plays without the Jarvan is just not really possible, and it feels like every time that Grizzly has shown up to a lane, Rayo's already been ready for him, or the laners have been ready for him, or both, and he just hasn't been able to make use of this Jarvan, whereas this has been one of the highest priority junglers on the patch so far. It's been like him, Jace, and Malphite. Jace remains perma-banned, Malphite kind of out of the meta now after this last patch, and something that he's really defined all these Jarvan games has been how active they're able to get at level 6 and also before level 6. Grizzly 0-2-0 just completely out of this game so far.
And you think of what Jarvan wants to punish. The two immobile gamers on the side of OMG are the Ashe Seraphine. Again, I think how Rayo has path and the priority early on, Grizzly was not able to flip the pathing and actually punish this bot lane. It's always been Rayo who's been first to punch and through the team and showing who's able to step up. Now he might get caught. Good setup.
Nice big shove, finding Rio, and the shutdown gold does go the way of the Lucian. Henna needed that injection here, and he finds it.
A little welcome to League Man, you know? Sad to get hit with the capture first. Okay.
Happens.
Happens the best of us. That was a nice setup by Saber and a good find. I think overall, pretty inconsequential death for Rayo. As only a couple camps going over to the side of Ultra Prime. It still is going to be a soul point, a mountain soul roll at that. A very powerful one for OMG Sag. And
here. Ultra Prime need that too. I mean, they need to be able to stop the soul from coming out through, and they're going to need to win each and every fight in that bottom river for the foreseeable future. So being able to get a little bit of money into Henna's pocket to get the BF sword off of that one. Oh, the snag onto Xiaoxia. Haichao gets his third of the game. And just like that, OMG have a numbers advantage again. They're moving towards the Baron. They will not
that's
start
aggressive.
this. They're not starting this.
Baron, 20-minute Barons. You know, Riot, they are familiar enough with T1. They found a way to nerf the 20-minute Baron for this patch. Epic Monsters this year have a little bit more HP on them. I do think it's led to some nice moments in the game. Of course, the team fights and the setups, I think, where everyone's bread is buttered here in pro play. As Rayo, you know, some people call this the Reckless Brush or the Fnatic Brush. I think Rayo calls it the aggro brush, as he's been setting up and really hoping to find someone to the side lane with Haichao. I do like the fact he's hunting to the side. That's quite nice. They are able to find someone. And a nice side step there by Harry. Reacts to Gordo. You get almost $145 until this dragon. And really feels like at some point, I think Rayo's got one more wave where he can kind of sit up here and chill. But I do think OMG's got to flip the pathing and find a way to at least try and secure this soul. They could sack it for a Baron, but I still think their Baron's a little bit slow, given the builds of the champs they have right now. So I think Dragon hunting, Dragon stacking, still probably the name of the game for them.
Yeah, all the little camps now respawned here for Rayo. Does get his way back over to his jungle. He's going to have to start paying rent if he stayed in that bush for too much longer. So does give a little bit of space back on over to OMG to be able to. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, that's still Ultra Prime's side of the map. All right, they still got the inner turret standing. I think they have a little bit of a right to it for the time being, but funny enough, nobody bothers to check, so that control ward will stay for the time being.
One-man mission behind enemy lines. No, that's
Maybe he'll go back to it.
Maybe. I think line's going to be drawn here pretty definitively around this dragon as OMG. They've gotten everything first. Moham doing some nice tech here, dropping all of his wards. Going to take a base. Actually went for the diadem first. And as he refreshes his wards, picks up some control wards. We'll say that's a little bit curious. When you complete the item, obviously very big spike, completing it to your item. Will be nice. Moham. Whoa, Rayo.
Oh, yep. Rayo. All right. Q in, flash out, and Enchanted Crystalero dodged away from by Henna, but Haichao was waiting for him. Henna does get hit by the Absconded Duck, but will be able to stay alive. Starry taking a ton of damage here from the culling. A flash away from a potential public execution will keep the Ultra Prime roster safe from the Ambessa. Here's an engage from Liang Chen, but everybody creates the space immediately. Nobody getting hit by that Gnar. Haichao takes another chunk from Henna, who is below half HP, but still confident to continue going. A little bit of damage dealt, but nobody dropping yet, Cubby.
I just watched Moham double Q and then double W someone at full HP instead of helping Starry. Unfortunately, Starry was able to grab a plant. That's a wall that would have been good, but it's a little bit early. Rayo's going for the re-engage.
Here's the Season Assist. It's in deep on towards Henna. He flashes away from the Encore, and Rio going to be the first one to drop in this fight. Liang Chen lost so much health in mini form, though, on the opposite side. Dragon dropping down to about half. There is no smite available for OMG, but Grizzly's going to look for the fight. It's dueling cataclysms, but Henna caught by Haichao's going to be the first one to fall, and Haichao going to have the damage to carry through the team fight. Dragon Soul to OMG.
I did say he had a nice Silas, and Haichao's Silas is popping off in this one, as it was jungle diff early on, but it's mid diff later on. Haichao grabs the Cataclysm, shuts the door on Ultra Prime. And I gotta say, Gordo, of all the results that I was anticipating today, this is the one that I was anticipating the least. A clean 2-0 for OMG at the helm of their mid-jungle duo, the way they lost last time. One switch for Rayo, different champs for Haichao. I thought this engage was a little bit too deep. Starry's being kept out by Liang Chen, but Mega's down, and this re-engage from Haichao is just fantastic. Look at the ults that are available for Ultra Prime. It's only the Cataclysm. When it's cast, Haichao finds the Cataclysm himself on 3, shuts down the fight before it can start. Great game, great series coming out from Haichao and Rayo, as this brand new mid-jungle duo in Group Nirvana just might have a chance to get out and get into the playoffs, especially after a win today, keeping those chances alive.
Yeah, I mean, Liang Chen forced off of the play means it's still a 4 versus 4, and it's a 4 versus 4 that Haichao ends in one ultimate. Very, very well played there by him, and I mean, the largest 1v1 lead on the map now is Mohams, as he gets so much kill participation, picks up another one in that last fight, and is just getting plenty done with that redemption, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think a much better look for Moham. He struggled at points this year, too. It really feels like Yuhan was an issue. And Rayo stepping in, I mean, what a fantastic debut. He's made a couple oopsies later on in this game, but none have cost him the game as his team continues to snowball. Prime backs up against the wall. They're kind of forced to fight for objective bounties. They know that they're likely stack Innis inhibitors. They're going to see what they can get instead. Honestly, I think not the worst call in the world, but they aren't able to finish this push. There'll be an inhibitor down. They're coming to answer. Next turret's potentially being sieged. His OMG likely to back off. I can see up back off.
Well, base is cracked open, though. Going to be those super minions pouring in through the bottom side. And with the Baron already secured, OMG, they just get everything here. And they're just going to migrate up towards mid and see how much more they can get. Keep pushing this power play even bigger. 4K in their favor for now, and setting up tents in the enemy jungle. Grizzly trying to find a pathway to go in, maybe find an engage, but Rio already ahead of him.
Nice fight off the wall.
There you go.
There's the ward.
Oh no! All right, he sends it right back immediately. Okay. Harry gonna be able to find that kill. Public execution on through. The encore is massive. Holds still Liang Chen for a second kill to OMG. And that is another win for them.
I mean, he was just really feeling himself after that Smite steal.
Yeah, I mean,
it was time to send it. Fortunately,
it was
not the right time to send it there, as, I mean, tale of two different series, two different junglers, as it was really the first bout where I felt like Grizzly and Saber had a really good showing against Juhan and Haichao. But not today. Grizzly has really struggled today, and again, struggled against a rookie making his LPL debut, as Rayo has been fantastic. Haichao has also been great. And OMG, I mean, what a different team. The way that they've looked today with Rayo in the lineup. This is not the OMG that we've seen so far this year, Gordo. This is very different and in the right direction for them.
Absolutely is, and you can see the rest of the team kind of rallying around him here, right? The fact that they're able to make these early plays just gives over a bunch of confidence. It lets the lanes play out the way that you would hope that they do. They got so much coverage in bottom lane, built up such an individual lead here. That's paying off big time for the OMG bottom lane. The fact that these engages have been clean is giving Haichao the opportunity to play the team fights well. That's exactly your major criticism of him. And OMG are starting to come together here to be able to actually take games and take matches in this Group Nirvana. I mean, they had won 3 total games prior to the night, or 2 total games prior to the night. This is going to be 3rd and 4th. They're going to double their win total here. Oh! Thought he was getting out of there.
Direction. Yep.
Yeah, Liang Chen's doomed. All right, that's 3 ultimates for Liang Chen. It's a bit much, but they will find their way onto the kill regardless, as Haichao avoids the pressure in there.
Burn his flash, but it's okay. As Liang Chen is not enough stay, and that's the wrong day to not have your day here. Both teams were fighting to keep their hopes alive in Group Nirvana, and for the federal escape Group Nirvana. This loss means that we're going to have Ultra Prime and Group Nirvana yet again. Sadly, as is tradition here in the LPL for the next split, as their chances of making it into the play-in stage of the playoffs go away with the 0-2 loss that we're, I think, bound to see here in a couple minutes, Gordo. I know Elder spawns for 45. OMG wants to play around that, but why flip it when you can try and end the game now? That's another inhibitor turret falling, another 2 inhibitors falling, and Ultra Prime, they are not really putting up much of a fight. This is not very inspiring.
No, it is not. We will find out if this last stand fight can give Ultra Prime a little bit of something to play through. Harry taken down several hundred. Grizzly going to get snagged by the enchanted Crystal Arrow. Finally able to drag himself back to his flag, but he's already taken off in the fight. Haichao in the front line takes down Xiaoxia. Harry now going to dive forward with the Drake Count step. Liang Chen, a 3-man ultimate, back underneath the Nexus turrets, gets them 2 back, but he will drop for the effort. Saber and Grizzly still standing. Haichao just channeling a recall right in their face, but it leaves Moham up here for Grizzly to finish off. Starry able to glide onto him and finish off that kill. The TP back from Haichao to try to work through these Nexus turrets. It's just Saber in the 1 versus 2, and I don't think he's going to be able to stop this Silas Ash combo. OMG, double their win total coming into the night, 2-0 over Ultra Prime.
Haichao, the last man standing on the Rift, Gordo, as OMG find the big win, and man, that has to feel good for Haichao as the new jungler coming in, slotting in, being effective immediately. Rayo, fantastic series from him. Feels like everyone from OMG really ran with that momentum, and it was Rayo that was setting the pace of both games that we saw here, Gordo. In his debut, it was the Pog in the last game. I think it's a Haichao Pog for this one, but again, the tail of the tape, the first time these two teams met was the mid-jungle duo got outplayed. Ultra Prime were more synced up and coherent compared to OMG, and it feels like with Rayo in the lineup, that narrative completely flipped on its head. As OMG were the team that had the better drafts, had the better play, did the better everything, all of the above as they find the 2-0 over Ultra Prime.
It's a complete inversion of what we saw the last time these teams met.
Really, it really is.
Constantly Grizzly and Saber just completely dominating game after game. Saber's busting out stuff like the Zoe the last time we saw these teams play, and he put himself up a really good game on it. We were watching highlights coming into the night, and we were ready to see more of the same. I was ready to see Saber, second year coming in off Ultra Prime Academy, their new franchise player, their team captain, show up, dominate again, and represent that, he is the way that this Ultra Prime team can win games. It did not happen one bit. Haichao back on the radar off a really, really good series, and all of it just has to be attributable to Rio. There's just such an obvious change in the way that this team functions coming from one jungler to the other.
Yeah, I, in honor of one of my favorite chatters, Devin Booker Truther, that we have in the chat, it feels like Haichao, he pulled the recent Devin Booker move. He just went to Rayo and just he was like, do you guys need help? And he's like, it'd help if you rub it, and rub the ankle. It was kind of injured, go back to the X, or in this case, find some new love in the jungle and make sure that you actually find the win there as Rayo. Fantastic again. He got the Pog. I think Haichao gets the Pog for this one. And the mid-jungle duo flying colors as it was everyone playing better. Moham had a much better series. He's a bit of a flippy player sometimes. I think he performed much better. Harry has been pretty much invisible for the entire split. He actually had an impact on both games today. But, man, I really feel like it was tail of the tape was set on the bot side and then that mid-jungle duo, especially that mid-jungle duo. They were fantastic for OMG today.
Absolutely. What a strong performance here from the OMG team, and this makes this group more open. I know I've said it over and over again tonight, but I know new people are coming in for the next series. This Nirvana group could have a difference in who is going to be the second team making it to the postseason, right? LGD not locked in to second place by any means, right? They're only one series up, and they've already dropped to OMG once. And that was with the previous lineup. If they roll back up with Ryu and are able to take them down again here, they can win out on that head-to-head. They can build up their game score.
If OMG rolls
could
up
be the
with
second team
Juhan,
out.
I'm pulling the whole bag. 14 clubs going right in my hands here. All right? If Juhan's back in the lineup after what Rayo just did, we have issues. We got big issues over with OMG. Rayo was fantastic today. Ignore the damage number. He was really setting the pace of this game. Again, perfect dragon percentage for him in Game 2 and Game 1 as well, stacking up those objectives. The red side priority for OMG, again, Game 1, that was their first selection. It wasn't first pick. It wasn't counter pick. It was red side. It was access to the dragon. And Rayo getting red side both games really paid off with that access. Stacked up those dragons, got 2 souls for OMG, and 2 wins on the board.
Indeed. And just, yeah, feels like the start of kind of a new season for OMG. It's still so early into 2026, but the difference here compared to what they have shown us so far this season
so good, man.
really makes you feel a lot more confident. And yeah, we didn't get to see that one with the fog turned off before, but yeah, no hesitation, was just ready to make that play immediately. And yeah, the team fights from here on out were just clean.
I think not taking the Silas for Ultra Prime was a huge mistake. I know it would have been blind. I know it would have been into Ambessa, but getting Ceased and Assist, Encore, and ECA, which has a fat AP ratio on it. I know the ARAM enjoyers know that at home. Would have been quite nice for Silas instead. If they give over the Silas, Haichao with the Vi plus Silas duo, they make that Talia's life miserable. Haichao has a really big game, and this early mid-game focus comp from OMG cashes in full effect.
Yeah, I mean, has himself a really good night as well. I think, you know, I think you're probably right that they're going to end up trading Pogs between mid and jungle, but both had great games in both performances. I don't care about the Vi damage. I care about the Vi engages and the fights that she was able to get, and that was certainly what Rio was able to do in this game. Last team fight barely even has to do anything. I think that one's a little bit more Haichao focused, but they come on up with it, and despite a little bit of a last effort here from Liang Chen.
It was a nice combo. Yeah.
It is. It's just too little too late. You got to play the game the whole way through. You can't start at 25 minutes.
Megan R over the rocks is quite nice. But no, I mean, I'm honestly blown away. I really thought that I was just going to watch OMG today and be depressed, and that was outside of my Haichao, you know, hate watcher bias joke. Some jokes aside, Haichao was really, really solid today, and hey, he struggled at times this year. Again, in lane, coming into the day, minus 441 gold at 15. That's group Nirvana. I think the mid laners we have in this group, you know, outside of, I don't think it's the standout in terms of this pool, and Haichao has definitely not been a standout in himself. He was a standout today with Rayo, and I know that Juan's been, for me, the bigger issue between the two. Clear that OMG thought the same way as they did sub in Rayo for the day, and man, again, what a great debut for him. I really hope that he gets to interview all the flowers and gets some more starts for OMG, as this was step one in terms of doing what they can to ensure they make it into that play-in stage. They've got a date with LGD, who they did beat the first time, as you highlighted earlier, Gordo. Going to need to beat them again in sound fashion and get a little bit of help from the group, I believe, if they want to move forward and qualify for the play-in. As, oh, bit of surprise there. I guess we really do favor the Dragons, Gordo. Double Pog for Rayo in his LPL debut.
All right. I mean, that's certainly a player of the series as well. Well done for Rayo here off of his debut. Can't ask for a much better performance than this one. But, you know, I'm still happy that you and Haichao are able to make some amends, though, Cubby. It's always good to see.
We let the players, you know, we let the players and the play speak for itself. And usually it's abysmal when it comes to Haichao. But it was the opposite of that today, with the help of a different jungler too. As you can see, a lot of split votes there.
Wow.
Casters definitely thought it was Rayo, though. For again, I think that Dragon priority, Dragons, Red. This is the first time pretty much ever in League that Red side's been stronger, given they divorced Blue side with first pick, and that the access to the Dragons, just how strong Soul is. Red side being, I think, on average about a 52% win rate, 52.5% win rate between first pick and counter pick, doesn't matter. That surprised me. I thought it'd be blue side bias given camera angles and Z access, but speaks to the strength of the Dragon right now. And Rayo, that was his focus coming in, and man, did he succeed with flying colors.
Sure did. Excited to see what else this player can offer us as this season goes on, but that is going to do it for our time in Group Nirvana today. It's time to throw it to a quick break before we get into BLG versus Top Esports and the Group Ascend to see who is going to be able to solidify their position in the standings coming into very, very close to that postseason, Cubby. So only a few matches left in this round robin, only another week or so to go. Plenty to play for both of these squads. That is going to be handled over by our friends Mazel and Gebetto. So until then, thank you very much for joining Cubby and I, and we will be back with BLG TES after a short break.
Welcome, one and all, right back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Jay Beto, and we've got Alka on the sticks behind the scenes for tonight, and it should be a fun one. BLG versus Top Esports. All the drama you could ask for in the world, but all the stakes that matter most for that group ascend, top 4, and that's what BLG's looking for.
It's important, right? This team, I mean, we're going to get into it in a moment, but despite this score, despite how they've looked against a lot of teams, has looked shaky and obviously felt shaky behind the scenes. Losing to JDG twice. The first series was a lot worse than the second. It was closer. There was massive throws in that game. In that set. The second set. Insane, exactly. But Top Esports fighting against tall odds. I think that the top 4 teams right now all just need one win to lock playoffs. We were talking about that a little bit before. So if BLG win this series, they'll lock playoffs. And every time that a team locks playoffs, it makes it that much harder for Top Esports to make it to the locked playoffs. Obviously, that will mean the Top Esports will have to go through the play-ins bracket.
Yeah.
But still an option, right? Still, you still take positive odds, I think, for Top Esports. But you'd love to be locked in the playoffs this early on.
For sure, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of these teams coming in tonight, at least our first spotlight being on BLG. I think as a team, obviously coming into the year, big hopes, but started to hit some fumbles and maybe found their kryptonite in JDG, still a stacked roster, and yes, Bin is starting tonight.
Yeah, there was some drama. I don't know what the time is exactly for everybody with this, but basically there were some tweets before. I think Slayer made a good Twitter post about it just before his series went live, actually, that Bin had left BLG mid-argument with some management, just picked up his bags and left. Then there was, that was all rumors. Then a public post about Wenbo being promoted to BLG's main team. Then Bin came back, and all of a sudden we're seeing him on the roster again. So, to our knowledge, until we see differently, he is starting tonight.
He is on the starting roster. He is there.
Unless he doesn't walk out.
Hopefully
this
he
is, everybody knows the BLG issues from last year. Yeah. Coaches getting removed, multiple junglers. And to see behind the scenes, like a glimpse behind the scenes, and to see how this team is feeling. I was talking with a good friend of mine about this BLG team, and I was saying, man, I really don't get this. This team is great. Like, where else has Ben gonna go? And he was telling me, good opinion, and really made me open my eyes to the situation. The team is not perfect, and it's better to leave now if you're gonna cut full strings, and if you don't think you can deal with the issue. So Ben coming back, I think it's a good omen, saying, okay, my bad, my mistake. We can deal with this. This is a rash decision I made, but it does spell it's got a bit of a sour taste in my mouth, I'll say.
Yeah, it's always interesting with the drama around BLG, but this time I was so shell-shocked and so shocked that this was actually happening in real life in real time. Huge shout out to our boots on the ground, at least the rumor mill. But no, it's absolutely crazy. I am happy that Ben is back, and I hope that we get some crazy kind of Bin statement performance tonight just to solidify himself. But this team cannot stay away from the drama, I guess. But moving forward from the drama and wondering if we're going to see Wenbo tonight, I guess, is looking at that top lane. And specifically, I really wanted to focus on some of the history between these two guys. I think not only on paper is it two of our best, most stalwart top laners from the LPL, I think it's a matchup that everybody knows and loves. There's all the history between them and the whole tank versus carries competition. But I find it so interesting when you look at their career stats going head to head. These are all purely all career versus each other. So all the stats come from these two guys going head to head in different matchups, obviously on different teams. The first to level 6 I find interesting because Bin always makes it to level 6 first for the most part, 91% of the time. But then to correlate that, 369 always gets the grubs. You get 95% grub participation, which is absolutely just insane and a weird stat to kind of have next to each other. And then obviously Bin is a little bit more bloodthirsty than 369 there in total kills, almost 100 more than him. But hey, a continuation of a well thought out and well loved rivalry between two top laners in our league.
Yeah, the win-loss is like, you look at that, you cover your hand over the other stats, and you go, okay, that's reasonable. Yeah, these two players are really, really good. But the kills, like almost a flame horizon in kills after how competitive these two top laners have been is kind of crazy.
It is crazy. But Top Esports on the other side, no slouches, but have been slouching a little bit in this early season, trying to rely on the two big pillars in 369 and Cream. I know we have seen a lot of focus on the other parts by the community of this team, but still trying to find a way to make it come together and really needing every win they can get from here on out to make it to that important top 4 here.
It is important. I mean, for these teams, we're talking about this top lane matchup. Both of these players are players who have seen great heights in LoL esports, right? MSIs, World Finals, haven't been able to make it the whole way. Nice. That was
gamer
sick.
moment.
Good
I
start.
love it.
Good start, Knight.
Two guys that know each other very well.
It's good to see some, some laughs. This is, like on paper, some of these players should have some like big rivalries, roots that run deep, but it's good to, it's still Split 1. Smiles are around, people are having fun, and it's good to see BLG, members of BLG after, what has happened, still smiling, having a good time. Can't remember who was talking, it might have been you actually when we cast this team last, about this being a very vibes team. So
for BLG, yeah, I don't know how the vibes are doing now. I mean, hey,
well,
we'll see. I
if
guess
they're smiling, walking on stage, that's a good thing. That's a plus. I won't lie.
Yeah.
But yeah, coming off of the drama, rumors, truth to how much of it is going to impact BLG, does kind of put a dampener in that. If it's a, we don't know specifics. It could have just been, I really don't agree with how you're talking to me kind of thing. I'm done with this. It is really hard if it's not that. If it's genuinely a disconnect between players to be sitting across from your top laner who is, not happy with the situation, can put a dampener in how your team interacts together, how you play on the Rift. Do you trust each other's calls, If someone makes a split decision and one person doubts that, a team that looks like a top contender can all of a sudden not.
Yeah, and I think another big matchup, if we can, but quickly before we get into draft, talk about Nio, because I think this guy is going to be a linchpin for this team tonight, especially against Shun. Both guys love to be aggressive, love to take fights and control the map.
You're also talking to me about, sometimes Nio is can be the root cause of some of top esports issues, but later on in these clips, there is it's one game that top esports won against AL. I feel like that has been their peak. Nio had a really good game. It's this one right here, and it's this Wukong Rumble Akali draft. And I would love to see, the Akali is interchangeable. Ari's good too. Akali works. Talia's good in here too as well. But the Wukong Rumble, get 369 on something that can actually pop off. I know that known more for other picks, but the Rumble looked nice. This team comp really worked. There are some interchangeables, the Rel, the MF. It works well with the long-range damage, but I think the Wukong with the Rumble and the Akali is something that can push forward. Again, Ari, Talia do fit in that role, but allows Naya to really dictate the pace of these games.
Yeah, I think Nio's importance is just about how he kind of gets plays started for the team. But speaking of getting started, we're getting right into the draft for this game number 1. We will see Top Esports on blue side. They will be banning away that Jace and the Nico. BLG on that red side ban away that Malphite. We've seen banned consistently the Yunara and the Poppy. Final ban by Top Esports was Varus.
Oh, the Orianna first pick. This is very scary. A lot of combos here with Shun as well. Banning away the Malphite is something, again, the LPL has played a lot of. Mostly the LPL has been playing the Malphite and finding success on it. The Jarvan answer. This can be a little fake, in my opinion. It's not bad. It's a great takeaway.
Tell them how it is, Jay Beto. Tell them how it is.
I like it. Like, it's a good takeaway because Orianna Jarvan is really, really strong, but I don't think Orianna's too fussed, pardon me, about the matchup. You kind of are ulting on top of Shockwave, but again, it's a great takeaway. Okay, I was going to say, it's not Trundle, because the only good pick in the Trundle is Jarvan. Right? That's what we saw last year. I would imagine, yeah, Nocturne. It could be a Wukong if you want to go that, but taking that away would be a little awkward. I want to touch on this mid lane matchup, though. We've seen this a ton being traded. Orianna was banned a lot last year, and it turned into the Azir Talia trade, but now we're getting the Orianna Azir, and the Orianna will win the early game, but the Azir with the side lanes, the engage potential, the flexibility of that pick is so much superior to an Orianna who can pop off with an ult synergy, sure, but it's a lot less. It has a lot less agency in the side lane, needs a lot of cover, and Orianna does. So, Cream, picking something that's going to suffer through the lane. There is our Shockwave delivery service, and 369 getting red side and Bessa should be able to ban away a Renekton and feel pretty good.
True. And, you know, the Rumble takeaway, we were talking about how the Rumble wanted to be there for top esports, so taking that one away, it will end up being the Scion. And when I was looking at the stats, the career head-to-heads, this is one of the ones up there with 369 that he likes to take into Bin. Bin typically going for the Renektons, the Jaxes, but obviously going to be on the Rumble this time around. But the Scion tank, this is what 369 kind of made one of his parts of his legacy on. Let's see if he can do so yet again against Bin.
And the Scion is, I still think the best weak side top laner in the game, I would say. Like, Ornn is decent. Galio's really fallen off in prior against the Rumble. We haven't really been seeing a ton of that into their AP top. And because Gwen's fallen off as well, like, she got hit with some pretty heavy nerfs at the end of last year. So it's kind of been the Scion, sometimes the Ornn, sometimes the Cassante as well. But support and bot for both teams available. Kai'Sa has been something the LPL has found a ton of success on historically and in our 2026 season. BLG doing some research, taking away the Janshi MF that I was talking about from those clips. So not wanting to play against any more Wombo combo with the Jarvan engaged. But the thing here is that TES will have support counterpick. So On will have to blind something. Bard is tough against an Azir. Nico is banned. So what are you going here? And Alistar looks okay. Poppy's banned, so I like the Alistar look. That could be an option that On goes for.
I do appreciate the kind of preparation BLG have brought here, taking away or at least banning away some of the big pieces that they know top esports would find comfort in. But I'm still really looking for that 1-2 punch for top esports themselves, because right now they have a really good front line. They have some good setup, but they've got to find consistency at the damage department. Now in the second phase, we have a ton of ADs taken away, as well as an Alistar in there, as we saw that Corki and the Ezreal ban, as well as the MF that you talked about. But now we will see what top esports want to save for that counter pick.
It's tough, but I mean, I think Fengway can genuinely just go Rel here. No Alistar, no Poppy. I don't really see a reason why not. It's a great engage. Kind of works well with the team comp here. It's a takeaway too. Just going to Lucian, so this opens up the Nami or the Braum. I mean, Ashe Seraphine, I think we were talking about it in the text chat at least here, that Ashe Seraphine prior has been really rising up. Does pretty well into the Lucian Nami lane. I mean, we saw it last series, but does work well with the rest of the comp. Kalista, not something we've seen a ton of. It has, again, fallen off quite a lot. It did dominate for a massive portion here, but it is going to be... is this not Braum?
It might be. I will say, though, you're giving a lot of resources to maybe one of the questionable pieces in Feng Yue, and trying to figure out how they're going to find impact on this 2v2 is extremely important now that you're facing off against a Kalista and Renata by not only two of the big veterans on BLG, but you're also a budding bot lane for top esports, taking out the Lucian and Nami and going with the Colt Classic.
It's a very volatile bot lane. To be honest, there's a lot of volatility everywhere except for top lane. I mean, the Rumble does have the upper hand in terms of damage, but the Sun, like 369, should be able to chill out, not be down too much CS, even get the push. Your Sun early game can be very threatening, can really catch you off guard, but we've got very teamfight focused junglers, teamfight focused mid laners, and a very scrappy bot lane, you know, very low range, have to go in on both these bot lanes, should be pushed early, like levels 1 through 3 for the Kalista Renata, and then Lucian, once he starts getting those, you know, the three levels, Nami gets the same, should see some push on the bounce of the wave Mazel, but a lot of volatility in these team comps. I think that kills either way can turn into a snowball very quickly with these comps.
I think so too, and I think that's exactly where they want to be. I know BLG is a team that historically has been able to win at any moment of the game, but they want to come out swinging this one, and it is obvious how they want to approach that. All the drama aside, all that matters is this series ahead of all 10 of these players and the backstages, and I think for BLG, there is a lot riding on this. If you can go ahead and lock up that top 4 before going into the final matches of your second round robin, it matters so much more for how you can approach and how you can improve in those games. And for top esports, you got to stay afloat, baby. You got to stay in the running for the top 4. It's BLG versus top esports, game number 1 of our second series of the night.
You know what's crazy, Mazel?
Where's
We don't
the
even have
top
enough time
esports
for the
one?
gyos because the waves have already touched. Like, you have to be so,
Man.
as a crowd, you have to be so quick on the gyos because something can already happen. I want to quickly highlight something I saw a Molecule tweet about. I don't have a ton of time to watch the LCK these days because, you know, LPL. But something apparently Showmaker's been doing is this mid lane, like, bot gank, because the bot lane that you gank at level 1 before the waves touch can't base in time. You do lose a little bit of mid, and Honkyu did that the other night. Trading in bot though, so BLG fighting for that wave 1 pressure I was talking about. Jachi taking a decent trade, heal expended on both sides, but Jachi has the ignite. With this electrocute, Mazel, this tells me that this bot lane is really looking to find an all-in, maybe level 3, maybe level 6, with some jungle impact.
Well, and I mean, it matters so much because if you get a little bit of a lead down here in the bot lane, it immediately means the rest of the game plan can be played that much more smoothly with the jungle, with the connections that both these teams really like to play with. And you can tell, I mean, it's been a tradition at this point for the early burn heals in bot lane for the LPL, but they really want to keep it going and continue using this pressure while both junglers are headed down this way.
Jarvan does have superior ganks to the Xin Zhao throughout the early game. Xin Zhao really struggles to gank just because of no CC. It's really hard. Like, you're not able to stack Q on like a Scuttle Crab or a ward because there's none placed, right? Walking in, stacking Q on a minion, and then WEing in. Viper takes
That's Viper you're facing up
massive
against
chunk out of Jashi's
Youngblood.
health.
That's Viper you got to say hi to in the bot lane again. You got to remember these two teams, when they last faced, it was a smacking 2-0 for BLG over top esports, and they're trying to continue to do so. If that handshake hit, that would have been the difference maker. Now BLG have moved 3 members. He will be spotted out on the ward, but he's going to go for the win becomes lightning play.
Whoa.
The double kill. My goodness, BLG are ruthless. They're going to run straight into Nio, though. They got to be a little bit careful. The flag and drag is going to be there, but Viper has the flash still, and now they just find Nio out. He's going to get another win, becomes lightning, and try to go for the kill. He's a little bit greedy. He's a little bit bloodthirsty, but maybe this is just the BLG advantage they needed. An execute goes over, and Nio gets the kill in the end, so under tower, BLG falter.
It's unfortunate that On got executed there. If it had just been played a little better, or maybe a little more, I don't know, lucky, no, you might have been able to get that if he had hit flag, or it's very difficult to say, to be honest. But I will say, BLG starting very aggressive. Shun drops his blue buff. He's not going to full clear so that he can go for this play. And it's on a ward, just flashes over. Gets the flash out as well from both of the bot laners here. Nayu, it looks like he's going to get juggled, like tower juggled to death. But he does win out on this. On has to tank. And the tower will take down On here, but executed. If Nayu could get a double kill there, he has double buffs. Shun lost access to the red buff. Could have been seeing a really nice gold lead, but even despite that 450 gold boost for Nayu, because Shun got the first blood and the second kill as well, he's still leading in the gold 1v1.
He does. He did lose double scuttle though, so that's a bit unfortunate for the jungle game plan there. But honestly, I think some of the hindsight being 2020, I feel like some of the hesitation might have led out to them losing on that play because he got to heal so much from the potions over so much time. And you saw the little play that Shun tried to make in the mid lane, didn't find too much except for that flash, which can be revisited.
So now, yeah, top esports have no flashes on any of their carries, including Fengwei as well. And when you touched on the double scuttle, the gold won't matter for that, but the XP really will. Nayu will hit level 6 significantly earlier than Shun. If Nayu can punish the flash being down for Viper, that would be a really nice bounty to be able to take. As BLG get aggressive in bot again.
We've seen that level 4 take over. I know you were talking about the draft. We were looking at when this bot lane for Lucian Nami will be a little bit more proficient, and we are getting also to the second clears of both junglers, heading right back down towards bot lane, where apparently the Thunderdome is set up shop.
Here comes Nayu. But spotted on the ward will mean that BLG should be able to walk away. Shun is around the dragon, but Nayu has this ult available, Mazel. It's a bit tough to get in with the bailout from On as well. Nayu would need to really send it in. Shun is coming through the lane here. He doesn't have ult, no flash, but Jachi no flash on his own right.
If Shun had a mustache, I'd imagine he'd be twirling it right now, just to see. Now I'm imagining with Shun with a mustache, and I'm kind of cringing. But in the end, not going to be a lane gank that they pull off. No dragon focus either. We're going to see an all-in from Ben and 369 up here. But it will look like dragon being delayed like this might end up leading to both objectives being up at the same time. Ultimates do change the state of the game here. Who do you think comes into power now that we have hit level 6 across the board pretty much, and at least getting close for the bot lanes?
There's an ult up top.
Does he? I don't think he's
going to do.
Yeah. It's the noodle fight.
Should be able to walk away. I mean, he has flash, but I like how 369 just walks down the jungle into the river and then just ults back to lane to get some damage off. But to answer your
Gotta
question,
get some of those honey fruit.
At this point in the game, I think it is TES. I think top esports with Nayo having the Cataclysm, when Jachi and Fengwei get access to their ults, it's going to be a lot stronger. But Shun, first gank of the game here in top lane.
They're going to get the slowdown with the harpoon and try to leave it for Shun. It is a Scion. He's going to buy a lot of time, and Nayo's coming over. Again, he has that ultimate like you were talking about. 369 going to try to get over. Beautiful crescent guard from Shun, and now they're going to get the 3-talent strike right onto 369. The kill goes over. Ben going to use the flame spitter to try to separate from Nayo. Get one kill over to top esports. Shun, he actually went to the alcove. He might end up losing this out. He's going to have to try to fight it. Nayo waiting to go over the wall. Does have the speed up with the attack speed and goes with the smite kill for a double kill.
I mean, we wanted to talk about Nayo. Having him start 3-0, answering that gank from Shun is massive. I mean, giving Ben the kill would have been really great and, you know, would have been able to have Ben put some pressure on the tower plate, get that crystalline proc, develop a sizable gold lead or a solid gold lead, but Nayo being there, turning the 2v1 into a 2v2 and even winning out on the 2v2, getting both kills to himself as well is huge for top esports. It won't help this bot lane, but Nayo is here again to help out.
And because of the constant ganks, because of the constant pressure from the junglers, the objectives are just sitting there. They're getting lonely at this point. Grubs is spawn on the top side of the map. We saw that percentage that top esports, or at least 369 has in the head-to-head matchup with Ben. But right now, both junglers really trying to pay attention to their lanes more.
Joshi has flash back. But again, with this, the Ignite Electrocute, I would really like to see some more aggressive plays happening from this bot lane. I know that it is tough. It's double range versus double range, and that is really hard. You're playing against Kalista Renata with the bailout. It is tough to all in against that. So, and you're worried about having no vision in the jungle. So, Shun could be anywhere at any time throughout the bot lane, but Get a bit of an all-in here.
Okay, they get Viper down pretty low. Jiachi holding the flash, was maybe thinking about it. Did have the ignite burn from his side. Nio was there, but is going to complete his back. He had already completed the first item spike, by the way, with the Sundered Sky.
Wow.
And BLG will take this opportunity to take the dragon. Nio not feeling like he wanted to get involved.
And Viper had to base as well, so no barrier, low HP. Top Esports don't feel comfortable going for this objective. Nio back up in the top lane. Is this the lane we want to be ganking?
Unstoppable Onslaught going to be used by 369. Here comes the Cataclysm, waiting with the flag and drag here to get a little bit of damage down.
Right.
Nio will get another kill. So 4th kill of the game for Nio and for Top Esports.
I mean, it's working. It gives gold over to your jungler. Putting Bin behind does feel nice. Maybe this is, Bin up, Top Esports know what happened. Maybe we'll just target Bin and try to break the mental. But I am surprised to see not as much invested in the bot lane. I really think that bot lane is where a lot of the damage comes from. Getting your Jarvan ahead, it feels good for the mid game. Getting a Sion ahead is okay as well. Nice smite there from Nio. Will secure 2 grubs. But the later this game goes, the Jarvan is irrelevant damage-wise, item-wise, right? He's already got the Sundered Sky. That's as strong as he's going to get for a while. The Sion getting an early Hollowed Radiance against Rumble does feel nice too, but this bot lane is going down a ton of CS. Viper's going to complete the Bork pretty soon. The mid lane matchup is constantly pushing in favor of Knight as well, so it's going to be a while until Top Esports are out of the storm that they're trying to weather right now, and it's costing them quite a bit of CS discrepancy. Some plates in bot as well. Shun back down the bot lane, already secured that first Drake. TP in as well.
That's going to be Knight coming to join the fight down here. So they used a lot of this pressure early, but it's going to be a 4-man dive by BLG. They're going to use the ball delivery system. Knight himself is the ball, and they get the kill on the Feng Yue.
Really nice target prioritization from BLG. I think that BLG found a crack, a hole in the armor, and they are exploiting it very heavily here. Cream will get some plates back in mid, but really nice R flash from Knight. Viper getting a sizable gold lead. He should have Bork in base here, and that makes the 2v2 even scarier. There's decent enough damage as well against the Sion with that Bork throughout the early game. BLG targeting the pressure point in the bot lane and finding success.
Yeah, so far so good in that regard. We are going to start having quests being completed as well. We already see Cream having completed his first on the map, but I think the big eyes are still going to be towards bot side. We are getting a redeploy out from Top Esports, and it does look like Nio will just continue to go farming. We did get that Blade of the Rune King, like you had said. Bin going to flash away from the Unstoppable Onslaught there. I think he would have had a little bit of a haphazard trade if he would have taken that damage, but other than that, nothing else, and pretty calm as the wind goes. 2 minutes till that next dragon comes through, and now we do need to see a little bit more proactivity. Who, I guess, which side do you feel like is better in terms of proactivity, and who wants to be making those plays at this point, since we're pretty even?
I think that Jarvan has a ton of proactivity, but hold on.
On made a play on the
on.
Cream. He's got the shifting sands. He should be fine. The heal going to come through. The flash returned by Cream. So that will be his summoner spell down as well as his ultimate.
All right, to answer your question, I promise this isn't just because we saw it. I think it's BLG specifically because of On. I think that the Nami is a lot more of an enchanter bot for the Azir, for the Lucian, for the Jarvan, but the fact that Renata can walk around and actually fish for picks, and Nami can too with Bubble, sure, but Renata is a lot better at doing it, catching someone, putting Bale out, fighting the 2v2. She's a lot better in that, in my opinion. And then the Nami kind of comes in, buffing Jachi when he gets to late game, buffing Cream when he gets to late game. But right now, BLG have the gold lead in bot, so having Viper with full item roam around with On, pretty scary. Jachi will be able to match that.
They have the combo
Feng Yue.
now. They've got the Essence
do have the
Reaver
combo.
plus the Embrace.
That's infinite mana and a decent amount of damage. Sheen Essence Reaver's pretty nice. It's not as gimmicky, I guess, as it was last year, but it does take a while to scale up. It'll allow Jachi to feel a little bit better as the mid game starts coming through. But I think TES really need to find an answer to Viper and
There
On
he
right now.
goes.
Might be here.
I was looking for a little chunk of damage. That was only one combo, by the way. We'll see if they could actually continuously land that one. Cream going to get hit by the edge of the shockwave. He's going to use the shifting sands to get away from Shun's invade, or at least his gank. And Shun has been incredibly active in this game. Nio has been there a lot of the time to respond, but it's been Shun who has been pushing the tempo. Now Viper going to go for a rupture, and it looks for a little bit more damage on the Feng Yue. Oh, God.
This is brutal. So the dragon has spawned, but BLG instead are opting to play for some gold, pushing out this top tower, trying to defend, but here comes 369.
Ensemble onslaught. Oh, he bounced off the wall. That was weird.
Oh.
Shun goes in, tries to get a crescent guard in the midst of everybody. Here comes the TP as well. That's going to be Ben joining the fight. Viper getting low, trying to kill Nio. Nio has a big shutdown on him, and they're going to give it straight to Viper. So much gold just got dumped into the AD carry of BLG, and that'll be all Top Esports go for here in this fight.
Top Esports have the mid prior with the Lucian. That's just how this champion functions, and a big reason, like, you want to put Lucian into the mid lane as early as you possibly can with Lucian Nami, but 369, yeah, a bit of an awkward interaction. Maybe a spectator issue. I haven't seen too many Sans bounce off walls. Normally he just hits it. But Nio goes in really deep, but there's no dive follow-up. Normally, you know, if you have an Orianna, even an Aurora who can follow. But we'll watch here. 369 bounces off the wall, it kind of looks like.
What the
That is crazy. Maybe he has WASD set on and he just quickly pressed A there. But yeah, Nio goes in with the wave, but it doesn't hit Viper. The peel is really nice from Shun as well. And Nio goes down. Big shutdown, like you mentioned, over to Viper.
Oh, he didn't have a shutdown, though, actually. I mean, he had 4 kills, but I guess the lead being even does
Still
make the
good
difference
gold.
there. So he just got the normal amount of gold, but still 390 plus.
I mean, no dragon start up here for BLG, but one of the issues that I've had with BLG so far in this split has been the lack of protection around Viper, that he feels often left alone in a fight. Whether or not you want to, I've said this so many times, blame Viper for that or blame BLG for that as a whole, that's a much better look. And when you're playing something like a Kalista Renata with a Zinza who can buy a lot of time in the front line, if you aren't able to link up, connect in a comp like this, it's a really bad omen. So having Viper and On play really well together, peeling away Viper, looks really good. Herald priority over the Dragon stacking,
man.
not something we've seen a ton of, but should be able to break this mid tower and probably transition down to this Dragon. This would be BLG's second here, but Cream does have prio in the bot lane, so it would be a bit tough to enter.
They've been doing a really good job, at least Top Esports have, of taking some of this damage in the side turrets, taking some of this extra gold, and trying to keep this lead within 1,000. But we do have another Dragon coming up, and BLG looking very poised to try to set this one up in the river, as the play will come from Diachi, but it will be the Fate's call used by Viper.
It's a nice pull from Top Esports. It means that they can target onto On, pick him off. Here's a TP.
They're going to try to catch out Cream. He's got the speed up. Knight's been really trying to force these plays, and they'll force it well. The burn, the flash from Bit. I don't even know if he needed to do that, but he wanted to be flashy himself, as now it was Top Esports trying to circle around and trap BLG, but they are the ones that are forced to retreat and throw up the white flag ahead of this Dragon.
BLG look a lot more on the same page than they did in the JDG
Jachi.
series. Viper,
He was thinking about it.
very aggressive. I mean, low mana, so got to be careful with the Rens. But yeah, BLG seem to be very on the same page. Not as nervous, not as all over the place as we've seen them so far. And they have looked this good. This is Top Esports again. This is not AL or JDG, who, again, JDG have been their kryptonite. But it's good to see that this team still looks connected. Ben feeling confident. That was my biggest ask for this BLG roster, to find Bin some confidence. So in 2025, I feel like he lost a lot of that. He seems to be coming back on in 2026 and finding an aggressive flash like that. The Dragon stacking its Infernal Soul too with so much damage. Billy could be feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, so far so good at least. As we take a look at the remaining games for BLG, shout out to Alk, and I gotta say, you have 3 opportunities to make it to that 5-win column and get there. It would be real nice to get it done now on the and still have those 3 series to kind of work through and figure out any issues that are remaining before we get to the battle for first stand. And I think it's important to note that, obviously IG struggling themselves, but Weibo and AL both right there in the runnings for top 4 and won't be slouches of opponents.
And they won't be running into slouches of opponents at first stand either, so any team that is going to be going to first stand needs to be rocking up with their homework done, with their best foot forward. BLG, a team heavily in conversation. I was talking with Alk and Quacks on the LPL podcast, which you should go listen to if you haven't, but about who we think is going to go to first stand from the LPL, and JDG was actually a resounding choice, even despite how they've looked against some of the other teams that aren't AL and BLG, but BLG and AL, the other 2 that were discussed, and I think BLG, it would be nice to see them get some international redemption after last year. This bot lane outer turret is very low.
This is
Shun.
a 2v4. Shun, he's just going in. They
Whoa.
find the kill anyways. Knight does enough damage, and now he is back off. The TP going to make it in time on, going for a big hostile takeover onto 2 members. Only gets onto 1. The Fate's Call will be used to knock back up Cream, and Cream is now gone. They've got the front line back in store, though, for Top Esports. Unstoppable Onslaught's going to get him a ticket out of there, and he's going to have to leave the rest of his team. Shun will go a little bit too far and will go down. On going to go for a handshake, gets flashed over by 369. 369 doing his best stalwart impression, but doesn't get much more after that, and the lead for BLG continues to grow.
Shun fighting the 1v4, the 2v5 as it turned into, but the Crescent Guard buys so much time. BLG, oftentimes it felt like, that in recent games they could be baited into fighting any objective, any fight that you wanted them to, but they feel very prepared for all these fights. Shun doesn't take any damage because of the Crescent Guard as BLG rotate down. 369 mistimes the decimating smash. Tidal Wave hits no one. This is a nice shuffle from Cream. Hits 4 people. Where's the damage? Jarchi goes for the culling instead. Still channels it.
A lot of shots.
This Lucian just doesn't really do enough here. I really think a Braum might have been a better decision to allow this bot lane to step up a little bit more forwards, but BLG only lose 1, get so much gold off the back of that, and they feel very confident. The gold lead is not massive in terms of pure number, but Knight now being up 1.5k. We're looking at Soul Point in a minute. If BLG continue on these strong fights for top esports, I mean, Cream is going to have a ton of damage in the late game. Jarchi will force Viper's Flash. There is damage coming out of this Lucian, but the fights from top esports just haven't looked connected.
It's just because he has so many things to worry about in these fights, and if he just overextends a little bit too far, his health bar will not last long. CBLG were trying to make a play around Cream. They haven't been really able to catch him just yet there in that side lane, but they will continue to look for proactive plays. 45 seconds till this next dragon spawns, and that'll be a sole point for BLG that top esports don't really want to give that kind of decision-making power to.
I mean, no flash on Viper, but you've got bailout, right? So how are you going to get in? Shun
is a
feeling
madman.
aggressive with the audacious charge. Does have the Crescent Guard available. BLG, again, they're not that far ahead, but the confidence that they have here. Top esports have access to Baron, but it's so difficult to take here. Viper!
Oh, they go straight onto Viper. Viper's got the bailout, though, and he's going to rip Jachi's life from his very bales, as now they're going to find Viper in the backline. They think he's supposed to be the backline, but he's in your backline, and it's just been a triple kill for Viper, and it is BLG turned all the way up to 11.
This is the Viper that we have been waiting for. I know it's game 1, but there have been some serious mistakes coming out of this player so far in 2026 on this team. But having the confidence here to essentially 1v4 click forwards, Tidal Wave goes in, Viper is going in, pulls in on, says no, I win this, doesn't even get put into bailout. So much damage from the 2 items from Viper. We have yet to really see a Viper pop-off performance, and this is not a massive game from Viper, but the confidence, again, that BLG are showing in this game 1, the potential instability after the bin drama, after back-to-back losses from JDG. Again, they played back-to-back. Like, BLG lost to JDG, the next series was another loss to JDG. They look like that never even happened.
And a little side shout out to On here with the 11 KP Renata performance. As we see a shockwave come through from Knight, almost kills him outright. Trying to follow that one up with a phase rush, but the combination of On and Viper is something I've been really, really loving to see and liking to see a little bit more of. And this is a tried and true combo for them at this point. And again, it plays off of that confidence, that decisiveness that we have now seen Viper unleash on a TES 2 times in a row. They're going to take more turrets. They're going to get more gold. They've already gotten that Soul Point Dragon, and they're almost 7,000 gold up into this game, 25 minutes in.
Viper's got his 3rd item as well alongside Knight. And this is not a Mosquito vegan Oriana build with the Roa. This is full AP, Shadow Flame, Luden's Cripploom, 10 stacks Dark Seal. This Oriana does a ton of damage. Haven't even needed to see a massive investing into the Shockwave Ball delivery service either. BLG just look confident in their small skirmishes. The team fights are split off to the sides. Viper in the Cataclysm just jumping over the wall, fighting against 3 members, pulling it on. I'd love to imagine too that Viper just says, we go. And On says, okay,
I mean,
I'm
he
coming
did
with
with
you,
the
I
face
guess.
call use. So you just kind of pull your support. He's saying, hey, we're going. This is, where are we going? I'll tell you when we get there. I mean, hey, it's not that long ago, I guess now at this point a little bit long ago, that this guy was a literal world champion. And I think he deserves the respect, and it's been a pleasure to see him back in the LPL, even in some of the low moments that he's had, because you know what the high highs can bring you. And even on HLE last year, you could see some of those moments. But here we are with this first game whole-handedly in the grasp of BLG. See if they throw it away or if they go even further into it as they get one already. Knight has claimed that kill, and the burning from behind. Ben comes back from his little mini vacation and burns them alive as they take down a tier 2 here. They're going to move into the tier 3 and maybe even the base.
BLG come alive in this series, Mazel. Nearly 10,000 gold up. Top Esports completely shut out. Again, they look so confident. 369 finds a big ult. Shun flashes in with Crescent Guard. Viper, so much. Look at his clicks. He's gliding.
Oh,
What is that?
He's still too tanky. He wanted to puff up the damage numbers. He saw Knight sitting at 606. He's like, man, that guy's got to have a lot of damage.
This is like Harmor Life Viper. There were games on Harmor Life last year. Viper, not that this is one of those games, but solely pulled his team out of what looked like not wanting to win. But it feels like this game is the most confident I've seen Viper. Maybe it's the Callista, but shout out Al Kuz.
Maybe it's just this bot lane.
He looks like Pays. This looks like a Pays Callista game. He's just clicking forward, gliding, pulling his ult in. Jack Show will be completed fairly soon. I mean, top esports have a minute and a half until Sol. Nami has no flash. That's a big target here, too.
They're going to find On, at least. They're going to try to go on to him. He almost kills him outright, but now he's overextended a bit, and the rest of BLG are surrounding them. And honestly, Viper is starting to hop, skip, and jump his way into this fight. 369 comes up, but it's a little bit too late. They have already taken down Feng Yue, and now they're going to chase down the rest with a little bit of flames behind them as Shun going over Ham here, trying to get this angle onto Jiachi, but Jiachi's going to dodge away. The rest of BLG finally catch up to Nayo, but he's going to flag and drag his way away. He's still going to die. Knight's going to chase him down. Look how fast he is. He's just speeding along at the speed of sound, and BLG are speeding off into a Game 1 win. Viper taking advantage of the biggest weak link that we had talked about behind the scenes for this top esports team and burst it open just like the sewage gate in Helm's Deep at this point, because this lead has gotten monumental. 12,000 gold up for BLG in Game 1.
10,000 versus 200, whatever it is. Good reference, Mazel. This does look like that. It looks like Battle of Helm's Deep, except this time Saruman won. BLG
Oh, God.
feels like they just have more members on the Rift right now. Their team fights have looked immaculate. Their objective setups have looked good too. They are up 12,000 gold, so, you know, your objective setups do look pretty good when you are up 12,000 gold. But TES,
Dude.
this is the kind of a game where you just have
demon,
to...
bro. Knight is literally
This
a
is terrible.
demon right
This is
now.
terrible
He's
for
just been
Nio.
looking for people to run down. He's like, how fast can I go with Phase Rush? He will get all of the brunt of top esports thrown down upon him and will be traded back and forth for Nio. That still means that BLG have the advantage because the jungler's gone and this is Soul.
And for top esports, this is a game where you just, at this point, you're sitting in your Nexus, talking about next game, making the game as tough to finish as possible. BLG up so much gold. Infernal Soul, they'll go over to Baron. I mean, we have seen some incredibly creative, I'll say, throws across the world, but in the LPL, we did a segment on it on the podcast, which, if you want to watch for the
There
public,
were some
does come out
crazy
tomorrow. Or,
True.
you know, you could be a member, a coffee member, a YouTube member,
Yeah, go
and
subscribe
get
to
that
Coffee. You can get
early.
it right now.
Exactly, and go check out what we were talking about. But there have been a lot of throws. I don't think this one's throwable. I'm going to say it. Curses be damned. This is unlosable for BLG. They'll get the Baron. They'll close this game out fairly cleanly. But the conversation for BLG, locking in top 4, right? A win in this series, the series not over, but a win in this series would lock them first stand. They need to continue to show games like this. Again, top esports have not found the most success in Group Ascend in 2026 so far, but you're going to be against some serious competition if you do make it to first stand, and even in the playoffs, you need to win against JDG. You need to have clean games against AL. You need to find some success against JDG if you want to win the split, if you want to win the first split, if you want to potentially win first stand. This game is a blueprint, in my opinion, of how to do so. Prio bot, give Knight a good matchup so that he can win in isolation, and give Viper and On something that they can click forward on.
It's worked out so far against top esports. Like you said, though, want to see some more of the consistency. Hey, luckily, they don't have to face off against JDG for the rest of regular season, and they can wait all the way till playoffs, which gives them a little bit of reassurance. It shouldn't, almost get his GA burn there, but won't actually fall, so that will be the calling used by Jiachi, but the siege continues by BLG.
Should takes a decent chunk, but he has GA. Maybe at this point he just says, well, I have red buff. We're so far up, we probably want to end here. We don't want to give over an Elder flip, or else we are, we're potentially looking at some worrisome ends. I mean, that is how the T1 KT flip did happen, but some decent damage. I mean, Cream's coming online. Viper's still feeling pretty confident. They've got a minute and a half left of Baron, so it's still a decent amount, and there's 2 super minion waves pushing in top and mid. So this bot tower should break. Bin rotates down with the equalizer available. At any point, BLG can pull the trigger. They have so much damage waiting.
We've got Ben pushing this up extra lane here with the Baron Dub minions. They are feeling a decent amount hesitant, as they are going to try to move in with these double cannons to get this one down. Finally, this bot lane will falter. It will burst open this inhib as well. Would give them 3 inhibs, double super minions, and all the pressure you could ask for to end this game number 1. Top Esports going to put up a valiant defense. They have not found the answers. They found proactivity early, but it has not been enough to quell the demon that relies on BLG at this point. It is going to be this move to the mid lane with these setups as Shun goes for the play. They go for the big wombo combo. It's going to be a massive crescent guard to block so much damage. Finally gets his GA pop, but by the time he does, the rest of the team for Top Esports is down. That'll be a missed shockwave from Knight at least, but Viper, he can't miss. He's throwing spears right into their face, rips another one out with the Rend, and goes straight for the Nexus. BLG go up 1-0.
And the good news, Mazel, is there is no more Kalista Renata. That's a positive for Top Esports in this game 1. But
Yeah.
I think it's all positives for BLG. It is only Top Esports, right? Still a Group Ascent team, still great players. We've talked about that before, right? 369's an amazing top laner. There are some good players here. Cream's a veteran. For BLG to come out and win in a fashion like that looks really, really good for their team. I like the idea in the draft. I think this is a blueprint for them. Bin decent top lane matchup that can kind of play it out. He went down, right? He died twice in the 2v2 and the 1v1 ganks because of Nayo. But Knight winning in isolation is good. I think when Knight is behind tempo, when he's down pressure, the team struggles a bit. But Shun pathing bot all game, giving resources to Viper, giving Viper a genuinely solid performance or a genuinely solid angle to have a performance like he did, makes this team look really scary.
Yeah, and we knew it coming into the game, and with the way that the early trading was going, it was going to be all about that early advantage in bot lane, and whoever came away with it really had the advantage wherever else they wanted to play, because once they got that advantage in bot lane, BLG could move on around with Shun. Shun was relentlessly aggressive. They constantly had the roams from Knight as well, and this is what a full functioning BLG team can do. It pressures everywhere until it finds a weak point, and then it attacks, and it will be one of the most ruthless performances we see on the night, more than likely, as it was a massive advantage by BLG the whole way through. Full dragon coverage as well, and making sure that they were point and present around those objectives very early.
And Nayo, you touched on it, got the double scuttle, had access to ult early. That was used to go up top and try to shut down Bin. I think the Kalista had no flash as well. I know that she can hop over the wall, but it's a situation where you're up significant tools, you have good ganking potential. Nayo did do some great covering through the lanes, but felt like Top Esports after a while just kind of sat there and let BLG do whatever they wanted to. So Viper did so much damage. Who's Pog? I mean, Shun did so much work, but Viper did a lot of damage.
He had the moves, man. It's not only the damage, the numbers are cool, but it's the aggression, it's the decisiveness that he showed. It was wonderful to watch, honestly, from a big fan of Viper who, yes, we've had some good performances from him, some great performances even, but this is one of those performances like, all right, we know who the better bot lane is. And it was very present, at least in game number 1.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you on that one. The bot lane gap is partly draft. I really think Brum would have been nice. You do lose lane a little bit hard. Like, it is tough, but there were times there where Joshi's going forward, using the culling aggressively, doing so much damage, and then in team fights, it's just not possible to have happen. I think this is the one specifically, right, where Joshi just can't really do anything. He can't go into the Crescent Guard. He tries to, not enough damage, and then Cream hits a really nice 4-man ult, and Joshi just has to dash away from the hostile takeover. Culling hits nothing, doesn't cancel. Like, he doesn't really have any tools to move forward. He doesn't really have enough space, and that's with a Sion Jarvan. Like, that is a duo that should give you space, but I think Joshi, despite getting a little bit gapped in this game 1, I don't necessarily think it's all down to player skill. I think that it is really tough for him to play this lane out.
Man.
This was disgusting in a good way.
Absolutely disgusting. He dodged out of the Cataclysm, had everything going for him, and that's one of those plays that gets you a pog. I'm no doubt. But it kept being the siege potential from BLG constantly being at hand, and it was Shun leading the charge in a lot of that, but really nice team coordination as a whole from BLG, even through all the drama.
For Top Esports, you can't really let this game get to you. You're down 2-5. You would love to make it to playoffs. You'd love to be able to, but it is becoming a little bit harder, especially with how this performance looks. Like, BLG have shown mistakes, right, against AL. Top Esports need to find something, but we're talking about the conversation of what about against Group Perseverance and against Group Nirvana teams in the play-ins. If you lose, 2 series? You're in Group Nirvana for Split 2. That would be really unfortunate for some of the players on this roster. It would be very fortunate for some of the players on the teams that would be promoted. But Top Esports have found middling success. That the Rumble being gone now, it does suffer. I think, again, that Wukong Rumble combo was really good, but you were speaking about it before. Big ups,
There it
Viper.
is.
The games that Top Esports look really good in are the games that Nayo can be incredibly aggressive. Think that the Jarvan didn't really get off to the start we wanted it to. If we can see top esports find more aggression, maybe a better bot lane matchup, an avenue in, a winning avenue, that could look really good.
Well, we'll see on the other side of a short break. Will BLG lock in their first spot in the playoffs, at least in top 4, or can top esports bring us to a series head? We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jay Beto. We got Alk on the sticks in production behind us, and we have a very one-sided game number one here. BLG versus Top Esports. With this next win, if BLG were to take it, they do secure top 4 in Group Ascent.
It's important. Not like you aren't going to obviously try a few other matches. You want to get a better seed, but it means you can relax. It's done. You're in playoffs. You can start prepping for that. You're roughly going to know the teams you're against. And then when the play-ins are happening, you get that break. That's another important part. Some teams work down with breaks. Some teams get better with breaks. You know, Gen G, a team, struggles with breaks. T1 is a team that does really well with breaks. And they come back stronger. LPL is a region that has a lot of games in it. So having a break is a good thing, I will say. Whether or not, the teams are comfortable, it's a team-dependent thing. But for Top Esports, I feel like the conversation is kind of becoming, what is the peak of this team going to be at? With this current roster, how high can we go? And I don't mean that as in a international first place. I genuinely mean, like, is it going to be, how are we looking in Group Ascend with this current roster, with the issues we're seeing, with the dominant bot lanes that are in Group Ascend already, right? Elk and Arha look really strong. I think for BLG, Viper and On coming on, Gala and Vampire are doing a really good job as well. And even IG, I know that there are some haters in there. Don't look too bad. And then obviously AL, right? But this bot lane is, not as experienced. It's not Viper and On. It's not Elk. It's not these massive name players. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because it means we're developing talent in the bot lane and improving. But for this team's potential for the rest of the year, they really need to find like a blueprint for themselves. Whether that's aggressive jungle, mid-jungle duo, synergy, it is really tough for this team to... I mean, we saw it in last year LPL, last year LCK. When you're bottom of the small, like a small group, and you're just losing every game, it doesn't really help your mental at all. So I hope Top Esports are able to find something. They're not feeling too uncomfortable. I really think that the simplicity, the MF Rel is a good combo there. The Wukong looks nice for Nayo, but Viper and On is still very scary.
Yeah, and the biggest thing with Top Esports, we all knew that this was maybe not going to be the smoothest of splits for them, knowing that, Jackie Love was going to be away for split number 1 and eyeing a real split 2 resurgence for Top Esports, even though Winter had gotten pushed up in priority just a tiny bit in the LPL tournament rules. But it's still a thing where a lot of these players are playing for jobs for next split, right? Or playing for their futures and trying to show as best as they can. And we just want to see that consistency, or at least those moments, come through here or there. But Top Esports still trying to rely as much as they can on their veteran pieces, the pieces that this team is built around at this point in Cream and 369, and got to have a little bit more consistent performance out of Cream too for being a veteran at this point. But going into game 2, I know you were talking about some of those big picks for Top Esports. Do you have any thoughts or feelings for BLG moving forward though for game 2?
Felios is a massive pick. I mean, there is a certain Felio skin on a certain player.
I wonder who it is.
Yeah, not sure. I'd have to check notes on that one. But I think BLG, something... I mean, you go two ways, in my opinion. Really aggressive, Caitlyn Elise, old BLG style, Caitlyn Lux, or something like an Aphelios Thresh, play for late game, give Viper... And they've gone in that way in the past, and Viper's been getting caught. Again, I'm going to say this until I'm blue in the face. Whose fault is that? I don't know. You can blame whoever you want. Whether it's Viper saying this is what we should be doing and you guys aren't doing it, or Viper's just off by himself, making mistakes. This first game, game 1 and DJ Better, call me that, didn't look like
That's
that.
his name,
Viper looked
folks.
very protected. Jack, game 1 Andy Better. That's a good one.
It's a good one. Should make that a casting name, Game 1 Andy. But looking at first pick Andy here for BLG on the blue side, which, obviously we don't see as much here anymore. It will be the Rise. So going with more consistency, or at least more setup from the mid lane, more roaming power for Knight.
We'll be able to have impact on these side lanes, but this is what I was talking about for Jarchi, getting this MF back. MF Rel, MF Leona, MF, Rakan even, Alistar, not too bad, but something that has simplicity of execution, that plays well together. This is another aggressive jungler. That
Great
Nautilus
combos.
was instantly
Thumbs up from
hovered.
me.
Taking away the Wukong would be nice. I mean, you've got Talia Ari pairing with this Vi would be quite nice. It's not Echo. It's Wukong. Come on, guys. It's Wukong. Poppy
So far,
option,
though, for top
probably
esports, I really do appreciate, again, the simplicity. Let's just find a big wombo combo and win the team fights. Now, you'll probably find a little bit more peelability from BLG moving forward in this draft, but they will go ahead with the Kiana, something that Shun was very happy to go towards this entire last year.
For Nectin for Ben.
Most
Very
played against
strong
369.
side top. Yeah, that's right. And for 369, no Scion. Okay, we're just going to drop top. I think that's really tough, but getting something in the mid lane via Syndra, I think picking top is better. I think there's enough in mid that you can go Ari, Talia. You could go Galio. That's a really hard matchup into Rise, though. Obviously, the Syndra's there, too. I think picking this, very skill matchup. I know that top lane is not as impactful. It's never really impactful. It hasn't been impactful for many years, but this is a very skill-based matchup. Nah does win if you're Zeus, but it's really tough. If the gap gets closed at all, you're very squishy out of Mega. It's a tough lane to play out, but it's a fun one.
Yeah. We'll see what they can do with it, at least. See if this top lane gets a little bit more involved in this game number 2. As we're in the second phase, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of bot lane focus from top esports already. It's the Ashe ban towards Viper. We'll see what BLG are going to be the ones what they want to focus. At least first and foremost, it's the Akali for the mid lane setup.
Yeah, I'm worried, Mazar. I'm worried about this mid lane pick. Akali getting targeted. I think that the support should be an engaged support. Should be very pretty easy to lock in here.
Yeah.
But and TES do have counter pick. You could always go with that, but Akali banned away. Not concerned about the Ari or the Talia, I guess. So BLG with this Rise. Actualize is getting a buff too, isn't it? It's kind of insane, or has been buffed. It's one of the. It's either 16.2 or 0.3 that it's getting buffed on. So it might even be buffed around. I think it's next patch. I think it's 0.3. But banning away some of those melee mids that Cream is known for. Cream's going to have to dig deep. Yone, too much AD. Can't pick that. So it's going to have to be, I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. That's
Don't get
fine.
baited by the hovers.
It has to be an engaged support. Don't hover at the Milio. Jarchi, please don't do it to me. I won't get baited by the hovers. Aurora is nice. I like the Aurora. Makes sense. Good team fighting draft. I think not as much synergy with the vibe, but you're more playing for the MF. So having something that can do damage, have access to backline potential. All right. I'm getting baited by hovers left, right, and center. Talia is a great pick.
It is. You get to get roaming, which kind of matches that Rise priority, and I think that was something that rose up so heavily in 2025, and I love to see still some of those echoes from that and still being able to use that very proactively. But if we saw it worked out for one person last game, it was Knight, and he was on an Orianna and he was still able to find those roams. So now with this Realm War, gonna be a little bit more proficient with that. We get the Jhin with the Alistar combo, and then the Poppy into the Alistar, which is cancer.
This is a great pick. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good pick. Into the Alistar, into the Talia, Kiana. It's good too. And not that you're going to see this a ton, but it is good into Renekton. Has some counter into that. But I really like top esports draft. I think that this is probably the best that we need, or not the best we're going to get, what we need to see from them. I think it's a potential winning top side, not sitting there on a Scion. It has agency. An early game jungler, early game after level 6, obviously. Vi does struggle level 1, very, very bad level, but so does Kiana. Right, so both these junglers need to get that level 6 on. They have great gank potential with the CC. Roaming mid, easy of execution comp. Vi ult, put everything on the Vi ult. Poppy is a great peel. It can ult away the Kiana as well. I think the top esports, if this is any game to win, this is a great draft to do it with.
And you're hoping for a little bit of lack of execution from BLG as well, but I love that you pointed out, right, kind of that ease of execution for top esports and just finding some sort of ground to stand on in this series. I feel like I got smacked around a little bit in that game, number one. Got to kind of recenter yourself, rely on those veteran pillars to kind of bring your newer blood back into the fold here and get this game going, because you can't have the bot lane go like it did last time when you're trying to focus on other parts of the map and that mid-jungle duo that's going to take prio here. Game number 2 of BLG and Top Esports starting now.
Wow, this is early. Double heal already, Mazel. Barrier as well.
Yeah, the barrier
TES are
pop is
fighting
huge.
hard.
Hey, they said they don't want what happened last time to happen this time, and I gotta say, a little bit of early pressure on the Jin's gonna feel real good.
Right, guys, we already don't have enough time for the Gyos with the minion waves coming. We literally come out of picks and bans. They load into the game, run down bot, and we're fighting. This is like a almost polar opposite of last game in terms of bot lanes, where last game was double range support and these very carry-centric, Kalista more so, but still damage carry-centric ADCs. This game, we've got double melee engage supports, peeling as well, and these more long-ranged... When I say utility, I don't necessarily mean it for MF, but utility, ult, focus, press R. They're very similar looking ults, you know, with the cone. Nice
The flash
stun.
play from Feng Yue doesn't get much damage because of that headbutt coming through from On. Really nicely done from both supports to try to get set up. But you look at this. This is a little bit of a cheeky play from Shun. He went with the bot lane clear, and now he's going to wrap around level 3. He's going to find the gank, and Viper can use his deadly flourish from range. It's going to be Shun trying to go for the kills, trying to get one, but goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now, but the deadly flourish is going to connect. Not enough damage, and they only get the 1-for-1.
This is, like, very similar to game 1. I know that there was no dive, but it's Shun who comes early, gets the kill. He's onto Alistair, though, and then dies because he sends it too early before his team was able to go there. At least Shun won't have to lose his topside camps, but this could be another situation where Nio gets double scuttle. Again, earlier level 6, massively impactful on Vi. Viper has to flash early. They do tick over to level 2, but Shun just goes. I don't think On is ready for this. Really nice play from Feng Wei, but Jarchi getting the kill and Alistair getting the other kill is not a great start for BLG. So here's Nio starting the top scuttle. I imagine he just runs down bot and we get an exact same situation from game 1.
And, you know, I don't want to sound any alarms or anything, but Jhin doesn't have the greatest win rate. Might be one of my favorite champions, but in competitive play right now, not looking that great. At least it wasn't for the longest time. And last time we saw Vipers, it didn't go too well either. So we'll see if it's something that Top Esports can use, the lack of mobility from one of their star carries. But now we're setting up around this Dragon Pit for this Scuttle Crab. We're getting a 3v2, make it a 4v2 as Knight a little bit late to get over. Sideways shove, connects and On, goes down to Jiachi.
It's a massive start from TES. Nio can still go here, but not feeling confident about it. I mean, yeah, the Jhin thing, I think the first win was Ruler. That doesn't count. That's not a global win. That's a Ruler win, right? But Jhin hasn't found the most success. I think the champion's okay. I think, like, with LDR and the crit buffs, it should be doing well. But with the hyper carry late game style, Jhin doesn't really hold up as much. Really nice fight from Top Esports. It's the double scuttle for Nio. 2 kills now for Top Esports, and both of them are on Jarchi.
He needs a little bit of a comeback performance from that last time around. and it's back on a champion that we know has worked for top esports. It's just about how and when he will get those bullet times off and how safe he can play with them. The decisiveness, at least, is going to be extremely important. But we look back out on the map with Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. Both junglers back out as well, as they have just redeployed and been getting a little bit lower to 369, who's about to have Mega in top lane.
Yeah, Jin is 3-9 in the LPL. Not the worst. I think globally it was like 0-11 at a time. So it's getting wins, but it's still not top of the priority chart in terms of stats. And we all love stats-based analysis. Do not, make any opinions of your own. It's stats or nothing. But Viper does have a pretty decent Jin game. I feel this game. There is threat onto him with the vibe, but outside of that, there's not a ton of range. So the ult can do really well. There's no tanks either, so Jin does struggle into things like Ornn, Cassante, into the
Really good
Sion.
communication, by the way. Knight pinged that there was a ward in that bush. Shun has snuck around and found a play on a Cream. Cream's going to have to use the seismic shove to get Shun away, and a beautiful entrance from Nio. The Realm Orb's not going to be in time. It's going to be Shun falling down for a second time in a row.
Yeah, great communication from BLG, but top esports again, Nio, in this early game, answering Shun's ganks and answering his positioning. He's level 6 so early in this game for a Vi. This Vi can go anywhere right now. It's an early startup of the Drake for top esports. Bot prio as well. This is a complete flip of the script of what BLG need, where it's like a weak side top. Not a weak side, a graciously losing top, I'll say. Rumble is probably not the best weak side champion in the game, but Shun pathing down bot, Knight having time to roam for free, and that's not what we've seen happen at all in this game to start.
And we take a look at the remaining series there for top esports, as they are at that 7 game. At least this will be 8. They only have a couple left, and those being all important for them, as well as they try to make that run for that top 4. And, hey, it would start with beating BLG here tonight.
Yeah, they need to win all 3 of these remaining series on. Ghost in, but can't close the gap onto Jachi. Nio hovering around the bot side, clearing his camps, does still have this ult. I would love to see, where is this Vault Breaker going to go? It's a bit tough onto some of the members of BLG if you want to send a gank, right? Knight's getting tanky. He has Flash and Ghost up soon. He has the ult up soon as well. In the bot lane, you're going against... Wait, Viper?
Viper overextended here, but he's trying to get a little bit more damage back into Jachi. The headbutt brings him back. He's got a 4th shot coming up. He just needs one more, and there you go. Jin lands the 4th, and BLG get their bot lane on the board again.
That felt like, oh, no. Viper's getting caught out again. This is what we're talking about. Shun.
Supreme display of talent.
Flash for Flash. But Viper gets protected by On. A really nice Q flash to get the kill. That completely swings the gold lead back in Viper's favor. He already has the CS advantage now as well. Flash for Flash. Cream not having access to that mobility means that it's a bit scary. On can look, but BLG not out of this early game. Nio does have the ult still, but
he's in deep, but he won't be spotted out.
He is. Long way. Already rotating to mid with On. Grubs have spawned, so
On's
some
level 6,
prioritization on the top side. Viper's here too. What?
I mean, BLG just going to try to go for Grubs, go for the deadly flare straight on the Feng Yue. Now they're going to pick him out. Full team play by BLG. Seismic Shove does connect, but a little emote comes out while Nio was stealing BLG's jungle.
That is a nice takeaway, sure, but this feels like a little bit of game 1 here. Shun will be caught.
Oh, they caught Shun, but not enough damage here. Weaver's Wall coming across. Now they're going to have Shun locked down and taken out again. Nio is just agent kill Shun at this point, as he has been able to answer him every single time, even in game number 1.
There's the first ult from Nio. It does find a kill, which is good, and it'll have access to these grubs, but this is a situation here, as we take a look back at this replay, that I was worried. Viper goes up, but it is a bait this time. I was worried On's maybe shopping for items. No, he's ready. Viper says, help me, please. And On will do so. Q Flash has the E starting already. The barrier is used, but the stun is great. The 4th shot, execute damage, gets Viper the kill. But in the top side, This is kind of what we saw from game 1 with Nayo on the Jarvan. Early level 6, does the blue buff. I'll have to hold this thought. The wave will die, but we're going.
Keep inverting use. Knight has arrived with the Realm Warp. We were talking about those level 6s and how important they will be for roaming around the map. We see BLG doing so early into this game. Still about a minute and a half till next drag. No, Feng Yue made the mistake to step up, and now he's going to get shot to hell.
And Top Esports have a good start to the early game. They're still up gold, but BLG, the synergy looks so on. It's the same game plan from game 1. They stumble a little bit in the early game there, but it's Knight having priority in the mid lane, roaming down to bot lane. Shun's there to prioritize Viper, give him resources, let Bin sit here in a losing top lane, and he's doing just fine.
He wants to hit him so bad. He just can't. He's just running away from him. Expertly done from 369, kiting him out, but it's still start feeling some of those inklings from that game number 1 for BLG. We are hitting first items now as well, Jay Beto. As 369 going to look for the chase down, goes for the hop into it. Bin going to use the TP to try to get away. It's not fast enough. Bin goes down to 369.
Unlucky. Give me something said in review about that one, but it's a tough matchup. It's a tough matchup, all right? It's a tough matchup. Viper going the... We don't need to... okay. I feel like Alk. We don't need to see this one. We just saw it. This is painful to watch. He gets kited to infinity by Nah. Range top cringe. Mega goes. 369 is just playing with him at this point. But live, please, live.
Oh my god. On almost gets caught. He didn't get wallbang there. That's the biggest difference maker, but he might still die anyways. The supreme display of talent had to come through there. I don't care about the solo bowl. I want to see the dragon.
This is so long, man. This is so long. I feel like this is a statement. Like, this has to be someone on the observer's feed is unhappy with this play, and like, you're watching it again. You're watching the entire 30 seconds of this play. Top Esports getting Drake. Summoner spells burnt. No, not really. So it looks like Top Esports win the skirmish. No kills had, but get that second Drake.
Producer Alex says the bin drama is all that matters. We just gotta keep going with it. It's also a tale as old as time from 369 and Bin. I know we talked about them a lot in the opening of the series, and kind of going into the series, we've lost a little bit of focus on them just because they were kind of nothing burgers in that game number 1, but still an important matchup and a traditional one in the LPL between these two guys. Nice to see them going at it with the Bin Renekton special. He's picked it 14 times against 369, at least in his career. The next highest was, I believe, 10 for him, and that was Jax. So, hey, he's on a comfort against good old 369.
With the solo kill from 369 too, the Jarchi lead is evening up a little bit, but has that first item. BT is a massive first item. Viper has finished his now, so that's a decent spike, but Jarchi with ult, 369 here as well. Cream is even in mid. There is decent damage. Like, Top Esports have built up a 1.6k lead here. Fengwei will find on, but Nayo's here.
The 3-man from On gets the setup straight. Nayu go into Knight's jaws here. Big bullet time coming out. Should get Shun. Shun gonna flash. Supreme display of talent. He gets away. What a dastardly escape from the BLG jungler. And now they're gonna continue fighting. Another double head pull from On. It's not gonna be enough damage to follow it up. No, Knight gonna go for an aggressive Realm Warp, just baiting them out. And Jachi gets picked by Knight in the end. A double kill coming through for the golden left hand. Maybe gonna make it a triple. The plays from Knight are insane. Now it's going to be Shun trying to go for the kill. It's going to be a double for Cream. Back and forth. Go the mid laners. But that will be all she wrote. Knight wanting a kill. Wanting to go for it. But that's it.
Are you not entertained? I am. What a fight. Top Esports still in the lead after that. Jarchi up 1,000 gold now. 369 continuing to build his lead. But it's very scrappy fights on. Really nice engage. But the bullet time does a ton of damage. Take a look back here. So it's On court. Cream rotates over, but On finds the Q flash again. But we're pushing in Nayo. I don't know about that. I feel like if Cream was the one targeted, maybe. Jarchi does a ton of damage. Viper flashes over the wall to deal with Nayo. This is okay, but Billy want to continue going. Back at live again.
Let's see another pick out, though, and it's going to be immediately on, going down as we go back to live.
We are fighting. We're going to fight over and over again, and you are going to watch.
Oh, Shun going for Chachi. Oh,
And you're going to love it. And I'm going to love every minute of it.
Shun in trouble now. He should not escape, and Nayo pick up another kill.
I don't even know who's benefited here. I feel like BLG are the ones taking these fights, so they obviously feel like they're stronger, but Top Esports are the ones getting gold out of it. 369 isolation up 1,000 gold, but Chachi, he's died 3 times. He has a 1.4k gold lead.
Maybe it does not matter in the end. He will just keep dying for the glory of it, as Cream is going to add his name to the list potentially here, but they saw that potentially he was going to get some help, so they back away not to give over the kill. And a 2,000 gold lead now for Top Esports, though Knight will pick up the side lane turret, and that will be first turret as well. Nayo going for a play onto On. On's in a little bit of trouble now. He does have the Unbreakable Will. He's going to have to pop it. He's going to try to run his way away. Chachi extending the play. That'll be a big ultimate burn by BLG support.
Yeah, calculated, right? On says, I'll get Vi ult here, I'll ult myself, and big ult tool down, guys. We can contest Herald. Massive, masterful play from the best support in the LPL. Bin loses his top tower. 369 on the side lane is a massive issue here. Shun is hovering, but there's a ward here. 369 has flash. Shun's going to go anyway, maybe. Enhanced bomb plant. We're going.
They're going to go with the Realm Warp as well. The prison will hit, and they're going to CC chain him to death. Mininar stands no chance against a 4-0 Knight.
Very nice, Rome. Knight has remained very solid, like a bulwark for his team in this game. All over the map on the Oriana, the same on the Rise. Nayo, is there a dive here? 4 members on Bin.
100%.
We lose our top laner, you lose yours, I guess.
He's got Dominus. He's going to try to clear the wave. He flashes away from the initial engage and survives. They will lose the turret, but that will be Rift Herald and that extra pushing power to BLG.
I think this is a net positive for BLG. Bin stays alive. You lose bot tower, but now we're going to mid. The wall will block it off. Nice.
Really nicely done from Cream, but the Dragon is still the setup fight in BLG. They've been a bit surrounded. They didn't see Nayo there, but he will be on a ward now. And so the Dragon should be seeded at least initially to Top Esports.
If TES get this is I know Chem6 is not the strongest, but it's genuinely a winning position here. 369 caught in mid. We'll take a
they're just
decent chunk. Shun over the wall.
Shun going for it. Shun does not get it. Dragon Soul point to Top Esports. On tries to go for a play, but can't get it. Now on to Knight. Goes Top Esports. We said ease of execution, and they just executed the golden left hand. He is gone, and Top Esports remain in control.
I mentioned this in game 1. I think it was something Honky was talking about in comms in their game in BLG, that BLG will fight every objective. And when they have prio, it looks amazing. But when they don't have prio, it looks like this. Okay, they have mid prio, but Shun goes in. Bin is trying to connect with Shun in the backline, but gets knocked up by the... very nice smite. And Fangway ults away. Bin, Knight is caught. On goes down as well. This is some of the issues from BLG we've seen. Bin's dead again.
Bin is gone.
They can be very disconnected, Mazzella, at times in these fights in the side lanes. Game 1, we didn't see any of that, but we're seeing signs of it in this game too.
And again, this is an important series for both teams, trying to keep their running in the top 4 conversation to make it straight into the Split 1 playoffs. And so the stress does not back down, though I will say checking up on items and checking up on game states. We are getting to second items. We see that little play that Ben tried to pull off. Got completely caught in the end. A really nice flash play from Nayo.
Kind of feels a little funny. 369's winning the top lane 1v1. Ben calls Knight and Shun over to kill him. 369 says, fine. My jungle's coming now. We kill you. Now we're back to 1 apiece. Even, right? I mean, they've got to even up the head-to-head stats. Very important in this series, Placements, I mean, that matters. Sure, playoffs, first 10 internationals, but head-to-head kills graphics, that's pretty important too. I don't know.
Both teams circling around this Baron pit. We still have 3 minutes for that next dragon, so that is the big focal point moving forward. Nio ever looking for an engage because all Top Esports need is one pick, and it just starts a cascading event onto BLG. Top Esports going to be pretty aggressive with this move. On extending now, waiting for the 3-man pulverize, just goes for the headbutt onto Fengyue. There you go, a 3-man goes through again. Viper hitting for free on the side, but On is traded down. Now that will be the curtain call used. Not enough damage at this point from the Jhin, and BLG will back away.
I know it's only a 1-for-1 for supports, but how is On allowed to just walk at that 1v4 with ult and just tank everything, somehow trade himself 1-for-1? That's ridiculous. For the objective game, specifically the Baron, Mazel, there isn't a ton of burst potential, burn potential for this Baron. We're talking, before we went live, about how much harder it is to take the Baron, how shredded you get. Nio over the wall.
Right, he's gonna get caught. Weaver's wall coming across too. Cream gonna set him up for to knock him down at least, and Nye gets the outplay there. He gets the beautiful amount of damage. That's that Seraph shield coming in clutch.
I'll have to look back. Oh, hold on. In mid.
Oh, Jachi is caught. Viper looking to gun him down. That's going to be the flash burn, the bullet time burn, but just executes him right in front of his support's eyes. Fengyue now forced to run away from BLG, and they find pick after pick after pick, and BLG are making a comeback.
TES had a lot of tools in this game. Soul point, a gold lead, and they feel split off. It feels like they don't have a gold lead, Mazel. I mean, they don't really anymore. Baron's being started up. 369 is TPing in. It's a 2v5. What can we get done?
He almost has Meganar. It's going to be 5,000 on the Baron. He wants to go in, wants the rest of his team, but it's not going to be soon enough. They don't get the entrance, and now they're just going to die for it. Meganar ulti into the wall. They get one down. 369 doing his work here is now they have the flank from Fengyue as they get the big pick. No Barons are going to be left. They're going to get the clean house here. Viper, the final one to fall.
Wait, hang on.
Ace
is that it?
Top Esports.
There's massive death timers, Mazel. Is Baron in Season 16 the new Adakan? What has happened? We've seen so many throws internationally. Okay, because the towers are so tanky with too many members around them in this year, it's not going to be the game. Even with 3 grubs, which is kind of ridiculous. But I want to see Cream's shove here over the wall because I didn't see where Night Flash from. Yeah, that's where it felt like it went. Don't look at that. Don't look at that seismic shove. That wasn't great.
He was trying to predict the flash over the wall.
He might have been. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but caught here. Jarchi gets engaged on. Shun is playing with his team. Really nice, but this is the Baron. This is the new Baron. You are so squishy. You take so much damage. This is not a burn Baron fast comp. Look at the health bars. 369 with Cream. Walks in 2v5. Gets a massive ult against the wall. Finds the first. Kills Bin as well. And then Nio's here with the TP from Fengyue. And they kill everybody. No one has Baron anymore. And TES, we're just talking about them losing their lead. They've got Soul. They've got 4,000 gold lead. Billy Gaming won the first game handily, Mazel, but this is a series.
It's a negative 2,000 Baron power play from BLG, where they were trying to fight back in some ways, but at this point now they have their backs against the wall here. See if Top Esports can rise from that beating in game number 1 to give us a series. Nio coming over the wall, ready to go in. Remember, he is the setup tool. You've got to use him to get this going through. And as Alec brings up the remaining games for BLG, they have a lot of opportunities to make it to that top 4, locking it in. Just need one series win, but it would start here with Top Esports.
The Poppy is getting so much value here. Nice. Knight's caught off. He has to ult out. He's caught. Oh, he makes it back in. Really nice spacing. But the Poppy.
Whoa. On? That was a bold flash and on pace with his life for it. That might just give up the GOAT.
What happened here to BLG? Bin's
They're
going.
Just trying to force things in here, and it's just going so wrongly for them. They're losing everybody and only taking a couple picks.
And Top Esports, 4 versus 2 now. No Baron, obviously. That was taken by Billy and then lost by Billy, but will break open the base, get these inhibitor turrets down. They might be able to get this. Okay, hit.
Knight does have a lot of
3.
damage if he hits the realm. Nope.
Does he?
He doesn't have the
Does he,
realm
though?
warp release. He doesn't have the
Does he
rune
have enough
prison
damage?
in range. He, it was close. Yeah, things have gone a little bit awry for BLG, but honestly, a massive step up from the members that we really wanted to step. I mean, Jachi, of course, has had some tough moments, but some good moments. But it's really the top trio that we're looking at, 369, Nio, and Cream, who have really stepped up this game.
I mean, we were talking about it before this series started. This MF look with an easy execution comp for top esports looks so much better than when they're overcomplicating it. Knight exhausted, but he'll be able to ghost his way to safety. Combat summoner not available. Knight in the last fight as well, but in this fight, he does have the actualizer finish. That Rise Spike, 3 items, level 16. Roa has finished. This Rise is very, very scary, but can Knight get to any of the crucial members? Can he hit Jachi while he's ulting? Probably not. It's going to go to an next Baron, and if we know anything about Barons in the season after what we just saw, maybe top esports want to let Billy take this one again.
On is just getting shredded like paper, and the thing about the comp for top esports, they just need to get one big pick on a Knight. They just need one cease and desist from Nio to lock him down long enough to kill him, and that is truly the only big late game damage that's coming out of BLG right now.
0-7 for this Poppy does not tell the full story. The Poppy value this game is really good, and this is the time at which you really feel it. Tier 2 will go for free. Cream will use the ult there. Look at how aggressive top esports are playing. Even in the face of On, they're convinced that with the rocks on the floor from Talia and with the steadfast presence from Fongue, that they will not be engaged on by the Talia. Sorry, by the Kiana, by the Renekton, and by this Alistar. Baron is 50 seconds away. Fongue is resetting for some wards.
Nio's by
1v4?
himself. This is a big pick, but he's got GA. He can buy this time. Big seismic shove into the Keeper's Verdict, and now Feng Yue has found his entrance as well. Nio very low, but still has the GA. That's going to be Shun going for the kill there. Feng Yue trying to get away as well. Maybe Knight has enough. He's trying to get the Rune Prison down, but he gets seismic shoved, and now Knight is in some trouble. Viper gets the kill on the Feng Yue, but Knight will escape with a beautiful time Realm Warp. It still will mean Shun is down to 369, though.
This series is getting a little weird, Mazel. 7,000 gold up. Nio decides it's time to engage 1v4 20 seconds before Baron. No junglers, so this should just be a stalemate. Staring at each other, excuse me. Maybe some fighting over vision control, but a minute on Elder. This game is getting a bit weird.
Try to get the pick right now. 369 about to get Meganar. He's going to have to use it defensively, but that also means he doesn't have it for this upcoming fight. At least he'll need to reset, wait for that one to come back. As we take a look back at this fight.
I have no words. What is happening? What is Nio doing? His team is not here. MF is topside. 369 is bot. We're fighting for absolutely no reason. You lose GA. Yes, okay, Shun does die because he goes in too far. Bomb plants over the wall. I think 369 hit that. But these are decent kills going over to BLG. And massively, TES lose control of the map. That was a situation in which you get control of Baron, you have Sol, you get Elder, you have Exodia, you walk in and you end the game cleanly. But now, Elder is spawned, Baron's up as well.
369 has Megan now. This is a big play moment for top esports. BLG going to try to push down mid lane right now with the crystalline growth as well. The Elder Dragon is extremely important, J-Beto, but we got to look at the setup from top esports.
369 has no Mega. I feel like top esports don't have as much standing as they should.
The Weaver's Wall coming in to block Knight off. The bullet time coming in into the chokehold as they go straight for Shun. Shun was caught out on the side of the pit, and now he's going to be the target. But the rest of the team from BLG are backing him up. The fourth shot! It's not. It's the third shot, and that's all that really matters for Viper. Ben's going to get away for just a moment for top esports, and 369 takes down Knight. Meanwhile, Shun caught again on the side of the play.
The gold is just too much for BLG. the soul as well. It's not the strongest soul, but it's enough to get them through this game, despite BLG having a voice in this game towards the end. Jachi will flash in, and Top Esports will make this series competitive, Mazel. They'll win a game against BLG in a series where game 1 was so easy for BLG. They need one series win to guarantee playoffs, but they're still just as far away as they were before this game started.
We wanted a more simplified comp, a more decisive comp from Top Esports, and that's exactly what they delivered. Beautiful comeback game and a beautiful game 2 from Top Esports to bring us the distance in an all-important series for both teams.
Billy show some cracks yet again. Top Esports find some miracle plays, I will say, through the Baron. That was a little bit lucky for them, but calculated, we'll say. They gave Billy the Baron so that they were overextended and overconfident, and then Top Esports swooped right in, killed them all, and got their soul.
What a way it was. My God. The flank TP from Fungue, the initial engages from Nayo. I mean, he was constantly answering Shun in game number 1. Constantly. Yeah. And it just didn't work out for them. Game 2 on the Vi, he kept getting kills. And that's where, like, hindsight again, 2020, why the Kiana? I know it's a comfort pick a lot of times for Shun, but I think in these kinds of situations, you need something that's stable from the jungle. You saw how well that worked out for them in game number 1, and that just wasn't there this game number 2. And a lot of other failings, mechanically speaking, from the team of BLG. But if you're Top Esports, you take that. You got a great performance from the top trio that we were really trying to watch.
And Top Esports looks so much better with this simplistic draft we were talking about, right? When they've got a clear identity, when it's this ease of execution, they take their team fights quite intelligently and find these picks where BLG are being a little bit too over-aggressive, a little bit too ego with their positioning. But this series is really becoming about how much can each bot lane get done. Yes, the jungle aggression is really important. Nayo finding that in and Shun in game 1, but in game 1, it's Viper with the massive lead on Kalista. This game, Jachi has a big lead on MF. He's comfortable on this pick. It looks really solid. I think that a winning bot matchup, some stability in draft through bot, like an Ashe Seraphine even, could look really good for both these teams.
That's something that Top Esports were ready for. They banned that Ashe away, at least, in that game number 2, but I'm really curious at what we get for this game number 3. Is it just going to be a BLG one-sided stomp just like game number 1? Or is it going to be like Top Esports' beautiful performance in game number 2? It was one-sided. There was a small moment that BLG found a little bit of a comeback. You can see in that big dip back up. And then from there on, it was all Top Esports. And 369 coming up with a huge performance against his old nemesis, Bin.
Yeah, I want to give 369 some credit. This is a winning matchup for Na. It's a skill-based matchup. It's tough, as a lot of range tops can be, and you're against Bin on Renekton. That is still one of the best top laners in the world. Performing like that, very, very good performance on the Na. You need to have games like that. I would even not be shocked to see a 369 player of the game here. Jachi, Cream, Nayo, there's arguments there, Fungue for finding the TP, but I think that the Baron starts with 369's ult there into the wall.
Yeah, and right on the setup for the seismic shove and everything as well. But take a look back, and there were some really heavily contested moments earlier on in this game before it got too out of hand for BLG.
It was very scrappy, a lot of on going in. When on in the early game can find these engages on the Alistair, the game looks a lot more playable for BLG. But the Poppy last pick was great. The Poppy, the Talia as well, into the Kiana, the Renekton, and the Alistair most significantly. There was so many times where on just can't go in. You see he's hesitant because of the grounding effect, the cripple, not allowing the engage to come through, and that made BLG's fight so much harder. Knight had a ton of damage. He did do a lot of work, so did Viper, but they just can't close the gap in a lot of these fights. Look at this, like, what can On do here?
Yeah, not much. I think if Shun gets that smite, maybe they buy a little bit of time and things go a little bit differently. But it was, again, the difference between ease of execution between the comps. And when you have Nayo who can literally just, with GA, target one person they need to target, which at this point, again, the only damage was really coming from Knight. It's an easy fix and an easy solution in a lot of these team fights.
369 making a very big statement after that game one. I will say that was a tough game one on the Scion. This is where it got a little bit sketchy for me. I think Nayo can just punch the other way and be completely fine, but the gold lead is... sometimes you just are allowed to make plays like this. You're allowed to do whatever you want because you're up 8,000 gold and it maintained the same. I think that BLG's last fight was good, right? This is a mistake from Top Esports because it gives BLG access to an Elder flip when they shouldn't have access to that, or even making a Baron for Elder trade here, right here. But Top Esports just have so much gold. Even Knight separated as well with the Actualizer through a large portion of the early stages of this game. Even though Knight is able to land onto some members here throughout the later stages, it's not onto Jachi, it's not onto Cream, it's not onto anyone who actually matters in the team fight. Gets solo killed by 369. I
His
think
old
that
friend.
it is unfortunate. I think this is something that I like to talk about a lot. The longer Fearless goes along, the simpler the drafts have to be because there's not as many of those flexible picks. Casante's still up, that's great, but for the most part, the drafts become simpler and simpler, and I think that Top Esports has shown that they really like that draft style.
Yeah. I would love to see, though, focusing a little bit on BLG's side of things, that Aphelios Thresh combo come through, or the Ashe Seraphine. Go with one of these really strong bot lanes and not give Viper Jhin. And 369 gets his MVP over Bin in his Gnar performance, 6-1 and 8 on the pick, and had that really game-defining Baron play.
Really solid performance. You have to have lanes like that. You know, we've seen 369 not have the best lanes, not have the best team fights, but to be able to pull that out, just to say everybody, hey, I'm still around, I'm still in the conversation. Beginning of this series, Mazel, we were talking about Top Esports fighting for anything, something. I know that it's only been one win here for Top Esports, but an important win. They looked in control of that game. If they can find this thing where it's agency in the game, it's stability through bot lane, a winning top lane with 369 looks comfortable and looks like the player we know he can be. This team looks a lot different than the conversations we were having earlier.
We'll see if we get a little bit more 999 performance or what this third game has to offer us. It's a big one for BLG to lock in top 4 and for Top Esports to stay alive in that run. We'll see you in game number 3. Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. My name is Mazel. I'm joined by Jay Beto. We got Alk on the sticks on production tonight, and we have ourselves a series. The first series went omega quick tonight, but we got a 3-game banger here with the second series in Group Ascend, with BLG trying to lock in top 4 in Group Ascend, and Top Esports trying to keep that dream alive.
Trying to float, trying to swim at all. BLG trying to finish the race right now for Split 1. At least get into the, the higher... what's it called in swimming? Totally choking here. What's it called? A fleet? No. I remember. Anyway. Swimming stuff. We swim a lot in Australia.
Okay.
Top
okay,
Esports
like
found that...
a flight. Is that what it's called? No.
You might be right.
All right, maybe.
I'll have to... Look, I'll get it back. And I'll make myself not look like as big of an idiot as I am right now. Top Esports found a ton of success with that draft. The simplistic nature of the draft, ease of execution, and still the strong champions, picking Vi, the Talia Vi, a classic combo. I think the judges look great on the MF throughout a ton of games. I mean, we had it highlighted in clips before the series started. For BLG, I think that they found their most success when Viper was on something that could dictate the game. And I think that they did start like that, but Jhin remains not the strongest champion in the game, unfortunately. I feel like that if Viper was on something like Yunara that's been banned, like maybe this Aphelios that we keep talking about, and had more resources put into him than we did. We saw Knight roaming and ganking bot, and that was great, but I feel like we need more of that for BLG. Heat!
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Good job. You do wonder what kind of tools they're going to give. I know we need to see this bot lane light up the sky again from both sides, because when one team got that lead, it matters so much more to how the game, the plays pan out as they go. But here we are, BLG are on that blue side yet again. It will be that Malphite ban and the Yunara ban. We will see the Nico and the Jace from Top Esports on that red side.
The Bard ban. Interesting here from BLG. I've seen some of the LPL Bards start to find a success. Vampire comes to mind for me.
Too.
Well, that makes sense. BLG have done their homework here. Banning away the Bard from Fongwei. The Mbessa, I mean, Renekton's gone here, so the Mbessa ban makes sense. Zehen's still available. Oh, yeah, of course. Varus first pick, that's something that you can give resources to Viper on.
And he's been really willing to go with these kind of poke carries for the most part. Being able to find that kind of avenue is going to be really big, but Top Esports say we're going straight for team fighting. They get the Sivir, the movement speed, and the Pantheon that Nio really loves to go with.
The Sivir has been the go-to answer into the Varus for a while now, but I don't know how I feel. It's great wave clear, and yes, you do have Spell Shield for the majority of Varus's poke, but if you're ever given an on-hit Varus game, on-hit Varus is great. And if there is tools on BLG to break Spell Shield, or that like Spell Shield being broken, like a Nocturne, then you can easily break the Spell Shield with Varus, with the Nocturne, with something like a Rakan, and the Sivir is just as vulnerable because she's so immobile, she's so short-ranged. You need a solid support like Karma, that's really tough. Renata's gone, Poppy's gone. The Rakan is such a great pick here from On.
And I think it's also one of his best performing champions of like all time, at least on the Rift. I don't know if the stats back that up, but Cream will also get one of his best performing picks of all time. What he made his name on coming up on that OMG squad, it's his Akali.
I don't know. I think Top Esports found so much success when the draft was simple. And this is not a simple draft. It's not easy to play. No, it's not easy to execute. You know, Pantheon, Akali, it's a lot of 2v2 melee damage. Yes, Sivir's great scaling. These are not bad champions at all. The Akali blind is a bit scary, but I don't really see the synergy so far, you know? Lock down one, try to burst through one target, maybe. There's not a ton of tank on BLG at the moment, so I can see that, but I'm worried for Top Esports BLG have a much more easy to execute draft. They've got a global, they've got engaged support, they have one of the best ADCs on the patch. They're going to get, you know, a blind pick top, most likely. Top esports do have counter picks, so if you want to leave open support for that, support, you can see support, so maybe it's a top lane counter pick. I think top esports have backed themselves into a corner here with their early Siffer, the Akali as well. I'm not sure.
I do really like the Galio ban, though, trying to take away some of those connective pieces. And there you go. It's going to be the Wukong locked in. So
support.
Pantheon could be going support now to give that aggression to the bot lane.
Yeah, that's a hard matchup. Like, you're outranged. I don't know if you win the 1v1. Like, Pantheon is going to just take arrow after arrow to the face and take so much damage. TES have no range at all. Full engage. The double global is very scary. I like the Cassante. I think it's a great blind pick here for top. Probably the best one still left open. What have we got? The Aurora's banned. Twisted Fate is genuinely option. I think Syndra would be really good for Knight here. The Victor as well. More range. That makes sense too. I think top esports have they have so much engage, a lot of fight potential, sure, and that does suit their aggressive nature, but it's a really hard game to play.
But I gotta ask, and while we wait for the last pick, why Nocturne? In all accounts, it feels like it does not fit, and we'll get back to that point after I mention this. This is 369's Aatrox, something he used to pull out all the time, coming through in this game number 3 as well. But returning to that point, what does the Nocturne do to connect these pieces here?
I think your options here for AD jungle are Wukong, which is great, and that's an option, but where else do you go? In this game, you've got no Xin Zhao, Kiana, no Jarvan, no Vi. You can't go on Bessa, there's no Jace, there's no Malphite. You're really running out of options for good AD junglers left open without going something really crazy. Skarner, maybe, you know? So I think that the idea is we want something that's going to be an AD bruiser that we can fight with. And the globals have found success in this series, Mazel. The Nocturne, while it doesn't have synergy necessarily with like a follow-up damage, it's going to allow Xun to be impactful in the fights. It'll match the Pantheon as well.
Yeah.
So you can impact the bot lane with Viper. You can impact Knight in the mid lane. For top esports, they have to fight. They have no range, full engage. Billy have so much range. I think that if top esports can close the gap, they can do it, but BLG have so many tools to stop that happening.
They do indeed, and now the tools are needed to make something happen. BLG with a win here, secure top 4, goes straight into the playoffs in this split 1. Top esports keep their dream alive for that top 4 if they can win this one. Let's get into game 3.
Right. A little warding here on the Raptors on both sides.
No fighting
A bit
early,
of-
you know. We got the
Yeah, a
gyro.
little-
We
yeah.
had no
That was
skirmishing.
a Q out from Xun, and that hit Naya. He's down, you know, maybe 100 HP. That's super impactful, right? Totally. That's going to make so much difference in the clear. I mean, he's starting red buff, right? So he'll heal that off of red buff even if he didn't have jungle pet. But yeah, so top esports are going to have a really hard time in lane early. You have to do this. This is the only way they play the game. This is what the entire game is going to look like for top esports. It's just go. They have one setting and it's go. Billy have a ton of range. They have engage. They have side lane access with the Nocturne. Top esports are going to suffer range-wise throughout the early game because of Poke Virus and Victor range. Now, if top esports can get through that, maybe even win out on the lanes would be crazy too. And find these like dives, find skirmishes around dragons. They want to fight often in melee range, 3v3s, 2v2s. If they can find that, get off to a
looking
good
for a lot
gold
of
lead,
poke on
that
the
would be
bot side, at
massive
least.
for this team.
Trying to see as best they can to get that line down, like we were saying, but the push is still incoming. Oh,
Hello?
we're back.
Am I back?
You're back.
back.
Sorry, a
Was
little
I
bit
gone
about
for
that
all of
technical
that?
difficulties. But hey, getting back into it. it is going to be the bot side clear for both junglers. A little bit of priority gain by Knight in the mid lane, but it's going to push right back. But we are looking at that 2v2 that now Jachi is going to actually stop his recalling.
Let's see how this goes. I mean, we've got the double global potential is a crucial part of this. Level 6 for jungle, level 6 for support are important timers, but
369, no mana on
369.
Ben. Okay, he's gonna be fine.
Early game Aatrox is pretty brutal. The Q cooldown is so long. Level 1 is pretty bad, but this top esports bottom lane is doing a pretty good job of getting through the Varus poke so far. Again, Sivir does do a pretty good job of having a look at this Varus answer. So it's a good look with the Ignite as well from Feng Wei. It's a very aggressive look. This will fall off, like the Pantheon will become a stun bot. But having push in the early game allows for Nio to impact mid lane, look for dives, stack dragons, give time to get out of these tough lanes, mostly the mid lane. The mid lane is the really tough part. You can already see the CS building for Knight. This is going to be the linchpin of this game, is how big is this lane lead for Knight? How well can Cream get through the lane?
And I mean, he had a really nice little comeback game in the last game of this series, but it's still something to kind of lean on, as they're going to need to find a way to get a Cream involved on his Akali, something he has put on incredible performances on many times before. And Knight is going to be a very staunch defender in terms of what he's going to be able to do this time around. So something to kind of think about. But this is the most laid back, relaxed early game I feel like we've had in the entire series, kind of pertaining to how stressful this game is potentially for BLG and co. But it's going to be just a wet noodle fight in the top lane while we have about 30 seconds for that first dragon to spawn.
Yeah, we get to sit here, we get to chat. Yeah, how are you going? I'm going well. It's very hot here in Australia. I got burnt really badly today.
Is it really?
Because I didn't put sunscreen on. Yeah, it's super
like
hot.
It's summer during winter for us, right?
Yeah, we're flipped.
Nice.
And the sun is pretty harsh. Our ozone hole is not fun, but BLG, we're going to find a hole here.
Well, they do
Won't be able
see
to find
Nio
much.
right there, so they're not going to follow that one too far in. But I do love seeing both supports getting out of the map early.
Just drop some ward in mid lane. Guess it's to watch some of the roams coming through mid. Does make sense, I guess. You know, you don't want Naya to sneak in somewhere, go for some camps. But Dragon spawned. Everyone is clicking towards the bot lane. Junglers. Knight's basing, though. No, he's not. He's going to stay, maybe even ult the wave. He could do to get a base off, or he's just going to push it. He's low mana, so it is a bit tough for him to push fast, rotate to the dragon. This means the top esports have access to the Drake once again in this series.
They do, and they're going to get an all-in on the on for now, as Nio was coming around the corner. They're going to try to bait, potentially. It's going to be a back started by Nio, but they could go for the dragon. It is on a ward, though, so they would know, at least BLG would. There is not grubs for another 2 minutes, so Arcane Storm is actually going to be used in mid lane.
Yeah, Knight needs this base. He needs a quick base. I'm guessing that he's going Roa build, but starting with Blasting Wand. It is Roa. Okay, starting with Blasting Wand is less defensive. Normally, like, the Roa early is great for the Ruby Crystal start, and you just don't die to the all-in. But having the Blasting Wand actually gives you a decent amount of damage early game. I imagine it's going to be like the Lucidity boot, so not as tanky as some of the Roa champions can be, like Rise with Roa, and the tank boots is incredibly difficult to kill. But it's going to take a while for this Victor to fully come online with the stacks, with the Roa as well, and that build needs more items to actually do damage. Grubs are only a minute away. Level 6 is still a bit away for our support, so Feng Wei won't be able to rotate long distance to this Grubs, but Shun has ult, nearly level 7 in fact, so see where Shun needs to go, or sorry, wants to go first. I think it's a tough call. Like, Cream's not going to die. 369's never dying to the gank. Jarchi has Cleanse, plus the Spell Shield. He's really tough to take down at this part of the game.
Yeah, I think BLG is really going to have to prove to me why the hell they picked this Nocturne pick. But we'll see if they can do it. See if Shun can do it, at least. But in the late game, those side lane picks could be big as well, as Cream's going to go in on the Knight, try to get the kill. We got the perfect execution. Just going to wait to get the kill on the Knight, even through the flash. Cream is stunning on him as he takes control of the mid lane.
He just walks forward, uses flash, and solo kills Knight. This is what I was talking about in the draft. The range advantage for Billy is very significant, and the lane is still tough for Cream, but the all-ins from top esports, that's what they need to look for, and when they find it, it looks like that.
It's his signature for a reason, and they didn't respect it. That's what we'll say for now. It is the flash down, so see if Shun can revisit that, but level 6s are plenty. We have Dragon, hadn't been taken by top esports, and Grub's on the table now.
Take a look back here. I mean, Knight just too far forward. It's so hard to read when that's going to happen. Cream just feels it, goes for it, and plays it so well. Hits everything. Knight can't get out. But the more I'm looking and thinking about this BLG draft, I did cope about the Nocturne, because it's my job to do so. Hold on. There is a dive here. Like, there is a wave coming.
And there's no response from BLG. Nobody can come and join. Shun is mid lane and on. Has hit level 6. He's going to get the quickness. He's going to go for the lockdown as long as he gets a couple. He's going to get through, but the flash from Jatsi will get him the kill. And that will be now 2-0 for top esports, but Knight has come over. He's taking the long roam. Shun going to activate the paranoia and go in on his own. He's going to try to get the kill. The Arcane Storm is a ticking. They're going to try to get the extreme large setup for it, but it'll be Viper that gets the kill in the end. Nayo going to try to sneak his way through, and it's going to be an execution.
Very nice execute from Nayo. But I was going to say that the longer I feel like I look at this draft, the worse this Nocturne looks to me. But if Knight's going to roam again, drop CS in mid, and Shun is just going to be there at a click of a button, I can see it, right? Try to out-rotate Cream, get a numbers advantage with this Nocturne, and have a really fast-playing fight. With Nocturne, Paranoia, with Rakan's quickness, there is a genuine argument to be made that Billy are just too fast for top esports to react. That's kind of on Jarchi, I won't lie. Like, a lot of the late game damage is on this Sivir. If he can live through the engage, through the burst damage as well from BLG, they kind of... BLG don't really have a ton to stand on after that. But if Jarchi can get burst down, he doesn't have a ton of peel this game, right? Cream's going again, but... probably won't happen. Just a decent trade, though.
Gonna keep looking for those advantages. You take early game to have very bad health trades as a Kali, then to be able to at least extend those trades into better situations later on in the game. We're starting to see that here for Cream. There still is about 2 minutes for that next dragon, and the big thing is so far so steady for top esports. A team for BLG where, you know, you don't want Shun to just become a light switcher and be a paranoia bot, much just like the stun bot for Fengyue. But it's something that I do feel like some proactivity needs to come through for BLG. And speaking of, we're going to get the all out from Bin. He wants to go for the solo bolo on the 369, but a beautiful dash over the wall from 369 will get him away.
369 still has flash, so fairly safe in the 1v1. Bin maybe trying to force that out, but grubs are up. Not a ton of proactivity in this game so far, Mazel. It's been very slow, very methodical, and that's not too strange to see in a game like this. You know, you do have Nocturne, which you'd love to be able to send, but you've got a Roa Victor and a Sivir on one on both sides, so it does make it sense that both teams are happy to play it slow, take their time.
Grand Starfall.
This isn't taking a time.
On's going to try to stop it in its tracks with the quickness combo, but Knight might still fall. The damage comes through for Feng Yue, but he will just falter in the end by himself. And that is Cream able to help secure the kill while Nayo got the rift, or at least the grubs going through, and Shun kind of just left to clean up some of the scraps.
And that is why the Nocturne gets picked, I guess, as well. To match the Pantheon, Knight dies, but Pantheon is the one who gets the kill. Knight is able to get one with the ult. While he's dead, Shun gets him low in the last tick of the ult. Take down a kill for himself, so it is still a massive lead for Cream in this lane. That doesn't feel great, but on peeling for Knight, Shun doing the same. I do think that it's hard for Bilibili to live if top esports get on them, but they're doing a decent job right now of stemming the bleeding from this early game, mostly through mid. And again, they do have a ton of range. So in these objective fights, the Dragon is spawned. If BLG can maintain the range, deny flank angles that Cream and 369 will look for, the fight will be a lot harder for top esports to play out.
Couple things though ahead of this Dragon setup if we're going to get there, or the Rift Herald in about a minute and a half. We have quests coming up aplenty. Knight is still behind on his, but we also have first items coming up. Trinity Force and the like completed for top esports, just missing a couple of them there, while we're still lagging behind on Viper's first item, although the Hex Plate and that Rod of Ages completed for Shun and Knight respectively.
Viper has TP soon, so maybe if this goes on long enough, he can get that first item. And basically, he's running low on mana too, even with the tier. Doesn't have a ton to fight with. So top esports looking at a 2-dragon lead here in this third game. With Shun pathing top lane through the lane, maybe going for a gank up top. Like, that could be a good answer, but 369 with ult and flash, is this ever working?
I don't think so, but they're going to try to make it work anyways. The all-out is a lot of damage, and they do just tank his health bar. Ben's going to flash just to make sure he can get out from turret, and that's going to be a big pick on a BLG as they take the lead.
The fear from Shun's tether onto 369 is big work, and they'll actually chew through the full tower. There's only 2 of them, so they don't get the extra protections, the extra resistances with this. There are members rotating for this. They won't actually be able to get this first tower. The threat of the Pantheon ult and the roam from Cream is just too scary.
No,
maybe they get it? Do they get the gold
minute?
for this? No! Can we see the health observers, please? But top esports high roll the soul as well. Cloud Drake, Mountain Drake, and an Infernal Soul for game 3 with a Siva Akali. That's so much damage.
That's going to feel really good if they can keep securing those. Remember that one of the banes of BLG was that steal that was not possible in game 2. And see if they can buy some time. 5 minutes is a long time with this kind of comp for BLG as well, with the scaling that will be there for Knight and Ben as Rift Herald started up by top.
Viper's poking and prodding. Shun does have ult to go in and try to steal, and top esports will give that up. Knight, be careful here in this trade. Looks like Knight does have TP, so he might have to just TP bot, and it would be a 4-for-4. He will do that, so it's a 4-for-4 around the Herald. With this spotted out by top esports, they will start up the Herald instantly on that TP call. Shun is in bot side, and BLG cannot make it to this Herald anymore.
All right, because we've seen some very respectful trades where BLG is kind of letting go of a lot of these objectives, we got to have the scaling conversation right now, J Beto, because who do you like better in the scaling conversation? Who do you like better once we hit that 30-minute mark, 35-minute mark?
It might, I don't know. There's 2 factors pulling me to each side. The first one's the Rakan. I think Rakan outscales Pantheon infinitely. The team fight is so much better. But the Wukong is kind of better than Nocturne in my opinion. In a, like, pokey comp, if TES was going that, the Nocturne is so much more valuable. But with the dive comp, they don't care about Nocturne. With these melee champions, they're in. They can see everybody, right? Maybe Jarchi has to worry about it, but I think the conversation comes down to if On has godlike engages on this Rakan, better vision setup, because Rakan will bring that, then BLG have the better scaling. But if This Wukong can do more, which is likely.
That's going to get a little bit of an all-in. Feng Yue sticking around, do some damage as well. That's a little bit
This
tough.
Pantheon does nothing already. That's a bit unfortunate. He's already doesn't have his first item. He has the damaging support starter. That was full combo on tonight. He lost like a little bit of health. So I think that if Nayo can have a great game with Cream and really drive it forward, the late game of the Wukong Sivir is excellent. But On has a lot on his shoulders here.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of, he's going to have to save Knight here as he misses a grand entrance. There's going to be a setup now on the Feng Yue as the fear comes through. The quickness been popped. He has convergence, and so much damage goes down.
I love a good caster blessing. I do. I really do. I really do. On showing
I love that
off
you call it a caster
how good the
blessing.
Rakan can be.
Things
all-
are
you
really
know,
upside down there, huh?
Blessings and curses. You know, there is caster curses, but I like a good caster blessing too.
True, true. I appreciate that. I don't think I've ever given a caster blessing. I'll have to think about that a little bit more. As we do see
You know,
the
when you say
Riptail.
something and you speak it into existence.
Yeah,
It feels good
yeah.
sometimes.
Sometimes,
I'll take full
sometimes.
credit for that.
That
On
power's strong.
can thank me.
Yeah, just send him a personal letter. He'll be fine. As we get refocused back into this mid lane setup around top esports. There's about 50 seconds for that dragon. And again, that's soul point on an Infernal Soul.
Which is scary. And no flash for Feng Yue, but On, with no ult at this point, does have the Ziggs Convergence, that new item, or reworked item, I guess, that gives ultimate ability haste. You can see how much On does in this. The fear here. Shun goes on the Feng Yue, forces the flash, but then On goes, he just presses R and right-clicks at them, and that's enough. That's all he has to do here. Walks top esports down, but like you said, crucial part here. Flash is available for every single member outside of Pantheon. TP's up for the top laners, ready to join this Infernal Soul point fight. It's a massive pivot point in this game. Vision set up strong for top esports as they start sweeping out.
Yeah.
How to BLG get it? It's got to be on the back of On here. His ult is available.
He's like half health now, though, and you got to be careful. Little thing, Viper for the second game in a row has gone for the plated steel caps. Now that means he's down about a full item from Jiachi. Jiachi is on 2.5 with a noon quiver ready to go. But the poke might not make it matter. Is this where top esports cede a little bit of game control to BLG?
Cream looks hungry. He's moving in.
Feng Yue going for the first engage on. They're trying to stop them outright. TP coming in. That's going to be the paranoia. Instant combo straight onto him. But they don't get him in the end. Nayo is still alive, being chased down by Shun. Meanwhile, Shun has left the rest of his team to fight the wolves here of top esports. As Cream goes for a perfect execution, goes for his second kill. It's going to be Ben going all out onto Jiachi. Can't get the kill there. Going to run away. Dragon looks like it's in control of top esports.
No smite for BLG. They have to find kills or they lose soul
They're going to
point.
go for Viper. Viper overextended. He has the hail of arrows kill. He's going to go for one more piercing arrow, but doesn't get the damage down. Cream going to hunt down Knight. TP now coming in. That's going to be
On's
On
coming
rejoining
back.
the fight. BLG will not say quit. They will not say die. On comes in at full health. Gets the knockup, but Feng Yue has killed Knight. Jiachi so low. Finally dies to Knight. Ben going for his own kill now. Gets a second, but Cream cleans him up.
The LPL, baby. Welcome to 2026. Everybody's dead except for Cream. The junglers have respawned. Does Shun feel confident enough to walk in and try to deny the soul stack, or the soul point stack, I should say? So we take a look back. I don't know if I want to see what happens with the soul point, but On starts this off with a massive engage, but there's not enough damage on the Cream. He goes into the invisibility. Take me back to live right now.
Round 2.
Do they give soul point? They're losing Infernal Soul point. I mean, On TP's back in after this, but they BLG just, once On's dead and they don't have a jungler, they're not able to close the gap anymore. Cream remains unchecked for majority of this fight, takes down Viper, continues going forwards on tonight. There is actually I'll call it a solo kill. Wondering the stats what it comes under, but On kills Jiachi here. Fengwei actually does a really nice peel tonight, but look at this on 1v1. Or 1v2 actually kills Fengwei, but everybody dies. But because Cream is still alive, Top Esports still have access to the Drake. Cream did 7,000 damage in that fight, and it's sole point for Top Esports.
BLG are going to realize the mistake in draft, not banning it away. They knew. They banned it away earlier in the series, but they left it open. The fools! At this point, Cream is thinking, 6-0 up in the game, that BLG really want to win because, hey, perfect timing, as BLG need this win to make it into top 4. They just need 5 solid series wins. They have a lot of opportunities to do so, but would have been nice to get it done against Top.
Cream very far forward, but very safe on the Sakali, the side lane threat. We're getting to that stage, Mazel, where Top Esports, they are really strong. Cream's up a ton of gold. He's fighting immaculately. On tries to find something under Cream, but won't feel confident enough to keep going. Not enough vision around, but Cream, massive gold lead for him in this mid lane. The side lane pressure is strong. You have a late game Sivir scaling coming in with 3 items. That's really, really scary. The Wukong working on this GA now. I really think Knight down 2,000 gold. On has to have
Paranoia got popped. They're
ridiculous
taking the
fight.
fight. BLG, they found the pick on the Nio. Now the Arcane Storm is starting to grow. The Chains of Corruption going to go just wide onto Tiachi. Arcane Storm not enough, but Ben maybe enough to swing down the hammer. That's going to be a lot of damage from Knight, although Ben is getting cooked now too. BLG find the pick they needed, and now the outer turret is falling.
Some much needed gold, but Cream is still getting more on the bot side. So the gold lead in general in the game is only 800, but when we go back to this, you can see that it's still a 2.6k lead for Cream. He can one-shot anybody.
Oh, is Cream just going to chase down on? Okay. Not wanting to
It's also
overcommit there.
2 items for 369. I assume that when we go back to this replay, which I'd like to see because we didn't see the start of it, it's going to be on finding Nio in the jungle. It's on and Shun playing together. This is the only way BLG win, in my opinion, is that they find crucial targets. Ideally, Cream. If they can get a kill on the Cream, who, unless the HUD is broken, doesn't have a shutdown, up 2,500 gold, 602, upper level as well, which is insane. But maybe I'm not. Maybe there's something I don't know here, and he does have a big shutdown. But it would make sense. I guess the gold lead isn't big for Top Esports, so maybe there's that. But Cream has 2 items, 10 stacks of Dark Seal, working on his third, which I assume is going to be a Zhonya's or a Rabadon's, but it's probably Zhonya's, which is very scary. It makes Cream even harder to take down. He has so much damage at level 16. BLG, you have a minute until Infernal Soul is on the board for Top Esports. You have 3 items on Viper, working on a third for Knight. Flashes available, every summoner spell available for BLG. They have to find a great engage. It was Rabadon's. That is so much damage on Cream.
Also hit level 16 there as well. So BLG's options here are to try to find a pick before this even starts or have a massive engage from on. Other than that, Top Esports have the advantage so far in the execution of the fights. BLG need to do something about Cream. Cream is the biggest man on campus right now for Top Esports, and if he finds the back line, that's all she wrote.
The cream of the crop, you could say. BLG fishing.
Get the Cubby graphic.
Setting up some... Pull up the Cubby one right now. But on's caught. Pretty slippery. We'll be able to get away. Takes a massive chunk, though. It's 15 seconds until the Drake, Mazel. This is Soul, and Cream's been spotted out, sure. But looks like we're going to have to take a base on. That is risky timing. No, he's going to have to stay at this low HP.
They started up the dragon already. Cream was looking for an angle here. They do have a little bit of vision on that side, but BLG entering the pit. Shun missed the smite before in the smite fight against Nayo. He's got to show his veterancy now. Can the top esports upstarts make this happen? Grand Starfall coming in. They just want the fight. They're going straight for the back. They're going straight for the back line. Here comes Cream. Cream is the focus. Cream can shut everybody down. He's going to get the Chains of Corruption used on him. Perfect execution hits. The Shuriken flip. It's there, but he can't do it. The follow-up doesn't matter. It's the rest of the team from top esports that have taken down BLG one by one. Knight gets the kill on the back end, and that's going to be a trade.
And the TP comes in from Cream. They've got the Infernal Soul. They haven't won the fight yet, but these health bars are so low. Cream can insta-kill anyone. The tower falls. Knight and Viper will have to walk away. The poke is nice, but Cream is nicer.
Cream is lighting it up. We said we needed big performances from the pillars of top esports, and we haven't had those. We've had sporadic moments, but this would be back-to-back games that Cream is having upstart performances, and especially on his signature pick. See if he can continue that here as BLG show their fangs a little bit, but still lose out, and now it's about a 5-minute timer on the Elder Dragon.
And how did BLG even walk in to contest this Baron? I mean, they have Cassante face check, sure. They have Paranoia to make it a bit harder for top esports to do the Baron and engage on them, sure. But I really feel like you're right. This Nocturne hasn't done enough. Here we're going again.
They're going to find the pick. They're going to try to get the pick, but the nice flash out from Feng Yue. They're going to keep TPing with Ben, so now they are surrounded. Cream has an angle here. They could just go for the throat right now. Ben is a little bit in trouble. He's in the midst of 4 people. He's going to try to find his way out, but the engage comes in from Cream on the back line with the Cyclone coming out from Nayo. They don't have enough damage right now. Cream finally makes his mark known. He's got the Shuriken flip going over. He's going to take it after he kills Shun. Finds another one. That's Cream to you, baby. And it's the cream of the crop, just like you said. It's top esports. 4.5 thousand gold up over BLG.
BLG lose 4. They cannot get it done in this series, Mazel. It looks like top esports will get at least this this inner turret, this tier 2 turret in mid, and then go back to the Baron. But BLG, it feels like they think their time is running out. That is a very aggressive send on a ward, on a Pantheon. It's just a support, and he has flash, and then they still feel the need to oversend it even more. And top esports hold strong. Cream over the wall. Now it's Jarchi up 2,500 gold. This is so aggressive. It really feels like BLG is saying we have to go. TP in. We have to send it. Cream is on a ward. Flips over the wall. BLG are running out of time, it feels. Cream is very confident.
And there's really just nothing BLG can do. You see Viper just gets picked apart in that fight. And it's all about the entrances at this point.
Back at live.
Esports. As we take a look, actually, they get a pick. Viper gets a big kill. That's going to be a pick on a Feng Yue. Double knockback on from BLG. But now here comes Cream. Here comes the damage dealers. And BLG are losing their front line. I will continue to question what this comp does together because it is so desynced. And that will be a defensive Paranoia, so I think officially he's the light switcher.
369 gets a bunch of resets. The base will be broken open slowly. As Akali will push into the mid lane. And the remaining of TES will push in through this bot lane to try to break open the base. And Cream has had such a great series in general. I feel like he would be, if top esports are able to close this game out, player of the series for me. Top esports have game 1 was such a rough showing. I genuinely thought this was going to be a quick 2-0, but top esports have turned it around so much so, and are now looking at their first win over BLG this year so far.
All the questions that remain from these newer players starting to be answered. Is it worth with this development? And if you can take down BLG, I'd say things are going pretty well for you. And again, for top esports, this is all about continuing the drive to try to make it to top 4 in Group Ascent.
Yeah. And they do still only need 1 win. They're against IG, but IG has had a similar start to Top Esports. If BLG continue to show issues like this, to have series like this, I mean, it's a far world away, but there is still a potential that BLG cannot make it to playoffs and they have to go through play-ins. Even then, you're probably getting to playoffs after that. But first stand contention, there are issues in this team that need to be dealt with. BLG down 10,000 gold Inferno, so they're going.
They're going to try to get the engage here, but Shun is already getting chunked. He has GA, though, but On is dead, and that's another big piece to the puzzle. Now Shun is left out on an island while BLG is surrounded. The Sharks are in the water, and there's chum all over the place. Cream is making them look like fools. As Top Esports spread the banner, spread the win, and will take down BLG.
BLG in the clutch, cannot get it done. Top Esports will win their first series over BLG 10-0-8. That is your player of the series. Give this man a win.
That cream of the crop graphic just went all the way to 10. What a performance from a guy that has had so many question marks thrown his way. Why is he still on this Top Esports team? Why does this team continue to try and build around this guy? And we're finally starting to see some of those performances that made him such a show out on OMG, and it's on his Akali against Knight.
And Top Esports have to be very happy about that. When we've got the updated scores, BLG, like 2026 BLG with how they started, 4-0, now 4-3. This is not how I had expected to see this team, and after drama happening internally, that after game one we thought it's nothing, it doesn't matter. It matters, because this is a game that BLG on paper should not have lost in the fashion they did. Top Esports came alive in this series on the back of Cream.
Those VOD reviews are going to be hard, I'm not going to lie. They need vibes now more than ever on that BLG team, because that's a tough loss when you are one step away. They still have 3 opportunities, but seeing as the damage is done, that's now some big losses in a row for BLG, as that'll be 3 losses for a team that looked like they were the best in Group Ascend for a lot of the early parts of the split. But what a day, what a game for TES as they continue their striving dream of getting to that top 4.
This makes playoffs even more interesting as well. I mean, Group Ascend remains so close in at least score, and that does matter a lot, right? So the fact that BLG seemed in the first couple of matches that they were the team that was above. Everyone else was kind of scrapping, and BLG was up there, the 1-team region. And now it's a 0-team region or a 6-team region. I don't know, but
it's an all-team region. 14, yeah. Baby.
We're all showing up. For Group Ascend, I think it is insane to have a comment. Like, it's not in the realm of possibility right now that either of these teams don't make it to Group Ascend, in my opinion. But playoffs is going to be very interesting. Who is going to first stand? It could kind of be anyone at this stage, which is at the same time very entertaining as a viewer and very stressful as an analyst for the LPL, someone who wants to see this region do well. But I think BLG found a formula in their game one. I talked about it. A top side that goes fine. Team fights. Knight with Prio. Resources in bot and a carry in Viper. It's something comfortable that can pop off, and we never really saw that again. It was the Jin. Can't believe I forgot that champion name for a second. Yeah. The Jin.
That was tough.
Hasn't looked great internationally. Hasn't looked good in the LPL. And now this game, when BLG lose Infernal Soul, like no dragon stacking at all. Top Esports, after game one, they must have gone back, had a great draft prep for the next 2 games, and they pulled out bot Prio, winning mid or dominant mid, and a great jungle matchup.
I gotta say, again, I go back to it, but like this comp from BLG had no connecting pieces. It felt like a lot of the ideas were a little bit different. And I'll just say, Jachi had 36%, whatever, 33% damage. Viper, I love the Varus. I want to see this guy on a mechanical AD carry, not a poke champion, and I think that made the difference in a lot of these later fights. Obviously keyed off by the fact that you had so much pressure coming from the rest of the members like Nayo and Cream, but it still made the difference to me.
Yeah, no Aphelios Pro in this series at all. Maybe even a on-hit virus game with the Jack Show, a bit of tankiness coming in here, might have allowed Viper to just stand there and hit. I get that you want to play the lane a little bit more aggressively, and if Viper had been able to build up a massive lead in bot, but that's what the Civ is there for. The wave clear, the all-in at level 1 was nice, but Top Esports, I was genuinely coming in. If we were doing predictions, I would have said this was a 2-0 for Billy easily. Top Esports have not looked on the same page. They've not looked like the team we saw tonight, and the fact that they have been able to turn it around on the back of Cream in 2 games in a row is a massive statement from this player. Again, you were saying there have been doubts about Cream. Why is he still here, potentially? What can he do over some of the other younger mid laners? Better, potentially. And he's still around. I will say, this is Split 1. There are a lot... Oh, not happy. That's not happy coaching staff. There are a lot of games this year, Mazel. We have a lot of time to make work be done, but work needs to be done.
It does indeed. And last point I'll make on it, if you thought situation was hard with the drama that had developed, imagine losing after that. Like the win maybe makes it all go away, but now you lost, and so now they got to deal with the repercussions. And again, they still have a lot of time, a lot of series, a lot of chances, but this is a wonderful moment for Top Esports, who finally find that big win over a big name opponent, and it's off the back of some classic picks. Cream's Akali. I know I talked in the draft about 369's Aatrox, but it was multiple attempts from BLG to tee off fights like this that ended up going awry.
And having some of these names clash is like, there are some titans in these teams, but having some of the younger players on Top Esports take down some of the veteranship here, like, that's Viper. Jarchi did better in this series, in my opinion. Okay, it was more of a team effort in general, but the Jhin didn't really do a ton. The Varus didn't do a ton. That's getting banned away every game. Letting a pick through like that and then watching it perform in this way is a bit disheartening. Again, scrims, different games. Varus is still great, but to say we're picking Varus this early in the draft and prioritizing it, it doesn't bode well to me.
Yeah. Well, I do believe we might have the updated standings here, if you don't mind, Mr. Alk Battery, our wonderful producer. As you see, there's no green on BLG's name, and there is no lock-in for that group ascent.
That's tough. Top Esports, 2 more wins would lock in playoffs for them, which would mean that one of the other teams that is there is not locked for playoffs, which is very interesting. But yeah, there's not a ton of matches in the first split, like globally, but it's still, every group is incredibly close. Outside of maybe Group Perseverance with Thundertalk going 0-5, every group
LNG.
is very close. In group, true, 4-0. That is definitely there. But Group
The
Ascent
other
being the
parts, for
closest group is kind of crazy. 4-2, a bunch of 4-3 teams, 3-5 and 2-5. That's a very contentious Group Ascend, or
Just
like
imagine
upper
if
bracket.
AL also goes 4-3. How funny it would be. We just get this chaos in the top 4. It'd be incredible.
Who do they play against? Who does AL play against next?
So at least it's going to be a fun setup for the end of Group Ascend as well. That being said, we got to give a big shout out before we get going, though. So big thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Mung, for their pledged financial contributions to help to level up this broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who dedicate a lot of their hours to this volunteer project. So thank you all so much. Jay Beto, I want to give you a last chance. Any thoughts, feelings going forward? What the hell is going on with BLG? Does Wenbo start? What happens with Top Esports? Do they make the run? What are you feeling?
I think we should be glued to social media for the next few days to see what happens. I think this probably won't result in a happy ending, at least, or some happiness over the next few days, unless you're top esports. I mean, I think we've got JDG AL tomorrow, so a massive series for both. One of those teams will be locking playoffs, and it's BLG IG tomorrow as well. So BLG has another redemption chance tomorrow. If they lose that series too, there are some real conversations that need to be had, but we're a long way away from that. I'm going to put this down to, there are mistakes being had, but drama, BLG are still a great team. Game 1 shows that. They just need to go back into the lab, take some deep breaths, come back out with their solid game plan, some more cohesive drafts, play more like Game 1. Game 1 was great.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure, Jay Beto, and we got to go to all the way to 3 games. So I'm happy here with that. Give shout out to Alk for being the production behind the scenes today, and everybody else that was part of the crew, from socials to mods. And that means that we are done for the day, but we are not done for the split. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 2 more series, and we'll see you there on Summoner's Rift.